A helicopter landed on the territory of one of the private landing strips, and 5 people got out, dressed rather strangely, and were greeted by a young man with a creative blue hairstyle. The young man looked at the guests and remembered what his father had once told him, that his strange immortality had appeared. It came not from his family, but from his mother, who always kept her body in shape and worked out hard in the gym. He gained the ability to transform. While the boy was thinking, shots and explosions rang out around him, shells hit the building opposite him, and some windows started to burn. It was a world where special and unusual people lived, immortals. There were 2 people on the roof of the building, a blonde girl and a guy with a sniper rifle. The girl was shooting back with the gun, and the guy was holding someone in his sights. At the bottom of this building, there was a fight between a monster and another guy. They were transformers. The 5 strangers in black and a red-haired girl were also involved in this fight. They were superhumans. They were all dressed in special uniforms and armed with rifles, but none of them noticed that among the crowd was a boy magician who was lying helplessly on the road. Suddenly he saw someone's bloody leg before his eyes. It was a blue-haired boy who had the power of 2 of the 4 bloodlines. He was wounded all over, his clothes were torn and hanging in rags. He stood there feeling very tired and breathing heavily. He was looking at the armed men in black. After catching his breath, he finally told them that he actually had a rank in the Special Forces of the National Emergency Service. The men in black were silent. Their faces were completely covered by helmets, and one of them was surprised to hear the guy talking nonsense. But each of them thought that the guy was unusual, because he was holding one of them like a rag with one hand, and he was no longer alive. Wild anger flashed in the boy's eyes. Suddenly, everyone heard a loud shot, and the bullet flew straight into the body of the blue-haired boy. But he stood steadily on his feet and skillfully dodged the shot. The men in black decided to attack the guy in hand-to-hand combat. Pulling out their daggers, they began to attack, and a fight broke out, the guy skillfully throwing one in all directions. His sword looked more like an irregularly shaped blade, which was extremely sharp, so he seemed to be playing with it, killing the attackers one by one. Although the blue-haired boy fought skillfully because there were more attackers and the fight was uneven, his body also suffered many injuries that were bleeding. The red-haired girl, who was with the men in black, suddenly shouted, "Telekinesis! Keep shooting at him!" and rushed into the battle as well. And the soldiers started shooting with their guns at only one defenseless guy. Suddenly, a strange blue glow appeared over his head, which seemed to give him extra strength. The boy's eyes were once again filled with revenge and fury. With his body, he skillfully dodged all the bullets and began to run away quickly, as if some force was accelerating him. Along the way, he struck clear and accurate punches to everyone who came across his path. The guy's face was covered with blood, but the strangely blue glow did not dissipate. The red-haired girl stopped and looked at the boy in surprise. The guy was running toward her, and he stopped abruptly about 5 meters away. The remnants of the soldiers in black stood around the red-haired girl. "Who are you?" the girl asked in surprise. "I must have forgotten to introduce myself and explain everything," the guy answered her. The guy was breathing heavily. His wounds were showing, and he continued to tell her that his emergency meant that his strength was beyond normal standards. Someone told him about the world before he was born. In the city where the blue-haired boy was later born, there was a crowd of people at a public bus stop in front of a traffic light, and among them was a young man with a cell phone in his hands, no different from the others. Suddenly, the phone rang, and an unidentified number appeared on the screen. The guy looked at the screen in surprise and pressed the accept call button. At that moment, he was crossing the road with the crowd on a pedestrian crossing, and as he answered the call, he looked down at his feet, and something incredible was happening there. A black hole that appeared in the middle of the crosswalk was growing and swallowing his feet. He began to quickly sink into it, as if something was pulling him down, and the crowd of people, seeing this picture, screamed and scattered in different directions. Only the boy's head and one arm were visible on the surface of the hole, and in the middle of the hole there was another world with monsters. The black hole was steadily growing in size, swallowing everything around it. Its size was becoming catastrophic, and all of humanity was trying to prevent it. But there were more and more civilian casualties. Bodies of people were lying all over the city. In the middle of the square was a little boy of about 6 years old. His body was bloody. He was lying there crying bitterly. In front of him, the boy could only see someone's male legs. It was some stranger in a tracksuit with a hood on his head. He was looking carefully into the distance. The black hole that appeared in the ground was a black gate through which there was a connection with other worlds. It was in the sky and on the surface of the ocean. From these black holes came other forms of life that were different from ordinary people, and they began to exterminate everyone, and the world turned into hell. And as a result, superhumans appeared. They could use telekinesis, magic, freezing, and had other skills. Even if these superhumans had their hands cut off or their organs are cut off, they did not die because they were immortal. These superhumans could transform into any animal, such as a bear or a wolf, and they were also called shapeshifters. There were also other people who could use special skills. These were magicians. And it was these superhumans who fought back the enemies from the black hole, and the world regained its peace again. It was a year that everyone called the Year of Horror. A year that, when the situation changed, people's attention shifted to special kinds of people. It was said that these people were carrying dangerous molecules, and that was why quarantine was necessary. Fear of them led to the division into special and normal people, and through this process, immortals began to belong to the government of the country, and the shapeshifters colluded with the international company Excursion. Superhumans created their own organization, Psionic, and hid in it with the help of magic. 20 years have passed since that terrible day. The special people were constantly hiding somewhere, but everyone knew that they were around and living among them. A family was shopping at the local supermarket. The father turned to his son, who was standing next to him. "I want to tell you something important, but don't be surprised," the father continued. "In fact, you are immortal," the father quietly told the blue-haired boy, who looked at him with square eyes. The father was silent and thought. Then he explained that since he was immortal, his blood must have passed to him. "But why do you tell me this in the store when you buy groceries?" his son asked in surprise. The father didn't seem to hear him and continued to speak, telling him not to tell his mother, who hadn't known about his immortality all her life. "Dad, but immortals have clear skin and a beautiful face," the son said, his face covered with pimples. "I realize that you look nothing like me, but you are immortal," his father laughed. "You see, son, immortal blood awakens on the 24th birthday, and you were born at 11 o'clock in the evening," the man continued to blurt out loud. And then they calmly continued to look at the store window, discussing the purchase of garlic and who would peel and cut it. The father took the bag of garlic and asked his son Gvanek not to say anything to his mother. Because his mother and his wife did not know all their family life, that her husband and the father of the child was immortal. He was afraid that if she found out, she might want to divorce him because he hadn't told her. They both got to the supermarket checkout, and the father suggested that they finish the deal outside. Their bag was full of groceries for the holiday dinner. Vanek easily took the full bag with one hand and went outside, while his father paid at the checkout and watched him go. He was pleased to think that his son was extremely strong. They went home, and on the way, the father continued to tell Gvanek that immortals are born with low strength, and that's probably why his son subconsciously trained so much. "I don't train that much," his son laughed at him. He looked at the huge bag of food and thought that perhaps that was why he had such strength. It was probably his second secret, or rather probably the first. They got to the apartment, and opening the door, his father shouted that they were back and quietly said that he had been hiding it even before he knew he was immortal. Their mother greeted them, asking cheerfully if they had finally returned. She was the secret. Then she slyly asked her husband if he had bought garlic, looking into the bag of food. "Yes, of course," her husband smiled at her. "It's not minced," the mother laughed. The father laughed and gently took her hands and said that of course not. And she kissed him gently. They loved each other very much despite their age. "Hey, your son is still here and he's watching," Gvanek shouted to them cheerfully. "The groceries are ready," she answered her son cheerfully. Looking at her, Gvanek remembered their conversation 2 years ago. Then his mother asked him if he could transform into Sailor San or Deviltail, for example. She meant the Japanese characters from famous stories. Then the guy asked her in surprise if she was a shapeshifter. She replied that yes, she was a shapeshifter and so was he. She went on to explain that shapers awaken at the age of 18, so he would most likely start to awaken tonight. The guy was shocked. It was quite unexpected for him. She conspiratorially whispered to him that it was a secret for his father. She told him as the Severor to tell his father about it. Gvanek opened the refrigerator and started to take out food when his mother asked him what he wanted for his birthday. His father had already come into the kitchen when Gwanka told her that he didn't want anything. "You don't want anything, don't cry later," his mother laughed. "I am already very grateful to you for giving birth to me," he smiled. The father and mother began to talk to each other. "Our son speaks well, just like his father," she said. "No, he just has a good temperament like you," his father replied. Gvanek stood and admired them. He had the best parents in the world. "My father is immortal, my mother is a shapeshifter. I have very special parents," he thought. At that time, his mother brought a birthday cake into the kitchen. His father looked at it and noticed that it was missing one candle and was about to go out to buy it. But they all decided that a candle would not spoil the celebration and decided to eat it anyway. After a while, they all said goodnight to each other and went to bed. Gvanek, having eaten enough, lay down on the bed with relief, but he could not sleep. Looking at his watch, he noticed that in 20 minutes it would be 11 o'clock in the evening, as his father had said that he would become immortal at that time. He remembered asking his father outside the store if he had been in pain when he woke up, and he told him that everything was fine. He just felt his blood heat up and then turn cold, and as soon as he felt the cold, his 5 senses became much sharper than they had been before. "Didn't it really hurt?" Gwynnett questioned him, remembering that when he became a shapeshifter, he thought he was dying. He asked his father again if he was really going to wake up because his mother was an ordinary person. His father assured him that it would definitely happen, because the blood of an immortal is much thicker than that of an ordinary person. Gvanek wanted to ask his father something else, but after thinking about it for a second, he changed his mind. The father was surprised to notice that his son was somewhat confused. The boy was lying on the bed and wondering if he could wake up as an immortal, when he had already awakened as a shapeshifter. He didn't know how he would explain to his father if he couldn't wake up as an immortal. So he decided to let it be and went to bed. At exactly 11 o'clock in the morning, Gvanek felt a wild pain throughout his body that made him fall off the bed and onto the floor, and he mentally cursed. He writhed in pain and remembered his father, who had told him that it didn't hurt at all. He could barely get down on his knees and hugged his head in pain. His body was shivering and he was breathing heavily. Unable to withstand the headache, he became dizzy and fell to the floor again, his body not listening. He could not see anything, his ears were ringing, the room was spinning, and he had no strength to get up. Cold sweat covered his entire body and he could not say a word. This story will be about his abnormal life in a normal world. He remembered how 2 years ago, at the same time and on his birthday, he stood in the bathroom and looked in the mirror and could not believe his eyes as he looked at his new body. He had just woken up and his body was already absolutely perfect. At that moment, his mother came into the bathroom and asked him if he liked it. The boy jumped up in fright. "Can't I knock?" Gvanek screamed in fright. The mother laughed and said that she just wanted to see if he was okay, and he looked very nice. "So tell me, how does it feel to be a shapeshifter?" asked his mother. Gvanek told her that he felt tremendous energy and his hearing and senses became more sensitive. "Why didn't you tell me?" he asked his mother. She looked at him in surprise, and Gvanek explained to her that until that moment he had been constantly losing his hair. He vomited blood endlessly, not understanding why, and he felt his muscles as if they were being torn apart. "Why didn't you tell me it would hurt so much, Mum?" he asked her again. His mum stood there and listened to him in surprise. Vanek explained to her that if he had known, he would have at least prepared himself mentally. He asked her again if his awakening was successful and if it would not happen again. She told him not to worry, that it would not happen again, because it was not a game. Vanek breathed a sigh of relief because he didn't want to go through something like that again. He was sure that he would never feel such pain again. The whole incident came back to him as he tried for the 10th time to get up on his legs, which would not listen to him. Vanek started to cry from the pain. He was not used to not being able to control his body. The guy suffered on the floor until the morning, and only when the sun began to rise did he finally feel much better. He made it to the bathroom to look at his transformation. Standing in front of the mirror, Vanek carefully examined his face, constantly stretching the skin on his cheeks. His whole body ached, despite the fact that he was now immortal. The guy analysed his current sensations. Outwardly, he hadn't changed at all, but in terms of sensations, he could now see well in the dark, and all other senses were heightened. His ears were ringing because his hearing had become too sensitive. He tried to calm himself down just as he had when he became a shapeshifter and controlled his new body. "If I make myself think that my ears are far away," Gwynek thought. And after a moment, the ringing in his ears went away. He really had the feeling that he had awakened as an immortal at last. Gwank looked into his eyes and wondered if he would be able to control himself as he needed to. His mother called him to breakfast, and after washing up, he went into the kitchen and looked at his plate in surprise. The plate was full of fried meat. It was unrealistically large. "Is this my breakfast?" he asked his mother in surprise. His mother told him that she would make more if he wanted it, but the boy didn't hear her and thought about his portion. He thought that now his family was eating even more than before. He had heard that shapeshifters need more energy than an ordinary person, but his father also ate a lot. Did special kinds of people eat so much? Meanwhile, his father asked his mother that he thought there was less food on the table than usual, and if she was okay, she replied that there was rice cooking in the rice cooker right now, so he shouldn't worry. Despite everything, they did not suspect each other. The father turned his attention to his son and called out to him. He told him to prepare for the civilian service exam. "Civilian service?" the boy asked him. "Is this so sudden?" his mother replied, shocked. The father explained to his wife that a good opportunity had arisen, namely that Gvanek could go to college because he had turned 20. They started a discussion, and his father explained that college was not as important as the skills a person possesses, and that a job as a civil servant is very good, because he himself had also studied there. The mother replied that she didn't think it was bad, but she didn't want her son to go to Goshiwon so early, which is a place where people who are preparing for exams live, and it was a very small room. "He doesn't need to go to Goshiwon. He's smart enough," his mother couldn't stop herself. Gwank listened to them and thought that his parents rarely disagreed with each other. The boy ate in silence and thought that immortals usually have jobs related to the government, and so his father probably wants to send him to a similar position. After breakfast, Gwank went to the gym and started working out. He did 15 pull-ups and was surprised to tell his mother that he used to do a maximum of 2 pull-ups, but now he could do 15 without running out of breath. The woman laughed and explained that shapeshifters have 3 times the strength of an average person. "So you're not strong for nothing, Mom?" Gvanek asked her. "I'm strong because I train all the time, and that's the main rule," his mother answered. There is one more thing that shapeshifters are stronger at besides their physical strength, she continued to say. Gvanek asked her in surprise what it was, and she explained that it was the instinct of a shapeshifter, which is much stronger than that of an ordinary person, and there will be many cases in his life when he will be guided by his instincts. But I don't feel these instincts yet, Gwynek told her. This is true now, but there will be situations when it will become a problem when you are in the real world, his mother explained. The mother added that in order to control instincts, you need to train constantly, and that is why she would like her son to go to college and then start working for the company. She began to do pull-ups with ease, and at the same time continued to say that their grandfather had connections in the industry that works with shapers, and that he needed to go to a normal college so that he could get a job there. Gvanek listened to her in confusion. After training, the whole family sat down to dinner. The father said that he thought they should ask Gvanek, not just discuss it among themselves. The mother looked at her son and asked if he wanted to become a civil servant. The boy stopped chewing in surprise, and a thought flashed through his mind that he really wanted to do something, but he had never told his parents. And he loudly blurted out that he would like to join the IDT, a special unit of the South Korean Navy. His parents stared at him in shocked silence, not expecting this answer. "Think about it," his mother told him sharply, her face showing that she was not happy with the idea. The father was surprised that his son wanted to become a soldier. For some reason, the mother said that her son probably hadn't thought about it, but Vanek continued to say that he was 20 years old, and he could already think like an adult. The mother said that her son must have gone mad, and the father replied that the military profession was not such a bad choice. "Did you choose it for the uniform?" Gvanek asked his mother. "That too," he laughed. "Well, that's not bad either, because it would be very strange if a 20-year-old guy was already determined to fight for his country," his father summarized. After thinking for a minute, he continued that this was absolutely normal. Not all soldiers go to Somalia to fight pirates. His son can have a wonderful life after his training and assignment. Anyway, at some point he will have to serve in the army, and it will be better if he becomes an officer. The mother listened to him and agreed. "He's a good boy," the father thought, looking at his son. "Then can I do it now?" Gvanek asked his parents. His mother replied that you can, but not now. Gwank said that he understood that he had to prepare for the college exams for the civil service. And his father explained to him that if he passed the exams, he could postpone his post and join the military, but if he didn't want to, he could get a job in the defense industry, and it would be a big bonus if he went there as an officer. "Is that how it works?" asked his son. At the same time, he thought that logically it seemed possible, and his father would be able to help him with this. He took a piece of meat and announced to everyone that if so, he would pass the exam. His father continued to say that this exam is not so straightforward and difficult, but it is not easy either, so you have to prepare for it anyway. There is a person in Hwaseong who will give him intensive lessons, so he will study on his own and on weekends he will do it. Hwang humbly agreed. "But wait," he exclaimed a moment later. "Where is this in Hwaseong?" He asked his father again, and he confirmed. The next day, the boy was sitting on a bus on his way to see his teacher. It was an acquaintance of his father's who worked on a farm but didn't want to come to town. Gvanek was not happy about the long journey and wondered if this teacher was so good that he had to travel so far to get lessons. In any case, he never thought he would take the civil service exam, but his ultimate goal was the IDT. Suddenly, he looked at his phone screen in surprise. The screen showed the latest Korean news, and he started to read it quickly. At that moment, the guy thought that he didn't really want to become a military man. Earth's black holes are long gone, but humanity is still fighting each other in search of new resources, and most often shapeshifters are sent to these battles because their strength and ability to exercise make them excellent fighters, Gwangyuk thought as he looked out the bus window. My mother didn't want me to take part in these battles, and so he compromised, and he would fulfill her wish as well as his desire to fight by becoming a soldier. But from the very beginning, I did not want to be a soldier, Vanek kept saying to himself in his mind. Meanwhile, the boy's future teacher was on the phone. He received a call from Gvanek's father, Sonbe, who said that he had sent his son to him. Sonbe told the teacher about Gwanek's upcoming exams, and the teacher agreed to teach him. He promised him that he would not spare the boy just because he was Sonbe's son. The teacher was sitting on the doorstep of his house looking quite young and athletic. Over the phone, he promised Sonbe to train his son well. After a while, the boy's bus arrived at the teacher's house. He was met by the teacher, whose Panama hat covered half of his face. Gwank looked at him with interest. "Who are you?" the teacher asked after a moment of silence. "I am Gwank, Sonbe's son," the boy answered. "I didn't mean that," the teacher said irritably. After looking at the boy again, the teacher said that he was immortal. But why did he have such a beautiful body? "I guess it's because I have mixed blood," Gwank replied. The teacher asked him again, "What do you mean, mixed blood? Immortals have thick blood. How can human blood be mixed with it?" the teacher asked him again. "Maybe because my mother also has thick blood," Gwankik thought. What an unusual and unique boy, the teacher thought as he looked at Gvanek. And he led the boy with him and asked Gvanek where they were going. "What do you mean where? You said you were going to get new knowledge," the teacher replied. That's right, Gvank replied. He followed the teacher and remembered his father's words that the place where he had come to get knowledge to prepare for the civil service exam was supposed to be a mountain deep in the countryside near the Hwaseong Towers in Gyeonggi province. And this strange man would now be his mentor. Gwangyuk stared back at him. Maybe because he was also immortal, because his face was quite clean and beautiful, the boy continued to think. Is this a kind of temple? He asked the teacher. What a lie! The teacher answered him without turning around. Gvankik did not understand why they were going to the mountain. After a while, the teacher stopped abruptly and said, Here. Gwanki was surprised to see why they had stopped. There was an old hut in front of them, but it was quite beautiful and large. Follow me, the teacher told him, and the Chile walked toward the house. Gvank walked and wondered what his father was trying to teach him. The teacher knelt down at the threshold and picked up a stick and asked if the boy was awake, and what had he already tried? The carpenter answered that he had cut his wrist with a knife, but the wound was not small and healed quite quickly. Do you know the concept of healing wounds on our bodies? The teacher asked him slyly. Gvank quietly answered that he did not know. I don't know either, the teacher laughed out loud. The boy did not understand the meaning of the conversation and asked the teacher again. The teacher told him to listen, that even if they didn't know, they knew the basics of healing properties because, first of all, health, which means that a healthy immortal has good healing power. And secondly, feelings. If you are sensitive, you will feel more pain, but this allows you to recognize it quickly and control it better, basically. You will quickly notice when a bone goes wrong or something like that, the teacher said while drawing hieroglyphs with his finger on the sand. In any case, training your health and sensitivity will increase your healing power, the teacher finally finished speaking. Gvank looked at the inscriptions in the sand and did not understand anything. The teacher looked at him carefully and asked if he had any questions about what he had said. Gvank replied that he did not understand something. Then he blurted out that he did not understand what he was doing in this strange place and what it had to do with training. You are training your health here and learning to control your immortal body, the teacher calmly replied. But Gvanek still did not understand anything. The teacher stood up and asked him irritably why he was talking so much. Doesn't he want to pass the exam? To which Gvanek replied that doesn't he need a pen and a notebook to study? The teacher smiled slyly and said that this was studying. He went on to say that he was actually going to join the Immortal Special Forces. The boy asked him in surprise what that was. The teacher said, didn't Gvanek's father say anything? He had just heard that it was a civil service exam, and it was very similar to being a soldier in the army. Gvanek wondered what about his service in the IDT. Are you going to join or not? If not, then get out of here, the teacher shouted at the boy. He remembered that he would be able to do whatever he wanted only after passing this exam, and he loudly agreed to study. If you don't want to spoil your clothes, take off your shoes and change into these, and the teacher handed the surprised Gvanek the clothes. The boy stood barefoot on the sand and thought that nothing had changed. He took off his pants and remained standing in his shorts and continued to think that the topic of the exam was a little different from what he had imagined. The teacher told him to run faster because he was tired of looking at it. At that moment, Gvanek saw thousands of daggers sticking up from the sand with their blades, and he exhaled loudly. The teacher sat and watched him with interest. He looked at his watch on his wrist and shouted to the boy not to dare to rest because he was not going to stop when the enemy was chasing him, was he? And Gwynek ran, straight through the dagger blades, trying to avoid getting hurt, but there were so many of them that his legs were all cut and oozing blood at the finish, and he fell down in pain and couldn't get up. The teacher calmly approached him and asked if he had really dodged some of the daggers in the center, because some students could not do it at all, and this meant that the boy had good reflexes. Vaniak was silent. He couldn't say anything because of the pain, and the teacher was also silent and thinking about something. He looked at the boy's legs, which were healing right before his eyes, and said that he had amazing healing skills. Your regeneration is accelerated every time you heal from wounds, so you shouldn't run away from the blades. Step on them to make more wounds, the teacher continued. And he ordered Vanek to step on the blade on purpose and cut his leg. The boy continued to remain silent, gritting his teeth in pain, only thinking that this teacher was out of his mind to suggest such a thing. Stop reacting and run, the teacher shouted at him, and Vanek struggled to his feet and ran. What kind of a boy is so unusual, thought the teacher, looking after him. Gwank ran all the daggers again and sat down at the finish line exhausted. The teacher came to him and told him that he would not die because he was immortal, and ordered him to get up and run again. Gvank furiously asked him how much longer he had to do it. Until you feel shock, the teacher calmly replied. As soon as you feel shock for the first time, your pain threshold will increase. This training prepares it for panic from fear or concussion in battle. But the teacher didn't understand why Havanek wasn't getting shocked and asked him if he was in pain. He shouted that his pain was infinite. The boy was furious, thinking that he had the body of a shapeshifter before he became immortal, and because shapeshifters have strong bodies, such training would never cause shock even if he trained like that all his life. So he asked the teacher if there were other ways to achieve the desired result. He asked how fast he could run a 50-meter race. Gwanki replied that he could do it in 6 seconds. This dagger distance is exactly 50 meters long, and if you run it in 6 seconds, it means that the training on blade sharpening is complete, the teacher told him. Just 6 seconds to run? Gvank asked him again. The teacher confirmed, and the boy angrily agreed. You better not take it back later, Gvank snapped at him. At that moment, the boy looked at his bloody feet and thought that he had just said that he would run 50 meters in 6 seconds. But this was only possible if he ran at a moderate pace. He realized that this run would be very painful, but there was only one way out, and that was to block out his feelings as much as possible and run as fast as he could. Gvanko gathered his courage, and with the thought that it was only 6 seconds and it would be easy, he pulled himself together and ran. The teacher, who was looking at this madness with square eyes, was numb. Meanwhile, the boy was running through razor-sharp daggers, cutting his legs to the bone right up to the knees. Finally, this marathon was over, and Gvanek fell exhausted on the sand with the thought that he must have made it within those hateful 6 seconds. He got up in pain and tried to catch his breath. The teacher laughed out loud with pleasure. What an interesting guy, the teacher shouted loudly at Gvanek's back. Now do it again, he shouted. The boy turned around in surprise and asked how he hadn't heard. Didn't I complete the task? Gvanek added. I just checked the stopwatch, the teacher slyly replied, and showed him his phone. Now we'll start the second training session, the teacher shouted loudly. Here, take this, and he handed Vanek some kind of incomprehensible chain. The boy took it in his hands in surprise and began to examine it, then asked if it was a dog collar. The teacher explained to him that he would need it for the second day of training, so he had to put it around his neck. I feel a little uneasy. What are we going to do? Gvanek asked him again. We're going to do a breath-holding drill. Gvanek's eyes rounded. He tried to ask the teacher something in surprise, but it was just a mumble. The teacher calmly showed him the remote control and explained that when he pressed the button on it, the collar would squeeze the boy's neck. Vanek untied the collar in surprise. The teacher told him not to untie it, but to tie it again, and asked him, since he had run through a field of knives, if he would return home that easily. The boy sat down and grabbed his head and wailed that he couldn't just dive into the water and hold his breath. The teacher calmly explained to him that diving underwater is not enough. Training with a collar is necessary to withstand strangulation, and everything can end badly if Vanek loses consciousness during a fight, so it is necessary for him. He went on to say that when working with blades, Gwanka pays a lot of attention to feinting. Then the teacher told him that after that terrible year of a terrible war against special species, ordinary people learned to resist them. They used to practice strangulation by hanging from trees, but now the world is a better place. The boy thought at these words that he hadn't gotten any better at such things. Scratching the back of his head, Gvanek asked sadly, "What are the conditions for passing the exam?" "There are none. You will lose consciousness and must stand for at least 5 minutes, the teacher explained. I also recommend that you don't unbuckle your collar or steal the remote control if you don't want to get a hole in your heart, although this is also a form of training, the teacher continued. Are you ready? He asked the boy again. Gvanek replied that he was ready. And with that, the teacher pressed the button on the remote control. At that moment, the collar sharply squeezed the boy's neck and he only managed to say ugh and huh, and dug his nails into the sand. Black spots appeared in front of Gvanek's eyes, and he started to feel dizzy. On his knees, he began to cough and instinctively grabbed at the collar. He began to pull the collar away, which was getting tighter and tighter. The teacher, who was standing next to him, noticed this and slammed the shelf on the boy, saying, I can see you can still handle it, the teacher said as he watched Gvanek suffer. But if you can't take it any more, then just pass out, the teacher said his instructions. The boy mentally cursed. God, when will this be over? 5 minutes have already passed, he thought chaotically. And at that moment he began to realize that he was losing consciousness. His thoughts were fragmentary, everything was swimming before his eyes, and he began to think only one thing, that he was already at the limit of his capabilities. And at that moment something strange happened. The guy involuntarily, reflexively tensed the muscles of his entire neck. Something clicked quietly at that moment, and the teacher looked at his remote control in surprise and muttered that it had turned off for some reason. I don't understand, the battery is dead or something? The teacher looked at the remote control in surprise. The collar fell to the sand with a clatter, and Gvank loudly gasped for air. I almost died, he shouted to the teacher, who smiled and replied that he would not die. But we're not going to do this again just because I didn't pass out, are we? I definitely passed out at the 5th minute, the guy exclaimed. He looked at his phone and repeated that it was exactly like that. 12 minutes and 47 seconds, the teacher shouted loudly. Gvanek was stunned by this figure. The boy was speechless and could not say anything but sounds, and only thought that the teacher had said that the record was 8 minutes. He cursed loudly. The teacher laughed and told him not to look at him like a child at a new toy. He suggested that Vanek rest today and get something to eat, and they both went home. It is inefficient to work when you're hungry, and you need to be healthy, the teacher told him. Vanek asked if he was going to cook something and offered to help, but the teacher told him to just sit there. But I don't know how to cook, so it's okay if I just wait, he thought. After a while, the teacher put a bowl of soup in front of Vanek, which smelled delicious, but for some reason was bright purple, and told him to eat. The boy silently looked at the unusual soup in amazement. He asked what was floating in it. The teacher asked him if he wanted to know. Not really, Vanek answered. The soup tasted quite strange, but the boy finished it in silence. And when dinner was over, Gwanka decided to go for a swim in the local river. When he finished swimming, he thought that maybe next time he would have to cook his own meals, and that he should learn to cook when he returned home from his mother. But it would be better to ask my father about it. I'd probably call him now, the boy continued to think. He stood silently for a minute in the cold water of the river, and said out loud to himself that he was frozen and would probably be better off sleeping, and quickly walked away. He reached the house and stopped. It was dark. He groped his way into the house and asked the teacher why there was no light, and the teacher explained that all the bugs flocked to the light and it was very annoying. When Gvanek's eyes got used to the darkness, he saw the teacher lying on the floor, ready for bed. The boy sighed softly. He was also very tired, and his body was exhausted from today's training. Gvanek began to sit down next to the teacher on the floor where his bed was already prepared. The teacher, who was lying with his back to him, suddenly said that this training was necessary to kill the sense of touch. A good sense of touch makes you feel anxious much more than others. At first, you probably won't be able to close your eyes because of the discomfort, and suddenly he stopped talking. For a few seconds, the teacher listened to the silence in silence and waited for Gwank to fall asleep. Then he quietly got up and looked at the boy, who was sleeping in a deep sleep. Hearing the boy's snores, the teacher calmed down and fell asleep as well. When morning came, the teacher fried a whole plate of chicken wings, the smell of which spread throughout the house. Gwank looked at the food with pleasure and sincerely thanked him. Immortals use a lot of energy, so eat, the teacher told him. After about 5 minutes, Gwank finally asked the teacher what kind of training they would do today. The teacher calmly replied that it would be cliff jumping. Something crazy again, the boy muttered, and the teacher explained that they would have to hold their breath in the air, controlling their senses for the jump. Gwynek replied that based on yesterday's training, the biggest thing an immortal needs to be wary of in combat is the shock and pressure of a hard blow that knocks you unconscious, right? That's right, but there's something else. You have to be careful that your mobility doesn't decrease when your legs are cut, the teacher calmly replied. You have to offer your hand to someone who's going to strike you, which will make you incapacitated, for example, when you're hit on the head or leg, the teacher continued to explain. He went on to say that in addition to this, you have to be careful with a knife and beware of branding and landmines. Vanek briefly replied that he understood, thinking that all this information was outdated. The teacher ordered him to finish his meal quickly so that he could go to training, and he started chewing faster. After a while, they climbed a mountain, where the teacher told him to concentrate and jump down. In the evening, after finishing his training, Vanek said goodbye to his teacher. In the morning, he walked toward the bus stop and after a while got on the right bus going back to the city. The boy finally called his father and asked if he had given him the right address. He asked why he was asking that. Because my teacher made me jump from the top, Gvanek exclaimed. His father laughed and told him that immortals don't die from that, so you can do anything with your body. That's the only way to find out how strong your body is, his father continued to explain. Gwank listened to him and thought that all he had learned these days was that his body was really strong. In any case, you are a great man, so rest at home, his father told him. The boy asked what kind of exam he was taking. The father told him that he was busy and they would talk about it later, and then hung up. The boy looked out the window in silence and thought that today he would really just rest and nothing would change if he heard the answer. When I get home, I'll take a bath and play some computer games, and then I'll eat my mum's normal food, Gvanek continued to dream, and I'll sleep for about 12 hours in my bed without mosquitoes. Oh, yes, Gvank continued to dream with his eyes closed. It was his perfect vacation plan. At home, his mother met him. She took off her apron and said that he would take his shower later. She wanted Gwank to go somewhere with her. What? Her son asked her in surprise, and in his head he was running through perfect pictures of the vacation he had invented. His mother answered that she had told his father that he had to get ready for college, and so she had packed Gvanek a bag of things. The boy could not understand why she did this and replied that he could study on his own. She handed her surprised son a textbook and cheerfully told him that she had found a good teacher nearby in the neighborhood. Gvanek was numb. You'll be staying there for 2 nights, his mother chirped cheerfully. The boy could not believe his ears. He had a bad feeling about this. Meanwhile, his mother called the elevator and said she would come for him in 2 days. Aren't you even going to introduce me to the teacher? Asked a surprised Gvanek standing in the elevator, to which his mother cheerfully replied that everything was fine. It's not enough to be smart, she said. You also need to have a strong body, she shouted to her son as the doors closed. Vanek stood in the middle of the elevator and finally realized what awaited him. And it was definitely not college, the guy laughed out loud hysterically. After a while, the elevator doors opened. Vanek got out of the elevator and looked around. It was the floor of a gym with treadmills. There was a lot of equipment lined up in endless rows. Vanek wondered aloud if they had arranged the underground parking lot like this. And then he saw an unfamiliar girl approaching him. She approached him and asked if it was him. Vanek was silent. It was the first time he had seen her, and he was confused and could not say anything. "Are you Sol's son?" she asked the boy. The girl was beautiful and had an athletic body dressed in a matching suit. "Yes, I am. But I don't understand why my mother sent me here," Gwanke replied, to which the girl replied that his mother said he would be here to train for 2 days in a row, the trainer told him. She added that his physical potential would be wasted if he used only his brain like a nerd. At this point, Gwanke remembered his training on the mountain and laughed. He couldn't tell the whole truth even here. The girl told Gwank to get ready for boxing and change his clothes. She also put on boxing gloves and stood opposite him in the boxing arena. Vanek looked at her and thought that when he rebelled against his mother, it would be beaten out of him. He realized that refusal didn't work here because he could see it in the coach's eyes. "Take this," the girl said, handing him an electronic watch. "What is it?" asked Vanek, who was already afraid of such things after the collar. "It's a device for measuring. You need to put it on your arm and leg," the trainer explained. "Aren't you going to train me?" asked Vank, who still couldn't understand what was happening. The trainer replied that he needed to be tested first. "How are you going to test me?" the boy asked, and the coach answered briefly, "Now." She pointed to the treadmill and told Vanek to start running. While the boy was running, the coach was looking at something on her phone. "I heard that you don't train yourself," the coach told him. The boy continued to run. The coach was looking at the tracker on her phone and commenting that his heart rate was normal. "But is that all he could do at this level?" she asked Vanek. Vanek was already wet from running, and he kept wondering why she was making fun of him. "Lazy, something very lazy. It's probably because the modern world has everything you want, right?" asked his coach. The boy listened to her in surprise, and for some reason thought that they were not the same age. Gvank was running as hard as he could and wailing to himself about why he was doing this. The trainer increased the speed on the treadmill, and he started running even faster, barely catching his breath. She suggested that he do cardio first and consistently make his body perfect. "I will make you reborn from head to toe," the girl laughed. Gvanek could not understand what she meant. "I don't want a second mother," the boy shouted, hacking on the path. "Is it because you are Sol's son?" "You like to make jokes," the coach replied. The boy thought that he was not joking and continued to run. It was already evening and the training was still going on. Vanek ran on that hated track until the evening. The coach was laughing at him and telling him not to stop, because even her grandmother would not have died from such a thing. It was scary to look at Gvanek. He was all wet, barely breathing, and his legs were no longer feeling. 14 hours, 4 minutes, 32 seconds, he barely managed to say. He was shocked by this training and only thought that he would have to run all night without a break. And even in training, immortals were given time to rest. The trainer continues to lecture him that if you fight just by trusting your body, then without training you will just be at the amateur level. Then she turned on a big TV in front of Gvanek's eyes and told him that while he was running, he should watch and listen to the TV. "It shows the stretching we will do after the run, so memorize it," she told him. Gvanek watched the video and thought that the human body cannot bend like that. "You have to train your flexibility because a wooden body is very bad," the girl continued to say monotonously. The boy mentally snapped back. "I wish I could ask a question, but I'm already out of breath, even with my shapeshifter body running for 14 hours. I'm out of breath," Gwank thought without stopping. "Time!" his coach shouted at him. Gwank quickly shouted out that it was 14 hours, 10 minutes. He had to keep track of the time because the coach kept asking him. He also had to keep track of the training and listen to what the teacher was saying. It was a really tough training. "But I can do it," he said loudly in his head. And he remembered the training with the previous teacher on the mountain when he asked him what feelings and sensations were. And he remembered their conversation when the teacher told him that Gwyneth could block his senses, but that was not enough because if many senses were dulled, his body movements would be chaotic. To do this, you need to clear your mind of the sensation you want to block, and at the same time make another sensation more accurate, the teacher told him at the time. Gwank decided to apply this knowledge of multitasking to his training. He began to analyze that he had 4 tasks, but the running was done by his body, and the training and the video were not happening at the same time. If you leave aside the sense of time, then performing all the other tasks is not so difficult. With this thought in mind, he continued to run stubbornly, and he managed to multitask because he had been running on the treadmill for 24 hours. Finally, the trainer turned off the treadmill, and the marathon was over. The girl looked at his vitals and told him that his brain was perfectly fine. She told him to relax his body, because flexibility is essential in this kind of work. They moved to the yoga room, and the trainer asked if Vanek remembered the video. She began to demonstrate what was shown on the video, and told him to follow her closely. The coach knelt down and quickly bent across her back into an arc. Gwyneth was fascinated by her flexibility because it was something incredible. The girl bent down and told him to try it too. Gwyneth obediently knelt down and began to bend slowly across his back. The boy started to puff because it was the first time he had ever done this, and his back started to crack. "Take your time, flexibility takes time," the trainer told him. "We'll increase the amplitude a little bit, repeating the same pose every day. In other words, we'll slowly tear your muscles," she said. It was very painful for the guy, but he thought that healing after such tears would increase his flexibility. But he clearly knew that immortals heal quickly after injuries, and it turns out that he didn't need to do it little by little. Gvank tensed up and bent so much that he failed at this exercise the first time, because he thought he only needed to endure this short-term pain. The trainer shouted, "Hey!" and rushed over to him. "What?" asked her boyfriend. "I told you not to overdo it," the coach yelled. But it was too late to say anything, because Gvank had done it right the first time. "But I did it the first time, right?" he asked the girl again. The coach was silent and stared at him admiringly, thinking at that moment what an interesting guy he was. "We've had enough training for today, let's eat," the girl suggested, and they went into the kitchen. De Gwyneth saw a whole pig carcass roasting in the oven. He looked at the girl in surprise, and she replied that it was only for her that much meat. "And this is yours," she waved her hand at another mountain of roasted meat. Gvank was surprised to think, is it really one whole pig for one person? "Eating is also training, so get used to accumulating enough energy to move later," the girl explained, putting on nitrile grease gloves. They both sat down and began to eat their carcasses, which, by the way, was very tasty. 2 days for training is not enough time. Not even enough time to learn the main points, the trainer said. Gvank was busy eating. He hadn't eaten for a whole day, but he was skeptical that it was very tasty, but it was just well-fried pork with spices. "Maybe it tastes so good because I haven't eaten for a long time," he thought. The girl ordered him to finish everything and leave nothing behind, and they continued to chew in silence. Gvank mumbled that he hadn't left food since he was a child because he was taught to. The coach finished eating and told Gvank to wash his face and go to bed after dinner, but the boy continued to eat voraciously. When he was full, Gwanka sat down to rest with satisfaction, and finally the moment had come. Looking at his sports bed, he thought that it was much better than sleeping with mosquitoes in the forest, and it really was. And unlike his previous teacher, here he could use the phone, and the boy decided to call his mother. After a couple of rings, he heard his mother's voice asking how he was doing. He replied that he was fine. His mother replied that she had told the coach several times not to take him easy, just because he was her son, and they had known each other for a long time. "But I'm still worried about you," the mother told him. "If she's too soft with you, then tell the coach to be stricter," the mother ordered. Then she said that her father had come and that she was already busy, and after saying goodbye, the woman hung up. Gvank did not have time to say anything and only listened to the short beeps on the phone in surprise. But during the first day of training, he realized something. If training for an immortal is about mentality, then training for a shapeshifter is about impolite actions. The next day, the trainer told him that they would be lifting weights. She started asking how many kilograms the guy could lift and what were his best performances. She put a lot of weight on him, and Gvank barely lifted the bar off the floor with a miserable face, thinking he was going to die. The coach encouraged him loudly, counting each lift, and said that knowing and exceeding your abilities is the essence of training. The guy finally ended his torment. The trainer instructively told him that science must be added to the training of a shapeshifter, and that many devices and electronic applications must be used. She looked closely at Gvanek's performance on the tablet and said that he had very poor reflexes. Gvanek rolled his eyes, which did not bode well. She added another 20 kilograms to the barbell, which already had a total weight of 60 kilograms, and ordered Gvanek to lift. The guy lifted the bar to chest height and thought it would be easy because the strength of a shapeshifter is 3 times that of an ordinary person. The girl ordered him to follow her with the barbell. "Now run with it," she ordered the surprised boy. "Run, I said," she shouted. "Run," whispered Gvanek, gathering his strength. And the boy ran. A few minutes later, he stopped in front of the stairs and asked the coach if he was sure he was running to the right place. Looking at the stairs in surprise, he thought that this must be the second part of the crazy training after the sharp blades. The guy was evaluating the stairs, and the trainer said that he needed to keep his balance and center of gravity, and that he needed to use his reflexes. "Will that work?" Gvanek asked her again. She explained that he would repeat it over and over again until he got it right. He looked at the entire march and at the stairs and thought, the width of the stairs is very small, only half his foot. "Is it okay if I accidentally fall?" he asked the trainer. The girl was looking at the tablet and replied that there was little chance of injury from a height of 3 meters, but that he should not run if he planned to fall. "You see, the primary task of the shapeshifter is to protect his body, and this is not beneficial on the battlefield, as their bodies do not automatically recover like immortals," she explained. The guy decided to just run and let things happen. He knew that as an immortal, broken bones would not be a problem, and he decided to run, preparing to fall just in case. As he ran, Gwyneth was surprised to notice that his sense of touch could feel the pressure on his sneakers and find his balance. His 5 senses were greatly enhanced. Although most shapeshifters have frantic reflexes, they can't compete with immortals who specialize in senses, the coach shouted at his back. Gwyneth thought he could do it. It seemed like a fun and interesting workout, and at least his legs would be intact and not cut by blades, so he started running fast. He ran successfully and shouted out with satisfaction that he had successfully completed his distance. At that moment, the guy was very proud of himself that he hadn't fallen with that barbell after all. The coach, who was sitting and watching this action, ordered him to do it 2 more times back and forth. She was carefully reading something on a tablet and calculating. The width of the board is 4 centimeters and the length is 50 centimeters, the girl said out loud, thinking that Gwyneth had really finished without bending over. She was really surprised by the result. "I'm raising the difficulty of the level," she shouted and pulled something incomprehensible. A wire? The guy looked at the stretched wire at a great angle with fear and surprise. He stood at the top of the stairs and looked at the stretched wire going down from the top to the bottom and asked again if he really had to run on it. "Yes, it's okay. It's called a single-line setup," the coach calmly and businesslike answered him. "The wooden plank was just a small step, to be honest. I thought you were out of it when I looked at your body, but I think you were born with a good body because you have good balance," she explained. The trainer unrolled a huge mattress under the wire and explained to the surprised boy that this mattress was very nice and would not break, but he had to be careful when he fell on it. The carpenter was really surprised that there was a safety mattress this time. "If you grab the wire, your skin will tear, so you just have to fall on the mattress if you can't hold on," she explained. Gwyneth looked at all this and thought that he would have to run while carrying the barbell, but he was not afraid of it because it was a lightweight for him after the previous training with the Immortal. But in terms of difficulty, this level of training was hellish. It was heavier and more challenging. The guy stepped on the wire and noted to himself that it didn't shake much and was quite reliable. And yet it wasn't a fall when the wind was blowing on you, and there was a safety mattress, so it wasn't scary for him. So he decided to try to run along it quickly, and he ran at a fairly high speed. The wire began to loosen from the speed and Gwyneth started to lose his balance. He stopped and started walking more slowly, taking light steps and sometimes bouncing, and he succeeded. At a moderate speed, the guy reached the end without falling. The coach on that day of training looked at him as if he was more interesting than the videos she had watched, and ordered him to run in line with the bar all day. She was pleased with the result. The next day, Gwyneth packed his things and said goodbye to his coach. Finally, the girl said that they would see each other next week. The boy bowed and agreed. Gwyneth's mother was already standing near them. They got into the car and his mother asked him if he was interested in knowing why she was making him do this. "Of course," the boy answered with interest, his body aching with pain. "It hurts me so much to watch my son being beaten." The boy looked at her in surprise. "You have to know the limits of your body. You're too weak now." At that moment, Gwyneth remembered all his fights with his friends where he was the winner, and thought that if his friends heard his mother, they would faint. He didn't want to prove anything to his mother, who didn't know about his immortality and strength, so he just sat there and silently thought that since the circumstances were such, he could still practice, because when he went to the IDT later, he would be able to help, although the heavenly special forces that his previous teacher had mentioned made him a little nervous. Driving home, he kept asking himself the same question. Is he sure he can go to the IDT? Finally, they got home and entered the apartment. His mother had prepared a lot of food, and Gwyneth began to eat everything with pleasure and greed, and in 20 minutes all the plates were completely empty. The boy thanked his mother for the food. The woman looked at him and the empty table in surprise and asked if he had been starving all this time. Gwyneth laughed and explained that he realized how valuable her food was after these 4 days. He added that he wanted to learn to cook like her. His mother looked at him in surprise and asked him, "Learn to cook?" Gwyneth explained to her that it was in fashion now for men to cook, so he wanted her to teach him for his future wife. "A man cooking is not a bad thing," she said, laughing. "But with your body, you can only be a pig cook for now," she said, looking at her son, whose stomach had grown considerably from eating. "My mum is very clever as always," her son replied, laughing. But the woman didn't let up and explained to him that he had to stop eating so much because the shapeshifter's body wouldn't help. "And yet cooking first," he exclaimed to his mother, remembering the immortal teacher's fish head curry dish and how his eyes had shone then. His mother finally agreed to teach him. The boy was happy and thought that the food issue was resolved, but the training would not go away, and he wondered what he would do next week. Will it be the same or something new, he thought. Will the training be even more difficult or the same, thought Gwyneth, remembering the daggers and the previous trainer. Some time passed and Gwyneth came to the immortal teacher again, who prepared even more frantic training for him, which shocked him even more. After a 4-day break, the stick teacher told him that the training before was just the basic training needed for the entrance exams, meaning that the blade field, keeping from fainting and jumping off the mountain were now mandatory courses. On this day, Gwyneth completed the last course. He jumped off the mountain. He was sitting at the foot of the mountain, bruised, his legs bloody and dizzy. He looked at his bloody legs and arms and thought that maybe due to the frantic training of the shapeshifter, and despite the painful part, this course was much better. The teacher standing at the top of the mountain shouted at him to go up if he was done. The boy looked at him tiredly. He quickly climbed up and stood in front of the teacher and listened to another lecture. The teacher said that one of the advantages of immortality is regeneration. It's when you are shot with a gun and the bullet goes through you, or you can push it out and regenerate your skin and body. This is just basic training. But if a limb is lost, it takes much longer to regenerate. Is that why you said to be careful? The guy asked him. The teacher explained that he could receive attacks at a short distance but still avoid such attacks, and the teacher started waving a huge dagger right in front of Gvanek's nose. The boy recoiled and thought that he was waving it like a murderer. Is that the reason you are waving the dagger? The teacher laughed and said that he was thinking the opposite. That's right. This training is a continuation of the blade training, and that you cannot avoid the blade. Reflect my attack, the teacher shouted at him. And he swung the dagger right at the boy's face, and he intuitively recoiled, and at that moment he was really scared. The teacher attacked again and again, aggressively and for real, and the boy barely had time to escape from the blows. The goal here is to avoid serious injuries. Getting only minor injuries will be useless if you try to avoid getting injured completely. So I'll start with an easy one, the teacher exclaimed to Gvanek. How can I not avoid it? The boy asked the teacher. If I start with your thigh or calf muscles, you need to take the blows with your shins, or move to the side, the teacher explained loudly. You will still receive the blows from the blade because I have already made the blade set, the teacher continued to say while striking Gvanek's body. The teacher stopped and carefully examined the boy, who was covered with cuts, and said that he was regenerating well, so they would continue. He got excited. The boy was in a lot of pain, but he got to his feet and went to the teacher to continue this strange fight. After about 10 minutes, the training was over, and the teacher summarized that blood anemia is a weakness for an immortal, looking at the pools of blood near the boy. Gvanek asked him that he must be carrying blood bags for transfusions. The teacher said that this was true because the bleeding had to be stopped early, and the boy could not believe his ears. The teacher suggested that he take a break and finally eat. Vanek volunteered to be the cook today. The teacher looked at him in surprise and asked him what he would have for dinner. In the makeshift kitchen in the house, Gvank found a tourist tile with a spray can. He put a frying pan on and started chopping vegetables. After a while, the boy cooked a huge plate of spaghetti with meat sauce, the smell of which spread throughout the room, remembering his mother's advice that if you want delicious food, you need to cook something with a lot of sauce. The teacher put the first portion in his mouth and swallowed with pleasure. This is very tasty, he said. But your taste buds are fine, Gwynnett replied without thinking, and then realized that immortals have good senses so the teacher could enjoy the taste. Cooking is also a form of training, the teacher muttered with satisfaction. Gwangyek asked him if it was really training. The teacher replied with a mouthful that it was all about dulling the sense of taste. The next day, the boys went out to the lawn and the teacher suggested that they try it again. Gvank asked him what he meant. You see, you're used to receiving blows from the blade on the muscles of your arms, and this means... And the teacher came up to Gvanek and grabbed him by the chest, and the boy felt a sharp pain in his stomach. Gvanek pulled back and saw a huge bloody dagger in his hands, and his hands were dirty. It was time for a workout to regenerate the organs, and explained that regeneration takes a long time, and therefore basic strength training is mandatory. Vanek knelt down in pain, holding his wound, but he could feel that regeneration had already begun. His face was covered in sweat. He thought he had no premonition that he would be injured, and asked the teacher how he had done it. The teacher explained to him that he had hidden his traces, and if the enemy has sensitive senses, then one must know how to hide one's energy. The boy was still in pain and could not get up, but he irritably told the teacher that if he was going to poke a hole in his stomach, he should have at least warned him. He looked at his stomach and said that it seemed to be healing and clarified that he had been wounded, just for the sake of regeneration. The teacher asked him if Gvanek wanted to learn how to hide his energy. The boy answered him firmly that he wanted to and that he was dizzy. Gvanek returned home, and 2 days later, he was standing in the middle of the gym calling out to the other teacher. He didn't see that someone was holding a gun nearby and holding him at gunpoint. Gvanek finally saw the coach holding the gun and asked if there was going to be a survival game today. Something like that, she replied mysteriously. The guy stopped in fright and stared at the girl in silence, not understanding what was happening. And then she shot. He looked at the bullet and realized that it was a modified weapon made of gas and specialized bullets. She fired again and shouted for the guy to dodge. Gvaniak started laughing hysterically. The hamster was enjoying the game. The coach fired a third time, and the sound of the shot cut the silence of the huge gym, and Gvank started running. Come on, run, the guns are dangerous. Hitting them will severely maim your body, she shouted, firing again and again. Watching Gvanek run chaotically around the gym, the trainer yelled at him to try harder and look for cover, and if he didn't find it, to run so fast that she couldn't aim at him. She then ordered Gwynnett to run in zigzags, not in a straight line. to prevent the other person from predicting his movements. She advised him to use tension to lift his body, to put force into changing his direction. "Try not to get wounded, because just one hit will make you helpless," the girl shouted at him. Because if he was going to get wounded, he needed to get it in a way that would not be critical. Preventing loss of mobility? That's the same as Immortals, the guy thought. Training with both coaches taught him that the fighting styles of Immortals and Shapers are adapted to their characteristics. And Gwynnick started running even faster and continued to think that neither of them had taught him how to fight. The guy fell to his knees and froze for some reason. Then he got up and started running again, panting heavily. He kept thinking that it was these two coaches who taught him how to survive, in any situation he might find himself in. Immortals need to beware of weapons like knives, which can cause painful and serious wounds. As for rifles, the shotgun was more dangerous than the usual rifle. On the other hand, shapeshifters are more excited about those who attack them with a knife. This meant that all they had to do was to turn and strike. The reflexes and strength of the shapeshifter allowed them to react in this way. Yes, but the shotgun was the best for them because its range was short, but if you got too close to it, the game was over, and so they could only move away so that they could not be hit, because shapeshifters cannot regenerate, so their movements were designed to avoid getting hit. Dozens of bullets from the trainer's gun were lying on the floor of the gym. Vanek sat down tiredly and tried to catch his breath when the coach came up to him and told him that the training was over. He looked around and wondered how they were going to clean up. The girl ordered him to get up and run through the wire, and Vanek picked up the barbell like he did last time, and thought that physical fitness was better than doing some senseless injuries. When he put his foot on the wire, he felt something strange, as if there was some kind of crazy monster behind him. He became scared, but concentrating, he walked along the wire. All along the way, he felt scared and scared. He kept looking around and didn't see anyone around him. The presence of someone could be felt in his skin. Finally, he reached the trainer, who was looking at something on the tablet again. The girl looked at him with a serious face and asked, "Did he feel it?" The boy looked at her as if numb with fear. "What was that?" he asked. "It's called wild bloodlust, and I can see that you could feel it," the coach replied. "Don't do that again. I thought my heart was going to break into pieces." "I didn't like it one bit," Gwanky shouted at her, to which she replied that it's normal when you get used to it. "You know, if you have a similar situation, it will be easier for you," she explained. "So keep training," she ordered. And so the shapeshifter began his training, but strangely enough, after 2 days, Gvank stopped falling to the ground when he ran along the wire, and he finally figured out how to resist the teacher's bloodlust. Thanks to his sharpened immortal senses, he was able to pick up the sensation of bloodthirst with his 5 senses, and use his 6th sense to deal with it. "If you bend your lower abdomen and keep it that way, you can handle it," he thought as he ran with the barbell along the wire. As he ran skillfully, the teacher watched him with interest from a distance. She was silent. His classes continued to alternate between the shapeshifter and the immortal, but training with an immortal teacher was hellish for him, because in addition to organ regeneration, he had to train with axes, arrows, and spears. And even with traps, his immortal teacher did not spare him anything. For him, the more ferocious the weapon, the better the training result. The teacher explained that you have to be careful with traps, because as soon as you step on them, they start to cause terrible pain, and because of this, the brain will not work at full capacity. "So the most dangerous weapon is the one that can cause permanent pain, not short-term pain?" Gvank asked him again. "Usually, immortals fight by simply getting injured," the teacher explained to him. "That's why you have to get used to pain, because pain slows down logical thinking." A little later, the immortal teacher ordered him to take his poison. Training with the shapeshifter teacher was also not easy. The guy trained using loads on belts and vests. At the same time, he was adding weight with sandbags on his wrists and legs. The young man continued to train to dodge bullets and walk on wire, and at other times he trained his body with dumbbells and a barbell. He was beginning to settle into his new life. His family also underwent small changes. In the midst of training, his father left for a business trip, and the boy witnessed his parents saying goodbye to each other, looking like teenagers. His mother was crying and couldn't let go of his father, constantly asking how they would see each other, and the father, laughing, reassured her that they would see each other every day. Gvannek stood looking at them and rolled his eyes, thinking that it was as if they were going to be separated for several years. The immortal teacher, in addition to the holes all over the boy's body, also taught Gvannek how to use conventional weapons and martial arts. One day, the teacher told the boy that he would quickly learn how to use a weapon, and with those words, it all started. But this did not mean that it was too difficult for Gvannek, probably because his body was a shapeshifter and his reflexes were those of an immortal. He learned everything very quickly as if playing. At the same time, the teacher taught Gavanicus how to shoot with all kinds of weapons, giving him models, which she had a collection of. One day, the trainer suggested that he also learn martial arts, which would also be useful to him in life, and promised to show him some video lessons, adding that learning to shoot from a weapon was quite difficult because it required the use of the senses. She wished she knew the truth about the guy and what he was doing outside of the gym, but the boy was unusual and had mixed blood, with the special 5 senses of immortals, so he mastered the weapon quite easily, which surprised the girl. 2 months passed in such frantic training and time flew by for Gvanek. One day, the boy returned from the gym and his father slyly asked if he had been there. The parents both looked at the boy, and the father said that he was very strong, even though he was his son. They started arguing. His mother said that Gvanek was taking after his father, and he replied that their son was as smart as his mother. Gvanek admired them and their relationship, and wondered why he didn't have a younger brother yet. The boy went into the bathroom and undressed. He began to carefully examine his body in the mirror, admiring the results of his training. And at that moment he thought, why doesn't he have a girlfriend yet? His standards weren't that high. He just wanted someone pretty and mature, but at the same time someone alluring, and she should be able to cook. Ideally have the same preferences as him. He would like her to look good, especially in jeans, and she should be smart and know what she wanted to do. This is the image of his girlfriend that Gvanek came up with. Suddenly his mother's phone rang. She answered the phone briefly and told Gwank that she was going to see Hemming's mother, thinking that her friend must be stressed because her child was a high school graduate. Well, it's quite a difficult time for a child, her son smiled. Gvanek was left alone, sitting and thinking about something. He didn't notice his mother come out, so he decided to take a shower. After washing, he shouted to his mother where his hairdryer was, but no one answered him. Now his phone rang, and he opened the message with interest and began to read that tomorrow was the exam. This meant that not much time had passed since the last big exam, but the boy felt quite strange. His mother had written to him saying that the testing centre was in Yoido, and that he shouldn't be late. Gvanek recalled his meeting with his friends, and when he told them that he would not be entering the university, those guys were very surprised by this decision and thought it was arrogant, and one of them asked to see his grades. Under their chatter, the boy thought that he did not consider it a shame, but he did not use his good grades and was never going to go to college. His path was already set 9 years ago, when a black hole called the Hughes Gate opened. On that day, little Gvanek was trapped in the chaos by the rubble of a collapsed house. It was then that he saw someone who was fighting endless invaders, and it was then that he decided he wanted to be just like him. Gwanka sat and thought that his mother would definitely be upset if she knew the truth, because she had said the day he woke up that she wanted him to have a normal life. In the meantime, his mother went outside to meet someone, and someone called out to her. It was Coach Gwanika, and she asked her what excuse she had for leaving. I told her I had to meet the mother of one of my students who lives in the neighborhood. They went to a local cafe and ordered a cola and some food. Sitting down in front of a beautiful panoramic window, the coach finally asked her if she wasn't interested in how her son was doing because she had never asked her about it. The mother replied that she only wanted him to do well for a half-breed, because his mixed blood of a shapeshifter and a human usually doesn't have half the abilities of a shapeshifter, so she couldn't ask him about it because she was so worried about him. And at that moment in another city, Gvanek's father's phone rang. The man picked up the phone and after listening for a minute asked if it was serious. He expired and started screaming that they could throw him into the ocean with his arms and legs cut off, but the caller asked him if he really didn't know anything, because he thought that Gvanek's father hadn't called him, because he must have known everything already. "What are you talking about?" the father asked. The caller replied, "It's not a standard call." The father could not believe what he was hearing. Meanwhile, the girls continued their conversation. Gvanek's mother said that her son didn't have to be good or outstanding, she just wanted him to be able to stand up for himself, for example against groups of crazy scientists or something like that. The coach replied that there was a group recently that tried to combine different special species to create something that would surpass the strength of purebreds. They were the irregulars, but they failed, and only managed to create grotesque monsters that had the power of both parents, the trainer explained. Gwyneka's mother told her that there was only one conclusion here. If you are immortal, or a shapeshifter, or a superhuman, or something else, and you have children with a human, it will weaken the blood of your special species. "You're lucky," the trainer laughed. "What do you mean?" asked her mother. "You just hit the jackpot in the form of your son," the trainer explained to her, hinting at their origins. Meanwhile, the father continued a nervous conversation on the phone and asked if his son was weaker than a quarter of his strength, because he thought that he was at least half his strength, because his family tree was very strong. The caller told him that it was the opposite, that the boy was very talented, and he had never seen such abilities, and taught him how to even hide his energy. The father was surprised by what he heard. At this time, the girls were also discussing Gvanek. His trainer said that his bloodline was very strong, and he had a very good mind. The boy's mother was surprised by this characterization. "He is very talented, and has even learned to have a wild thirst for blood," she exclaimed. Gvanek's mother was numb from what she heard. At that moment, the father told the caller that if he was lying to please him, he would bury him for 2 weeks. At that moment, Gwintika's mother told the coach that she would be very angry if she joked with her like that. "I say it's absolutely true. Your son is incredibly talented," said the caller, who turned out to be Gavin's immortal teacher. The coach laughed at the woman's words and reiterated that her son was a true genius. Being in different places of the city, both parents said the same phrase at that moment as expected from my son. Gwank woke up and came into the kitchen to greet his mother. After wiping his eyes, he asked her who was preparing breakfast, where was their father. The woman replied that his father had already left for work and told the boy to wash his face and sit down to eat. Gvanek looked at the table, which was covered with plates full of food, and asked in surprise what the buffet was for. His mother looked at him in surprise and replied that today was an important day. Indeed, it was the day of the civil service exam. His mother explained to him that his brain would need glucose, which has a sweet taste and dissolves well in water and gives the body energy. Therefore, Gvanek had to eat well, but not too much, because if he ate too much, he would be sleepy or nauseous, and that would be a big problem for him. Gwank listened to her and thought that only his training was focused on survival and not on brain activity. The boy ate and thanked his mother. She asked him if he was ready for the exam. He answered that he was so ready that even in his dreams he remembered everything he had learned, recalling how in his dreams his legs were beaten and his organs were pierced. His mother looked at him sadly and said that if he did not pass this exam, their father would be very disappointed. Gvanek looked at her and noticed that she was very upset, and she clearly did not like the idea of him becoming a civil servant, but she still did not want him to fail this exam. She wanted to support him at the same time, but she was still very worried about him. The boy smiled at her and asked her not to worry too much about him, thinking that he was still immortal. In response, his mother promised him to fight him in the boxing ring if he failed this exam. The woman cheered up and asked him once again to try to pass the exam, and Gvank swore to her that everything would be fine. He went and called to the elevator and decided to put on his headphones, because music was the best thing to help him with his nerves. Suddenly he remembered that he had the thrill of being an immortal, and he began to sing loudly, and he was good at it, as if he had practiced it. When he got to the 30th floor on the words, "That's how much I love you," the door opened and he saw a pretty girl who also called the elevator. The guy coughed, and she smiled and looked up from her smartphone. Gvanek felt hot and flushed red. The girl laughed and said that when he proposed to her, she would like him not to sing because someone so beautiful doesn't have to be able to sing. Gwank knew her. She was his neighbour Kanghaemin. She got into the elevator and Gwank asked her why she was interested in it at all. The girl slyly asked him if he wasn't planning to confess his love to her. The guy said he wasn't going to. "Why?" she asked in surprise. Gvank sharply replied that he had talked about his type of girl 100 times. She took him by the arm and scolded him that such beauties with a good figure and a mind were hard to find, and giggled. The elevator reached the first floor and Gvank got out, telling her not to say such things on the street. Or had she forgotten the world they lived in? Or did she want to give him a gift in the form of 2 metal bracelets? She forgot to add greed to the brains. And he got out of the elevator. The girl ran after him. The guy was crossing the street and she was running after him, yelling at him to wait. The guy coldly told her not to follow him. But she continued to follow him, so they came to the Ed Wheeler building, which was a comprehensive education company founded in 2002 by Yang Hyun Nam. The girl asked him where he was going. Gwank replied that he was going to take the civil servant exam. He menacingly ordered her to return to school. She snapped back that she was already in her senior year and would be entering university next year. Gvanek congratulated her sharply and told her not to waste her life on parties and drinking when she received her passport. She replied that she was currently studying at a women's school, but would choose a regular university, where a pack of rabid wolves could attack such a beauty. The girl was giving it her all. Gvanek hissed at her to take care of her education first, because her mother would soon go crazy with her. At that moment, Gvanek's bus approached and he walked toward it. The girl shouted back at him that they could start dating and he would help her with her studies, because it's really cool when your boyfriend is good at school. Without turning around, Gvanek told her not to shout like that and not to scare his future wife and went into the bus. The girl got angry and cursed. Sitting on the bus, Gvanek remembered how this little lady hadn't changed at all, and how she used to rush to the boys in all situations to fight, and he smiled. That was her special greeting. After about 10 minutes, his bus stopped at the stop he needed. It was a multi-story building where everyone was taking the general civil service exam. The guy walked into the lobby and looked at his watch. It was 7:50 in the morning and the exam was scheduled for 9. He was too early. Gvanek shook his head and couldn't figure out where to go. He walked up to the reception desk where 2 girls were standing and said hello. One of them asked him why he was here so early. The carpenter explained that today they were taking an exam for special employment, and suddenly a man in a suit came up to them and asked if he was taking it too. The man was stout, about 45 years old, and had stern features. He looked at the boy carefully and suspiciously. Then he asked Gvanek to show him his statement. The boy could sense his distrust of him. He checked his application, introduced himself as Yu Kwang-ik, and told him to go up to the 9th floor. Kwang-ik took the elevator and entered a spacious room where he was greeted by a girl with bright hair. The guy asked her uncertainly if he had the wrong classroom, and she asked him to show her his application again if he was there for the exam. After carefully rereading everything, the girl confirmed that everything was correct. She directed him to walk forward until he saw a door at the end of the corridor. Kwang-ik thought that everything was very complicated, probably because the exam is taken by mortals. He found the right door with a sign on it saying that it was the place for the special employment exam. The guy read it and thought, is the soundproofing there good? He thought there would be a lot of blood and noise, and he was surprised that such an exam was held in the very centre of the city. Is this what the power of the world government looks like? The guy gathered all his courage, because he was visibly nervous, but he thought he had to get himself together, because if he opened the door, knives might fly at him, and maybe if he turned away from them, that would be the condition for getting into the exam. His mind was racing with all sorts of thoughts. He opened the door a little with the thought that he was sure that he would suffer the same torment as he had during training. But the auditorium was completely empty of people. There were only ordinary chairs and tables, and the guy began to doubt his guesses. At the main table sat a bald man who told him that he was the first. The carpenter looked at his baldness in surprise. He ordered the man to show his application for verification. The carpenter silently handed it over, thinking that a long time ago they had invented a baldness remedy from materials found in a white hole, and although it had side effects, there were cheaper options. Or maybe it's a fashion for baldness. He couldn't calm down. He felt funny for some reason. The man asked for his ID card. Kwang-ik handed it over, thinking that he was probably being taken for a clown. Your number is 48. Please go to that table, the man said after checking the documents. The guy looked at him in surprise and thought again that he had imagined everything wrong because there were no tables or chairs at his training sessions. He sat down at the table in silence, guessing that this bald man could have attacked him with a knife. But he decided to keep his guard up anyway, because everything was quite strange and unexpected. We have to be prepared for any turn of events, Kwang decided firmly and sat quietly watching. After a while, the classroom was filled with other applicants, and the time was approaching 9 in the morning. Everyone around him had books and notebooks out and was reading. Kwang was sitting there, and seeing all this, he started to panic. He felt stupid because he hadn't read any notes or books. The man suddenly asked who hadn't brought pens for the exam yet. Looking at Kwang, he realized that he was sitting without anything and at an empty table. The bald uncle's face looked as if he was asking Kwang who he was, but the boy began to recall the turmoil of preparing for this exam, how his mother had asked him to prepare for it, and how hellish the training was for him. He remembered the hateful, sharp daggers that cut his legs to the blood and bone, the terrible collar that strangled him to unconsciousness, and how he had made a decision during those trainings that he would give his best on the exam. Kwang remembered this terrible pain when the immortal teacher first wounded him in the stomach, but no matter what, he was not going to give up. He sat in thought and shock for 50 minutes. Suddenly, the examiner announced that the exam would start in 10 minutes. Kwang felt that something had gone wrong. He finally heard the teacher's question about who hadn't brought pens, and he remembered that he had come empty-handed. He approached the teacher and took the pen. Looking at it with a surprised look, he thought that it looked like an ordinary marker, and perhaps this exam would really be written. Kwang looked at everyone in the classroom and thought that everything looked like a final exam, with everyone around him reading and repeating something. Looking at the girls, he noticed that all of them had very unusual look, and looking at the boys, he thought that with such appearance they could be sent to idols. He looked to his right and saw his neighbour, the guy who caught his eye the most. The boy was sitting and reading a book attentively, and had a very good appearance and a nice body. Looking at him, the carpenter noticed that his hands were very good, and that he would probably be the best for advertising. Behind him, he noticed a strange light, but the guy continued to read carefully without distraction. The light was quite bright and shone on half of his head. Kwang looked at it openly. He could not understand what it was. Suddenly, another man entered the room, the same man who had checked Kwang's application at the reception desk, and the audience immediately fell silent. And something strange began to happen. The examiners began to put huge screens between the tables of applicants, separating them. Each of them was now completely isolated from each other by 4 walls. Kwang sat there and wondered if they had decided to put up screens for hypersensitive immortals. That's why there was such a large distance between the tables, and they would probably be handing out exam papers now. He stood up and began to look through the screen, thinking that he was probably not late to take the exam paper. And at that moment, the examiner came to him and said that his number was wrong. He was now the 50th and ordered him to move to another table. The guy thought that if it were a different exam, he would not have been in such a hurry to attend it either. For some reason, he was sure that the exam would be easy for him, until he started reading the exam paper and realized that he was wrong. The guy grabbed his head from what he read. It was easier for him to run around with daggers than all this. He could hear everyone in the classroom whispering that it was too complicated. Vanek gathered his strength and began to read the sheets carefully, rounding his eyes each time. The exam paper contained tests with descriptions of situations that could happen and answers. Gvank quickly skimmed through the questions and thought, I don't understand why everyone around me is whining. What's so hard about this if the answer was obvious and it was the fourth option? He reread the question again about what to do if he was wounded, and began to think that the wound was not big enough and therefore it was better to choose to stop the bleeding, and he checked the box. The guy remembered training with an immortal teacher who told him that the first thing to do was to stop the bleeding, otherwise he would go into shock. Then he would need to perform hemostasis, and only then find shelter. That's exactly what he told him, though it took Gvanek a couple of runs on sharp daggers to realize it. The answer was obvious. By stopping the bleeding, a small wound would not pose a great threat. The next question was how much blood loss could lead to shock. He recalled how his teacher could not understand why. When he stabbed him in the stomach and there was a large blood loss, the boy did not go into shock and shouted that he did not understand the reason. Then the teacher told him that immortals are similar to humans at the core, and therefore the answer was obvious to Gvanek. It was option 3. The boy read on, and was asked what to do if you can't dodge a knife. He thought that it was better to put his hand out, because he had heard about the importance of mobile strength. And he answered with the number 1 answer, recalling a movie he had watched a long time ago. It told the story of a man from a poor neighborhood who took part in a quiz. A large sum of money was at stake, and so the participant guessed the answers based on his life experience. The exam questions were indeed quite difficult but surprisingly interesting. Most likely this exam was designed for applicants who have life experience in such situations, because only having the body of an immortal fashion was it possible to go through such tests. Gvankik assessed his level of knowledge as if he had been hanging out in hell. It really turned out that the advice given by the immortal teacher and the skills he had learned from him helped him to identify the correct answers. After a while, the exam paper was filled with answers. Gvanek looked at it and came to the conclusion that his hard strength training was the real learning. He turned the sheet over and saw that there was another question on the back, namely how to kill an immortal in an empty answer field, which meant that the applicant had to write his own answer. The boy read the question again and thought the answer was quite obvious. He stuck his head over the screen and told the bald examiner that he was done and asked how much time was left. The bald examiner looked at him and thought that the boy had given up, but he loudly announced that those who had finished could leave the classroom, leaving their exam papers on the table. Vaniak got ready and went out into the corridor. There he saw the girl from the carriage he had met at the entrance. Her name was Nuna. She asked him if he had read what was written on the first page of questions, and she smiled. The guy nodded, and she continued to say that he needed to sign his consent and gave him a tablet. Gvanek silently put his electronic signature. At the same time, Nuna monotonously told him about the norms of the law on the protection of personal information. She smiled very sweetly at him and asked if he was really a half-breed. Gvanek confirmed that it was a type of collaboration between a werewolf and an immortal. Nuna sincerely told him that she would hope for his success. She liked the guy. Gvanek also thanked her quite nicely, thinking that he had been given the green light. The day was coming to an end, and the windows in the building where the exam was being given were lit up. The bald examiner was sitting and checking the papers. He came to Gvanek's work, and after a minute he grabbed his head in surprise. He was reading the boy's answer to the last question, which asked about the methods of killing an immortal, and he started muttering in amazement. Gvank had mentioned 4 methods: strangulation, freezing, dismemberment, and burning, all of which were really dangerous for an immortal, and could lead to unconsciousness as a result of blocked airways. This also applied to the method of freezing with liquid nitrogen. Burning in the fire was also a valid method because burns of the whole body lead to the immortal's activities stopping. Dismemberment was also suitable, because in such a situation regeneration was impossible. The man read and thought that there were endless ways to kill an immortal, which meant that there was no specific answer. Most immortals have an aversion to safety, so you have to take into account all deadly weapons and all situations. The meaning of the last question was that the body of an immortal could regenerate, but it was still possible to die. If you know all the reasons that can lead to death, you can reduce the likelihood of it happening. The bald examiner began to carefully study Gvanek's questionnaire, remembering that he had heard that the boy was born of a human and an immortal, so his physical abilities might be low, but that meant he had a good mind. After checking the test, he had to identify and evaluate his first impression of the boy, and describe him accordingly. He recalled his image and noted that he didn't look like an immortal, didn't bring a pen to the exam, came a full hour early and sat staring at one point, and left early. With a sigh, the man began to describe him. 2 weeks passed and Gvanek's phone rang. He picked it up and had a short conversation with someone. After hanging up, he happily told his mother, who was cooking as usual, that he had passed the exam. The woman happily replied that this was good news. "But I didn't just pass it," Gvanek told her, and showed her the phone screen. She could not understand what he meant. On the screen of the phone was a message from the university, which said that Gvank had won first place in the written exam for civil servants. First place? My mother's eyes rounded and she rushed to call my father. She shouted into the phone that their son had won first place, and they decided to celebrate with a festive dinner and cooked top-quality veal. Gvanek heard about the delicious meal and slyly asked his mother if he could unbuckle his pants today. His mother laughed and told him to wear pants with an elastic band. An hour later, his father returned to their apartment. Vanek happily opened the door and greeted him. He was holding 2 bags of groceries, from which packages of veal were peeking out. Gvank looked at the packages and thought that his favourite meat had finally arrived. His father noticed his look and laughed, and told him to at least pretend to look at him. After about 20 minutes, a strange and fabulous aroma of roasted meat spread through the apartment. The family was celebrating their adult son's first victory, and everyone was really happy about this news. The parents were overjoyed and chattering among themselves. The father told Gwanek that he had no doubts about his abilities. The boy replied that now it was clear whose son he was, to which his mother laughed and added that of course he was theirs. They started asking him what exactly happened at the exam, and the boy said that the questions were much easier than he thought. At that moment he remembered his immortal teacher and thought that he was really very cool. His father told them that if the results were in, they would have an interview soon, which meant that the admission process was over. The mother asked her husband a little anxiously what department their son would go to now. He replied that he did not know for sure, but he would probably start at a state enterprise under the Ministry of Administrative Security. Gvank had stuffed his mouth full of meat and could not chew it quickly, and he blinked in surprise. It seemed to him that his father had somehow deviated from a direct answer, although he was behaving as usual. His mother handed him another piece of meat without noticing. The boy chewed and wondered why the government and Old Force chose immortals. And what do they do with immortal civil servants? He had a lot of questions, but he realized that no one would answer them. His father noticed his thoughtfulness and asked what was wrong with him. Some time after passing the exam, he received a message about the date of the interview, which was to take place in the same building. The guy wore an elegant business suit, a white shirt and tie. He remembered that his father had never given him any advice about the interview, so he asked him again, and he said he didn't know anything, he just had to show his personality and answer clearly and concisely. Well, it can't be helped, so the stronger man will win, thought Gwank. His mother, who was standing behind him and admiring him, called out to him. She wished her son good luck with tears in her eyes. Gwanky looked at himself in the mirror and was pleased with himself. He smiled and thanked her. He left the apartment and called the elevator. While the elevator was riding, the guy looked at himself in the mirror. He thought that he could go into show business looking like this. Suddenly he heard a familiar girl's voice behind him. Why are you staring in the mirror? Are you admiring yourself? It was his neighbour, again. The guy hissed that they had been seeing each other a lot lately. Maybe she was stalking him? I was just passing by, the girl replied, twirling the bag in her hands. You should have sat down and read a book instead of wandering around, the boy snapped at her. When you become my tutor, then you'll have the right to swing, she threw back angrily. I'm busy! Gvankit cut her off. By the way, that suit looks good on you, the girl exclaimed and laughed. I know it, Gvank shouted with satisfaction without turning around, and so they talked as usual. Gvank came to the exam centre again, and it was full of students, each of whom was sitting on his gadget and reading desperately. The guy looked at them and thought that everyone was trying so hard. Looking at all the applicants, Gvanek saw a guy he knew sitting next to him at the exam and glowing. He was sitting with his arms folded across his chest and his eyes closed. Suddenly he opened his eyes and looked at him strangely. The guy felt uncomfortable and thought he couldn't understand why he was acting like that, so he decided to sit away from him just in case. The corridor was packed with people. Everyone was sitting quietly and waiting. Suddenly, the door opened and a stranger came out and called Gvanek's number, 48 and name, and the guy responded. He was invited to enter the classroom. When he entered, he saw 2 people, a man and a woman with bright hair. The man had a straight red head and eyebrows. Gvanek looked at him and thought that his skin was too white and his hair was too fiery, so he came up with the call sign candle. A girl sat next to him. Her face was familiar to the boy. She smiled and said they already knew each other. It was Nuna, the one who had met him at the exam, and now it turned out that the girl was on the jury. Vanek sat down on a chair across from their table and was asked the first question. What made him apply to their company? The guy began to think chaotically about what to answer, because if he told the truth that his father had forced him to, he would be thrown out of there with a whistle, and he blurted out that he was interested in finding out his capabilities in such a difficult exam. And also to fulfill his dream, he added loudly. Which dream? The man asked him again. I want to fight for our people and homeland, the boy added. The red-headed man raised his eyebrows and asked what sacrifices Gvanek was willing to make for his comrade in battle. Gvank replied that it all depends on the situation. So you mean you won't sacrifice anything? The man asked him again. That's not quite true. I'll just find an effective way out of a difficult situation, Gvank replied, thinking that it sounded a bit defiant. Then they started asking other questions. Nuna formed a situation, for example. His mother and girlfriend were drowning in the water. Who would he save first? Gvank replied confidently that he thought he could save both of them because he was a good swimmer. Then the red-haired man asked his own question, namely if there was only one bullet left and 2 targets, what would he do? The guy answered that he would shoot one and immobilize the other by hitting him with his gun. At that moment, Nuna imagined how epic it would look. After a while, the interview ended. The guy confidently answered all the questions and returned home with a calm soul. A few days passed and Gvanek spent all this time playing games on his phone. One morning, his mother came into his room. It was 10 o'clock and her son was still sleeping. She was surprised to hear that he had been idle since the interview and asked him if he had any plans for the day. He sleepily replied that he did in fact have plans. The woman reminded him what would happen if he failed the exam. Vanek was surprised to hear that he would have a boxing sparring match with her, and at the end of it, there would be bloodshed. "And what were your plans?" she asked him again. "With myself," her son answered. He went on to explain that he just wanted to eat, sleep, and have fun. The mother's face changed and she clenched her fist at what she heard. Seeing such a reaction, the boy suddenly thought that he urgently wanted to do something else, like go to the mountains. His mother dryly ordered him to leave the room and talk. Without arguing, the boy quickly dressed and sat down across from her to talk. She said in a mysterious way that he should be careful at the university. Vanek could not understand what she meant. The woman explained that the instincts of werewolves are dangerous, and if they get the better of him, there could be trouble. "What kind of trouble?" asked her son. The mother explained that most often it was beatings and rape. The boy listened numbly. She continued to say that once there was a legend about a werewolf who howled at the full moon. Once upon a time, a werewolf could not control his instincts and began to howl at the moon, and that night was a full moon. "So if you can't control your own desires, you should go out and scream. It'll make you feel better," his mother advised him. "But if you believe the news, it's the magicians and superhumans who cause the most problems. And besides, I've never heard of anyone howling late at night," her son replied. "But there is a way to defeat your desires," she said. "It is self-control." Vanek smiled ironically at her, and recalled how his mother used to take him to the mountains after waking up, and obviously it was a kind of training. "The second way is to relieve tension, and then the remaining energy can be spent on training," she said loudly with instruction. "That's why I told you to find a girlfriend, otherwise you'll always be a womanizer," said Gvanek's mother to the blushing Gvanek. "Although you were born with a high probability of doing something," she added, and the boy bent his head guiltily. "Hey, maybe you like guys, and I just didn't know," she asked. Gvanek screamed out in fright. "No, you have to live with everyone for a month during orientation training. What kind of company is this?" the woman questioned him. "I think you've probably been accepted, so maybe you can do what you really want to do before you're assigned to a position," she asked the surprised Gvanek. And the guy remembered how at the interview he was congratulated on his final pass and given the documents, namely the instructions for successful candidates of Farim. The guy started reading it and was surprised to see that it mentioned a 5-week internship with joint residence. He did not understand what they would teach there and what kind of joint residence was it. His eyes grew bigger and bigger with each point. He was surprised to read that the trainee's annual salary would be 65 million won. The company would cover all physical training costs, pay bonuses, cover cultural and entertainment events, and provide a workplace and an apartment nearby after the internship was over. There were a whole bunch of privileges. It seemed that with each point they were getting bigger and bigger, and the trainee would be exempt from military service after 18 months of work. The guy read in disbelief. It was some crazy company with a dream job. Nuna was looking at him the whole time and asked him with a smile if he had any more questions. "Can I show these documents to my parents?" Gwank asked her. "And tell me, is your father an immortal?" she asked, and Gwyneth confirmed. She added with a smile that if he wanted to see his mother behind bars for the rest of his life, he should tell her everything because it would be an incredible memory. She talked about terrible things with a smile. That is why Vanek did not tell his mother anything. He decided to melt his mother's heart by saying that her son wanted to try to become the head of a state corporation that was part of the Ministry of Administrative Security. And when he returned home, he told her. The mother was surprised to hear him say that she believed that young people who have a bright future ahead of them and who will run the country should have similar intentions. Vanek thought he just wanted to try to work for a company that recognized his talent, not for money and an apartment. He was being disingenuous. "You speak well," his mother told him. To which Gvanek replied that wasn't it all thanks to his smart father and beautiful mother, thinking that his mixed blood also played a significant role. "I'm glad you're my son, judging by the way your little phrases don't make me mad," his mum melted. "I wish there was a child like you among the werewolves," she said, looking at her son carefully. "It's okay, Mum, really?" Gwynneth smiled at her. "I think that I have a good mix of two bloods. Werewolves have instincts that are difficult to control, and immortals have keen senses. The instincts of the former can manifest themselves in a very acute form, and among the latter there are especially sensitive ones. He did not consider himself to be either of them, and I can handle my instincts perfectly thanks to the internet, Gvank thought, because he was still young. And as for the high sensitivity of immortals, he was perfectly able to sleep anywhere and eat anything, he thought as he went to bed. When morning came, Gvanek was determined not to worry about anything, and he received a message about where the training would be held. He was absolutely sure that wherever he went and whatever he did, he would be there. He had complete confidence in his abilities. Gvanek stood with his suitcase and looked at the bus, which was already approaching him. It was already afternoon and the sun was at its zenith. The people at the bus stop seemed to be melting from the heat. Gvank finally got on the bus and sat down in a comfortable seat by the window. Summer, hot summer, he thought. The bus was new and comfortable, with comfortable seats and several air conditioners that made the air comfortable, not like the people who were roasting in the sun at the bus stop. Only immortals were sitting in it and it was half empty. Everyone was looking forward to the trip to the trainee orientation. Gwyneth got on the bus and looked at everyone again. At first glance, he could tell who was a purebred and who was a half-breed. The purebloods were easy to recognize. They had a specific appearance that caught the eye, and their aura was completely different. Gwyneth could feel it using his 5 senses and his extraordinary intuition. He was sitting in the seat, and across the aisle from him was the guy next to him on the exam. Gvanek looked at him again and thought. The guy swore to himself that he would sit next to him again because there were no other seats available. He began to listen, and everyone on the bus began to get to know each other, telling who was a half-breed and who was not, and someone offered to eat. The acquaintance was in full swing. Gvank was listening to all this and remembered his conversation with his father, who told him to try to make more friends and not to judge people by their clothes, because it often happens that someone you don't like is a good person, and vice versa. Then the father lovingly patted him on the head and told him that his son had grown a lot and was much taller than him. The father laughed and replied that it was not about height and asked how Gvanek slept. The boy replied that he was fine, to which his father said that he had a big problem with that at his age. Gvanek asked why, and his father told him that he had total insomnia because the sounds coming from the neighbouring house kept him awake. How did you solve this problem? You can't stay awake all the time, the boy said, thinking that werewolves restrain their instincts with self-control, and he didn't understand how immortals cope with their high sensitivity. His father went on to say that he used earplugs, put on a sleeping mask, covered himself with a microfiber blanket, and none of this helped him. And then he bought a 4-story building and made a room in the centre and walled himself in with soundproof walls. Is this really an option? And what are poor people supposed to do? His son asked. His father didn't seem to hear the question and continued to say that if you continue to fight insomnia and lead a social life, eventually you find a way to control your feelings and it becomes easier. Well, there was one more option. You could go to the mountains to train for about 3 years. Vanek listened to him in amazement and thought that his father had such a hard time controlling his feelings, and he could do it as easily as breathing. His father explained something else, that werewolves have a fine control of the muscles of the whole body, so the control of sensations is very similar. For example, when you perk up your ears or tense a part of your back, all the guys who will be with you will be like that, and they went home where their mother was waiting for them. Suddenly, a stranger neighbour opened his eyes and said to Gvanek, "Hi." He looked at him in surprise and blurted out that this was the 3rd time. The neighbour's face showed that he did not understand what he was talking about. Gvanek explained that this was the 3rd time they had seen each other. "Do you know me?" Gvanek thought in surprise. At this point, the neighbour also thought that they had actually met twice and had exchanged glances. Gvanek told him that they had met at the test, at the interview, and now. The neighbour told him that this was the first time he had ever seen him. Gvanek angrily said to his father that it was not only the first impression, but after the second dialogue everything was clear. The memory of this prince was clear to him. Mentally, he called him a shameless mug. He was very annoying. Mentally, he sent this prince away and looked back and saw a girl. He decided to meet her, noting that she was also blonde but did not look like a pureblood. He told her loudly that he was glad to meet her. The girl sat there indifferently and remained silent. "You're a pureblood or a half-breed. It's not quite clear from your appearance," Gvank said to her, looking at her carefully. The girl looked at him and said that he was immortal on his father's side. His senses were dulled. He grew up in prosperity, not even knowing where they were being taken. He bought into the terms of the contract. "Am I right?" "No, you're not. I have cosmic dreams about this company, you green-haired girl," Gwanky thought angrily. "And who are you?" asked her boyfriend. "And I'm pouring your observation skills at all," the stranger scolded him. She went on to tell him in a monotone that immortals are very sensitive people, and the reason why everyone sat away from the windows was because of the sunlight coming through the curtains. And even talking now is a torment. I know this very well, because I'm just as sensitive to the sun. Vanek shouted to her that the half-breeds were quietly eating chips and making noise on the bus, but the girl was not one of the quiet ones and snapped at him, calling him a blind turkey and ordering him to shut up. Gvanek began to pound with anger. He was so angry that he wanted to forget the words about the politeness of his parents and punch her in the face. He folded his arms across his chest and for some reason remembered that his father had been called a thorn when he was in a relationship, and that was after he had awakened and learned to control his abilities. It seemed to him that this girl was really right, but that did not justify her rudeness. The boy looked at the whole bus again and decided that it was a real hearse on its way to the orientation. He continued to think that if he opened a packet of chips he would be an enemy of the people, and it was a good thing he had a good breakfast. And in a moment he realized that he felt something unpleasant in his intestines. It was gas, his breakfast was too big, and the 2 liters of soy milk were probably too much, and his stomach started to turn. At that moment he had a childlike, brilliant idea. He thought of letting out his gases and spoiling the air in the direction of the rude neighbour behind him. The smell spread quickly and she realised everything. Covering her nose, she hissed that he was a real bastard. My uncontrolled revenge is complete, Gwanky thought with a satisfied smile on his face. Several hours passed since the gas attack. Everyone on the bus suffered for a while, and finally the bus reached its destination. Everyone got off at the platform of a beautiful bus station and walked in the same direction, carrying their suitcases. They reached a certain neighbourhood, and Gwanka thought that somewhere around here they must have found a hotel. Suddenly someone called out to him from behind. What did you eat this morning? Asked a boy with red hair, and his friend with green hair started laughing. Vanek looked around and thought that these must be the same half-breeds from the end of the bus, and they had certainly become friends. The green-haired one introduced himself as Kim Yo-han and was 21 years old, and the red-haired one said he was Panguite and was 23. The boys used the words pan and gui, which means gases, in a joking way. Yun, you should have farted then. I'm Yu Kwang-ik. I'm 20 years old, Gwang-yuk introduced himself. Speaking of age, it doesn't matter who's older or younger. You probably don't know anything, said the red-haired Hyun. Why is that? It's the company's orientation in such a situation. We would call each other Mr. and Miss, Gwank replied. The boy began to stare into the distance and gasped in surprise that he saw something. Down in the valley, everyone saw a huge 4-story training centre with training grounds buried in the greenery of the trees. The guys suddenly heard someone shouting to everyone to line up in 5 rows. Faster! Someone shouted again, and all the applicants started running with their suitcases to the centre. Gvank looked at the crowd of people and thought that there must be 100 people here. A lot of people were selected. After running, everyone was standing there panting for breath. Gvanek looked and could not understand why everyone was dying. It was easy to run with a suitcase. Suddenly, one of the examiners in a military uniform, wearing a cap and dark glasses, appeared in front of the applicants. He was bald. Next to him stood an examiner with red hair, whom Gvanek called Candle and Nuna, who were also in uniform. The bald man began to speak loudly. He could be heard in all corners of the courtyard, that from that day on for a month, all applicants would have to work hard for their good abs. He went on to shout that they were all already disappointed in them because they had no stamina, and as a result were short of breath. He then ordered everyone to turn their heads back, and everyone looked back together and saw the concrete treadmills. Do you see those 3 trees? Baldy asked loudly. Now everyone run to them. The first 15 people will be the winners. And the whole crowd instantly exploded and ran toward the target, knocking each other over on the way. Everyone was running, including the blonde and the prince from the bus, and the green-haired and red-haired men. Gvanky was running very fast, but it was very easy for him. He thought that he didn't want to brag, but he could run even on one leg. This was probably because during his personal training, Gvanek had to go through many dangerous obstacles, and was as calm as a boa constrictor. He decided to finish 14th, his new experience allowing him to quickly get used to this physical training. He remembered his conversation with his mother, where she had told him that he had to remember not to let anyone know that he was a werewolf. And what will happen? Asked the son. You'll get in trouble, said this mother. What do you think a werewolf looks like to ordinary civilians? She asked Gvanek. Gvanek expressed his opinion that werewolves are like a bomb that ever goes off. He's almost a criminal, a howling type and just a walking threat. And he realized that there was no way he could be caught. He really finished 14th, thinking about it. The whole crowd was barely breathing. Gvank stopped and thought that he was very tired of acting during this race. The instructor stood there and watched all the trainees who could barely drag their feet to the finish line, some of them running briskly, some limping, some even worse off. This will not do. Go home. What are you going to do if you can't even pass the basic course? The instructor was furious. The trainees all turned white with fear. Do you think I'm wrong? The instructor barked at everyone and looked at them with a believing look. Everybody lie down on the ground and start doing push-ups. He decided to finish off all the trainees. They silently laid down in a rack and began to do push-up. When I count 1, you shout me aye. When I count 2, you shout idiot, he commanded everyone. Vanek was surprised to think that they had a very interesting slogan, but he did push-ups in silence. It was very easy for him. While doing push-ups, Gvanek remembered that when he read stories of employees of large companies about their orientation, they all said that they played all kinds of games and started dating, and he thought that they would do the same. The guy was a little disappointed in his plans. "Are you crazy? Can't you get into the groove?" Nuna exclaimed irritably. "Thank you very much for your support," Gwynek thought. Everyone was doing push-ups actively and intensely to the beat set by Baldy. If you listened closely, you could hear everyone swearing with foul language. "Everyone, up!" Lee Sai shouted loudly. "I didn't have this in my youth," he continued to say. Was he referring to the one who swore the most and barked that young people today swear right on the first day of training with an instructor? "No," the guy who was doing push-ups and barely breathing shouted back. The bald man sat down next to him and began to speak even louder so that the half-breed wouldn't scream. Or maybe he wanted to tear the purebred's eardrums? Or maybe he had a problem with his head and planned to laugh at his comrades. The guy continued to do intense push-ups. The instructor walked around the rows and loudly told everyone that they shouldn't shout, they should speak quietly, this is the basis of the basics, and everyone should keep a stance. Gvank was doing push-ups with ease and thought that the immortals were really weak and he needed to pretend more. Baldy straightened up and continued to talk to the unfortunate guy. "In my time, people like you were immediately kicked out, but now the world has become a better place, so it gives you a choice." Then he sat down again and said that he would either leave or be punished. "I'd rather get punished," the boy said. "Won't you regret it?" the instructor asked again. The boy nervously replied, "No, not at all." Vanek was doing push-ups and listening to their dialogue with interest. Suddenly, he heard a strange sound, like a crunch, and instantly thought that it sounded like a fracture. He became very curious and decided to take a closer look at what was happening. 2 instructors were standing next to that unfortunate guy, and one of them was covering his mouth. The guy was trying to scream in pain. The bald man said that he was ordered to close his mouth, but he could not hear him. What kind of generation is this? He could not calm down. The guy's face was already blue with pain. The guy was peeping and was shocked to think that the instructor was out of his mind. The guy broke his arm and the instructor ordered him to be silent, and although this pain is tolerable, it still hurts too much to be silent. The bald man straightened up and loudly announced that if you break the rules, the punishment starts with a fracture. -1 point for foul language, -2 points for yelling. Yelling, he continued to announce. Then he walked over to Gvanek and continued to say, -5 points for fighting without permission. All the last one is to be checked at the moment of punishment itself. "Well, were you interested, cadet?" The bald man standing behind Gvanek, who was doing push-ups, yelled. The cadet who was doing push-ups thought that he was not even once. With that, the bald man turned to the other instructor, repeating that this had never happened in his time. Then he ordered all the students to stand up, and the first 15 who arrived were no exception. Then the bald man announced to everyone that his name was Lee Chang-mo, and from that moment on he was their instructor. All 3 instructors stood and looked sternly at the students. Nuna took a step ahead and continued to say that Lee Chang-mo would be in charge of basic endurance training because he has a close connection to the regenerative power of immortals. "You're still just chickens, but you'll have to do the basics while working for the company, and honing your basics is the goal of your orientation." Gwanka stood there listening and thinking that if there are abnormals and normals among the instructors, Nuna belongs to the latter. She has a very pleasant voice and a calm voice. Nuna introduced herself as Pak Taram, and she was a technique instructor. Gwank could not understand what techniques she was talking about. The 3 instructors fell silent again, and silence hung over the entire yard. Then the red-haired man spoke up, saying his name was Kim Han. "And I will kill you," Kim Han growled menacingly. The crowd of applicants stood in silent shock. Suddenly, Nuna started to save the day and explained to everyone that they had misunderstood. Kim Han would tell them all in detail about how to control their bodies as an immortal. Gwang Yuk listened to this and thought that something didn't seem right to him, because Kim Han's face said that he wanted to kill everyone. Does this company hire murderers as instructors? Lee Chang-mo exclaimed loudly that if someone wants to return to their mother, he doesn't mind, but on the contrary, he will be very happy if no one is left here. But Gwank was sure that he only had to stay here for a month, and then he would have a great life, as long as he didn't get shot in the head, although that was easy for immortals. Li Chang-ma was looking at the courtyard where none of the applicants had gone anywhere, and it was silent. After looking at them carefully and pausing, he announced to everyone that their choice had been made. "Then I invite you all to hell," Li Chang-mo exclaimed and silently left. The applicants were ordered to enter the building where they would live, with 10 people in each room. Li Chang-mo entered Gwanek's room and ordered everyone to put on their uniforms and wait. Gvanek sat on the bed and held the folded uniform in his hands. He looked around the shabby room, cursing to himself that they weren't on the set of a horror movie after all. He looked at the green-haired man and the redhead, and was even glad that they were in the room with him. Meanwhile, the guys were complaining to each other that their only desire was to take a shower. Then Gvank looked over at the prince and the blonde from the bus, who were sitting and unwrapping their uniforms, and thought bitterly that it would be better if they were not in the room. Then he looked to his right, and there was a guy sitting next to him who was very large in bulk. The carpenter could not stand it and asked him if he was having a hard time. The chubby guy replied, and Gwank thought that not all immortals are as thin as sticks. Then he noticed a guy in the room with him who looked Arab. They were called Mansur. On the next beds was two blondes, a boy and a girl. They looked very much alike, like brother and sister, and Gvanek quickly nicknamed them Poodle and Belyashka. The last one was a dark-haired girl who seemed a bit plain and unremarkable to Gvanek. By his count, there were 7 boys and 3 girls from the Ayog. He grumbled to himself that they could have made separate women's and men's rooms, because there was nowhere to change, and then his eyes fell on the door where the words changing room were written in huge letters. Suddenly, the blonde from the bus hissed at him, not to even think about peeking into the locker room, and Gvanek snapped back that he didn't need to. She looked at him with a look of absolute disbelief. The guy thought to himself that he hadn't even been discovered yet, and he was already considered a pathological criminal, and what was he going to do about it? A dark-haired, simple girl told everyone in the voice of a real gangster that in order for everyone to get along, they would have to follow many rules. And then, a guy named Prince entered the dialogue and said that everyone would deal with physiological issues outside the room, and whoever broke the rules would be dead. Gvank jumped up at these words. The blonde girl raised her hand and shouted that she agreed. She was the girl who annoyed Gvanek the most. The green-haired one and the red-headed one also raised their hands and said they agreed. Gvanek looked at them in surprise as his friends of 2 hours just abandoned him, and all 9 people in the room said the word yes, one after another, then fell silent and looked at Gwynek. For some reason, the prince reminded everyone to brush their teeth, because cleanliness is the basis of the basics for him. Again, everyone started shouting their Tsar. Gvanek remained stubbornly silent, thinking that he was actually brushing them well. Listening to all these shouts, he thought in frustration, like it or not, the hamster will have to live with these people for a whole month. And since they were all in the same boat, he would have to join the company, and he raised his hand in agreement. After a while, they all went to the dining room. Gwanka ate and thought that the food was about 3 times as good as it could be, while he chewed and listened to everyone around him and came to the conclusion that there were 10 people in each room, and that they were probably one team, and their numbers must be the same as the numbers of the rooms. So there were 10 teams. Suddenly, one of the instructors announced that after the meal was over, they had to choose a leader in their team. This was already interesting to Gwenek. The blonde looked at the prince and suddenly told him to become the leader of their team.
"You have the right blood," said the white boy.
The red-haired Guite Hyun suddenly said that he agreed. "I think he has a difficult personality. Aren't leaders open-minded people who unite other people?" Gwangyuk finally interjected. The blonde turned to him and began to say pompously that if Gwynek considered himself a leader, he was very much mistaken. The fact that the purity of the blood was undisputed, and therefore the right decision would be to ignore Gwynek's opinion, because the leader had already been determined. The table became very quiet, but Gwanek was not upset, he thought sarcastically, that this lady would make a good patrolman if she were placed somewhere in the centre of the 8th Kanama Highway. "Oh, do what you want," the guy thought mysteriously. Gwank thought there would be a training session in the afternoon, but it wasn't. They were given clothes, some strange boots, and some paraphernalia. With 100 people gathered in one pile for supplies, time flew by very quickly. Then everyone took a shower, had dinner, and night fell unnoticed. The instructor came in and announced that there would be a short lecture. The instructor sat down at the table and said that everyone probably knows the name of the company. "What is the name of the company?" Gvanek asked the green-haired man. He was surprised to hear that he didn't know. "I know I'm cool, is that enough?" Gwanek sarcastically replied. Johan Hyun said that he must have a big problem with his head. The instructor told everyone that the purpose of the training was to select Hwarim officials. He explained to everyone that their company was supported by the government, but they were not civil servants, although they also worked for the government. At this point, Gwani thought that maybe his father was calling the test a civil servant to hide the truth from his mother. For this reason, the selection criteria of Dusom Sirio have become very loose. In my time, you couldn't even dream of working in Varim if you couldn't dodge knives while running, the bald man said. How many times did he say that phrase today in my time? Gavankik thought irritably. That is, if you don't want to die, then strain your body and brains. My lecture is over. The instructor finally stopped talking. Then he muttered under his breath, but didn't he say enough? And everyone knows everything anyway. It was clear that he was too annoyed. Nuna began to save the situation. She said that Quarim has a clear goal, which is to help everyone present to use their immortal energy correctly. I hope you will remember my words, she said. Gwynek thought about how to use the power properly. Everyone was told to get ready for bedtime. Gvanek washed his face and got into bed. The crazy day was over, and he was still tired, and he expected his sleep to be like that of a baby. He still didn't fall asleep, but lay there listening to his 9 neighbours struggling to get to sleep, some asking him not to breathe loudly, some asking him to be quiet, some threatening him for not moving. They are gentle creatures, Gwanky thought. His neighbour was a green-haired boy who snorted irritably at Gvanek to stop breathing so loudly and to leave the room. "Am I going to die or what?" Gvanky growled at him in surprise. But he remembered his father's words that it takes at least 3 years to get over your hypersensitivity, and the green-haired boy was 23 years old now, the oldest, and therefore most likely everyone's hypersensitivity had reached its peak. Gvank did not hold a grudge against his neighbour. He cleared it up, so he asked him how he lived if he could not sleep at all. The man replied that he would not be able to sleep tonight, so he would try the last resort. He pointed to his neck, hinting at strangulation, because we believe that losing consciousness is also an option for this problem, because immortals cannot have any complications. "You want me to put you to sleep?" Gwynek asked him again. "Not everyone can knock an immortal out," the neighbour answered. "If you overdo it, you can wake up in 2 days," the green-haired man explained. Suddenly, the red-haired boy noticed that Gvanek, saying "sweet dreams, may you dream of me," began to strangle his friend. He cursed in fright. "I'll be dead," the redhead exclaimed as his friend lost consciousness before his eyes. The green-haired man passed out and Gvanek gently laid him down on a pillow. The redhead asked if he was a sleeper. "Gwite, do you want to dream about me too?" he asked the redhead, and also gave him a little squeeze. The guy fell asleep in a peaceful sleep. Everyone else in the room sat and watched Gwynek in amazement. "Who else needs help?" he asked everyone, realizing that none of them would fall asleep on their own, and he began to put them to bed one by one as if they were in kindergarten. Gvank looked at the beds and thought that everything was great. Everyone had flown away to the kingdom of Morpheus. Only the prince and the princess remained, sitting and silently watching him. "As they say, everyone has their own talent. Help me too," the blonde said quietly to Gwanko. "Why should I?" the boy answered her. "Why not? This is a practical question. We are roommates. Now you will help me, and then I will help you," the blonde answered him. "I don't feel like helping you at all," thought Gwank. And then a crazy idea came to him, how to fulfill the request and take revenge on the arrogant princess. "Okay, I'll do it right away," he shouted to her. The blonde gave him a surprised look. Vanek hit her on the neck with the edge of his palm, in a place that could have been strangled. The blonde instantly blacked out and fell onto the pillow. "And this is not violence at all, just an effective lullaby," Gwynek thought with satisfaction as he looked at her. The prince sat there, dumbfounded by what he had seen, and remained silent. "Do you want one too?" Gwynek asked him, showing him his punching hand. The prince looked him in the eye angrily and remained silent. Gwynek mentally told him to go away and decided to go to bed. That night, everyone slept sweetly except for the prince. "I can't wait for the next night," Gwynek thought with satisfaction as he looked at him. The second day was hectic right from the morning. The bald instructor gave the first order for everyone to get ready and run. And all the students ran. After yesterday's workout, each of them had a sore body. Someone in the crowd was constantly complaining about muscle pain, and it was just a warm-up, namely a basic endurance training that included running and strength training. The second lesson was conducted by Nuna, who told everyone that the body of an immortal cannot be called invincible, and there are many weaknesses in it, one of them being the chin, and she put the applicants in pairs. They started to fight. Gwank was paired with a guy he didn't know, who told him he had a little experience in wrestling. "Really?" Gvanek asked him again. "Just let's not have lunch," his partner shouted at him and rushed at him. He grabbed Gvanek by his lower body and knocked him completely off his feet. Gvanek, who did not expect such zeal, took a step back, and he hit his opponent with all the ointment in his face. Nuna approached them and saw Gvanek's opponent lying on the floor, grunting. And Gwanek made excuses that he was just lucky. That was the first close combat training session. The third lesson was taught by instructor Svichka, and Gvanek saw a familiar picture of knives sticking out of the ground, and he had to run through them. The red-haired boy screamed at what he saw. "Do they want everyone to cut their legs?" Candle ordered everyone to run. Vanek calmly assessed the situation. The beards were sticking out about 3 centimeters, and he remembered how his teacher had shown him 15-centimeter blades. And he ran, trying very hard to look weak and that he was in pain. A week of training went by like that. Gvanek stood in his room and thought with satisfaction whether the prince would refuse today or not. He decided to ask him a couple more times and go to bed. He stood and looked at everyone in the room and thought it was so funny that the prince was turning his back on him, but he couldn't understand what was happening. Gwangyuk asked the green-haired man what was going on. Did the prince order everyone to shut their mouths? Johan Hyun told him that he did that last night when everyone was sleeping. The prince left the room because he couldn't sleep, and he got into a conflict with the boys from the other room, who were also awake, and he beat them badly. And because of this incident, a few people look at them differently today. Gwangyuk listened and thought that Hyun was not afraid to say all this in front of the prince. Suddenly he listened and heard someone approaching the room, and it was not just one person. "It's my problem and I'll deal with it myself," the prince grumbled. "And no one ever thought to solve problems for you," thought Gwynek. At that moment 3 boys entered the room, their faces full of hatred and determination. Everyone in the room tensed up because of the intruders. The guy standing inside loudly asked who Yu Kwang-ik was. He repeated the question loudly again. Who is Yu Kwang-ik? Kwang-ik raised his hand in surprise and said I, thinking that the prince had blurted out his name. So it's you? The guest frowned and began to look at him closely. Yes, what's wrong? Kwang-ik asked him in surprise. I want to dream about you too. The guest's face instantly changed. He became unhappy and almost cried. The whole room watched them, and Hyun gave a loud squeal of surprise. I'm sorry, but I like girls, Kwang-ik answered him loudly. But knock me out too, I heard that you all sleep like babies, the guest shouted with desperation in his voice. We're really going to die of fatigue soon, be a friend and help us, the guests began to interrupt each other. But how did you all know about me? Kwang-ik asked them. The rumours about you have spread throughout the neighbourhood, and everyone knows everything, the guest answered him. Didn't you know Johan Hyun's mouth doesn't shut, the guest added, and laughed out loud. He told us that if we asked you like that, you would help us. Kwang-ik now understood why Hyun was laughing so hard. What's the matter? Is this a difficult request for you? His guest asked again. No, it won't take long, laughed Kwang-ik. That night, at the request of the guys from the first team, each of them was assigned a punch in the neck. Kwang-ik went up to each of them and with the words, May you dream about me, he turned them off. The next morning at breakfast, Kwang-ik was sat down by yesterday's guest, who was the leader of the first team. The guy was happy and satisfied. He hugged Kwang-ik and said that last night was a paradise in his golden arms. Kwang-ik pulled away and said that everyone was watching and hearing them, and people might think the wrong thing. So they continued their training. The bald instructor was shouting at everyone, How long are they going to stop warming up? Are they not going to develop? He was angry and irritated as always, and he glared at all the students. And he exclaimed again that it was not like that in his time. At this point, he looked at the fat man who was barely running and continued to comment that today's immortals can't even control their weight anymore, either because they are lazy or protesting, and those who don't run on time should be punished. At that moment, the carpenter was running past the fat man and stopped. The poor fat man also stopped, and he hugged a tree in exhaustion to keep from falling over and vomited. The carpenter got scared and asked if he was okay. The fat man told him to ignore him and keep running. What about you? Asked Kwang-ik again. I still won't be able to finish again, the fat man answered him sadly, sitting down exhausted under a tree. Have you read the Japanese manga Crown Throw? It says that you have to become a man who does not know how to give up. Is he making fun of me? Thought the fat man nervously. I'm staying here, he wailed and cried bitterly. If you're going to give up, you shouldn't have started in the first place, Kwang-ik shouted and began to shake him by the chest. I'll help you finish, suddenly said Kwang-ik with a smile. He took the fat man by the hand and ran, telling him to control his breathing and not to drag his feet because he would get tired faster. If it's too hard, you can just walk fast. The bald instructor stood there silently watching these two strange boys. The crowd of applicants stood and watched them as well, and someone in the crowd said sarcastically that they were dating. Time's up, the instructor shouted loudly. Finally, the fat man and Kwang-ik reached the crowd. -5 points for both of you, the instructor shouted loudly. It's okay, whispered Kwang-ik. The fat man couldn't speak at all, because he was out of breath. And then he said that Kwang-ik was crazy. Did you doubt my sanity instead of apologizing? Kwang-ik asked him again. Don't worry, my mental health is fine, so let's finish tomorrow for sure, Kwang-ik shouted to the fat man. Why? The fat man asked him again. Why did you help me? He asked Kwang-ik again. Why do you have to have a reason? Asked Kwang-ik. You see, without a moral duty, I am nothing, he added pompously. In order to help a person who has fallen to the ground out of powerlessness or started to drown, no reason is needed. I am sure that such a person thinks the same way, so no reason is important to me, he added. The training session ended, and the guys went to the locker room. Habon asked Kwang-ik if he would also put the first team to bed tonight. Yes, I probably will, the boy replied. I'm asking you to put our leader to bed too, because his black eyes are endless, Hyun asked him. Kwang-ik replied that he offers to help him every night, but he grimaces and turns away, which is very funny. You're both quite a pair. Hyun laughed and they looked at the prince together. By the way, why is Hyun so gloomy? Kwang-ik asked the green-haired man, and he told him that recently there was a food stampede in the cafeteria, and Hyun was also in it, and their blonde girlfriend was there. She had lost her wallet, and Hyun found it and read that her name was Woo Mi-ho. The guy happily returned her wallet, saying that they had been sharing a room for a week and still didn't know each other's names. I'm Mr. Gui, he introduced himself. And I don't care, the blonde replied, taking the wallet and leaving. After this incident, this is how he walks, the green-haired man explained. Kwang-ik came up to Hyun and patted him on the shoulder, saying that he should stop being so upset. Didn't he know what kind of character this blonde had? The guy stood there as if crushed, just mumbling that her name was Woo Mi-ho. Suddenly, he looked at Kwang-ik and blushed, his eyes sparkled in, and he said that even her name was beautiful. Everyone thought he was in love, and Kwang-ik thought irritably that maybe he had hit his head during training. I liked her from the beginning, he finally admitted to the guys. Kwang-ik indignantly told him that she was not what he wanted. Hyun asked him irritably what he knew about her, and then he hissed at him to shut up because he was serious. "Look, I warned you," Gwank told him. And at that moment, he reached his room with the boys and was dumbfounded to see a huge line of applicants at their door. "Oh, Ukwayik has come. I heard that after his lullabies you wake up in the morning as if you were born, and no problem," one of the guys shouted. Gwank stood there with square eyes, everyone in the line saying something to him. "I am the leader of the 5th team. Help me, help me. We also want to dream about you and help the 4th team and us," everyone was shouting at him. Gwangyuk and the redhead looked at Hyun irritated, as he had made it clear. "I had nothing to do with it. I was just praising you," he exclaimed, finally admitting. At that moment, Gwank was frantically thinking, assessing his strength. How long would it take him to put everyone to sleep? He thought that for a perfect sleep he had to control the force in accordance with the physical condition of the person, and it might take an hour or more. So Gwank silently began to put everyone to sleep one by one, and the night turned out to be enchanting. One of the last to be put to sleep was a girl with purple hair, and a guy approached her, but she suddenly stopped him. She asked him if it was necessary for the dreams to be about him. "Let you dream about Kangdong and Wonbin," Gwangyuk said, and he knocked her out with a punch to the neck. Like that, day after day, he had to bless everyone to sleep until one night when he was done. Gwynnick looked at the familiar bed in his usual way. He did not forget the daily ritual and walked over to the prince's bed. He was lying there, looking tiredly at Gwynnick, who asked him the usual question. "Is it like usual today?" The prince's face was tired and had deep bruises under his eyes. He hardly ever slept, but he never asked Gvannik to put him to sleep. With the words distance, the boy turned away from him. Everything happened as usual. Since it was the same every time, Gvannik didn't even hate him, he was used to it. Over time, the boy got the hang of his lullaby. As a result, every day there was a long line of people waiting for him, and he was like a robot, turning everyone off one by one. The applicants were pulling the ones who had fallen asleep, and it all looked like some kind of crazy assembly line. Insomnia united everyone, and the instructors did not pay attention to everything that was happening and pretended not to see anything. That's why most people fell asleep at Gvannik's hand, and he became quite famous for it. He was called the sleeping pill. Later, all the applicants started calling him Nekwan Ik. They removed his surname and gave him their first name. But this had its advantages, as everyone tried to treat him to something. Most of the time, it was sweet Twix bars, which Gwank loved. This is how the physical training came to an end. On the projector screen, the lecturer displayed photos of aliens of different kinds. That was the name of the monsters that came out of the black hole, he explained. 20 years have passed since they'd emerged from the other world, and the numbering system is a system that helps to identify such creatures, the lecturer said. The numbering started with 1, the higher the number, the later such a monster appeared. The lecturer offered to look at the photos of monsters on the tablets distributed, which also contained photos of the fight against them. The tablets showed the monsters that appeared most often, and one should be careful with them, because even an immortal can make a mistake if he does not learn to distinguish between them. But there are some strangers from whom it is better to run away and not fight. Then the instructor moved on to the monsters, which had their own names. The number of the alien meant its species, and those that were named had their own names, the instructor said. He gave an example of a monster called the Black Knight, and said that this monster had slaughtered almost 500 armed soldiers during the appearance of a black hole. This monster had 2 iron wings on its back and engines on its legs. It could reach speeds of up to 150 kilometers per hour, and 2 blue energy blades came out of its hands. Gvannik read this description in his tablet. And then Gvank realized that the Hvarim company was part of the Ministry of Internal Affairs and Security, and its employees penetrate black holes or destroy the aliens who have emerged. Even though the country was calm now, people still saw the threat of another attack by those monsters, and that's why such warriors and companies were always needed. Gvannik thought that this company paid a good salary, and he was very happy about this fact, and that's why he thought he didn't need to go to the army or the navy. The boy was sitting in the classroom thinking that if they met a real nightmare, they should run away from it as fast as they could, but Gwank was thinking that he could not understand why his father sent him here, where there was so much danger. At that moment, the lecturer said that the applicants would have a test, and so everyone had to study everything on their tablets, so they got new subjects, and one of them was a lecture on aliens. The second lecture was given by Nuna, and it was about things that help immortals in battle, and she showed a tube and called it Bloody Jack, and explained that if one of them finds himself in a critical situation, he should open the tube and insert it into his hand, because this device can find a vein and fill it with blood. It contains a mixture of stimulants, sedatives, and ground-up leaves of the herbanger in certain proportions. If you press down on the tube with force, the needle of the tube will pierce the skin due to air pressure, and the medicine will go inside and instantly improve your abilities. We usually call it a battle potion, but its official name is the 3 Vs, Nuna said. Gwynnick listened to her in amazement. But she warned everyone that if you take this potion often enough, it can be addictive and immortals are prone to it. And she warned that you can get withdrawal symptoms and suffer with them for the rest of your life. Gvanik's skin crawled with goosebumps. Nuna added that this thing was invented in Germany. It is called the Nerd's Blessing, or the Blessing of the Odin. It is one of the best mental cocktails. Besides what I said, there are other muscle shakes, Nuna said. Gwynic mockingly thought that this world is drug addicts' world. The next funeral was at the red-headed instructor's candlelight service. Everyone was given weapons and ordered to lie down at point-blank range, and he barked at everyone that not knowing and not doing are different things. After that, they ran and did strength training, followed by training in combat techniques and body conditioning. In all of this, Gvanik did not forget to help the fat man and encouraged him, and later the other guys also began to push him to drag the fat man to the finish line. Probably due to the heavy loads and the fact that everyone was gradually getting used to this regimen, Gvanik sent fewer and fewer people to the realm of sleep each time. Over time, everyone trained their endurance well, and so the morning run became much easier. No one was out of breath, cool, and even the fat man was able to finish on his own. Thus, a month flew by unnoticed and the training ended. All the applicants were gathered in the courtyard, and the instructor said that luckily no one had dropped out for penalty points. So he congratulated everyone on joining the ranks of Varim trainees, as everyone had done a good job, and finally he smiled sincerely for the first time. He was also pleased with the results. The crowd roared with joy. Everyone was shouting we had finally finished and now we were trainees. The red-haired instructor stopped the joyful banquet and announced that the results of the orientation would be announced shortly. Everyone was instantly quiet. He went on to explain that these results take into account training progress and the score for the written exam, and that further distribution to departments would be based on the ranking. And the top 3 will be given a cash prize. Gvanik smiled with satisfaction at these words, because in his opinion, there was nothing better in the world than money. So let's start with the third place, the instructor said. I have some guesses about second and third, but who will get first, thought Gwank. Ki Hiemin, the instructor shouted, and some stranger squealed with joy. It was the first time Gwank saw him. The guy jumped up to the instructor and he greeted him and shook his hand. He told him that he could apply to the department where he wanted to work, and they would consider him first. And the guy loudly exclaimed that he wanted to join the public safety team. The instructor hissed that he was a fool and that it would be decided later. The instructor almost burst out laughing at this, but still this incomprehensible guy was lucky. Second place is next, the instructor shouted, and the crowd froze. Jonggi-nam, he shouted. This was the name of the prince who stood there with black eyes. I knew it, Gwank thought bitterly. He was of that blood. And Gvankik remembered his conversation with the boys when he asked what the expression of this blood meant. The green-haired one had asked him if Gvanki was surely immortal. He replied, "Can't you tell by the way he looks?" The red-haired man replied that you couldn't tell exactly who Gvank was by his appearance. The green-haired man explained that Jonggi-nam was from an elite family of purebreds. "Is that like aristocrats?" Gwank asked him again. "No, it's not that simple," the guy answered. The redhead said that it all depends on what kind of blood you inherited. Usually purebreds have a faster regeneration process and are more sensitive, which is why they control their bodies better. But this guy, Jonggi-nam, is the purest of all the purebreds. He belongs to one of the 3 highest bloodlines. Despite his lack of sleep, the prince performed well in all his training sessions and maintained strong concentration during each lesson. Gwynic listened and thought that such abilities were more about willpower, because from the outside it was clear that the prince was going out of his way to annoy him. But most of all, he was curious about who would win first place. The redhead suddenly said out loud that if Jonggi-nam didn't get first place, maybe he would. The green-haired guy started laughing and said that he was having problems with his head. And after that, "You still call yourselves my friends?" the redhead shouted at them. "First place!" the instructor shouted. And for some reason, Gwangyuk thought that if Jonggi-nam was second, it would probably be Woo-mi-ho. "Woo-mi-ho!" the instructor shouted. The blonde stood motionless as if in a line for bread. Of course, our Sherlock Holmes. But she is emotionless and her manners make me sick to my stomach, Gwanka thought. He didn't like her very much. But her brain was impeccable, for she quickly realized how the orientation system worked and acted accordingly. Gwangyuk watched the instructor greet Woo-mi-ho and remembered how she would leave her teammates behind when working together if it didn't affect her score, and if someone tried to get close to her, she would tell them to concentrate on their training. To him, she was strange and quite unfriendly. The crowd applauded the girl. All 3 winners were lined up on the podium, and for some reason, at that moment, Gwanki felt that he would be connected to them in the future. He looked at the winners and for some reason couldn't remember the name of the 3rd place winner again. The instructor told everyone to rest until tomorrow, until 2 in the afternoon. The green-haired man asked what they would do. Gvanki suggested having a party, and Red asked if they sold alcohol here. Suddenly, an instructor came into the room and looked at Gvanik and said, "Cadet number 48. Then he said that if Gvanik had time, He could come to the smoking room a little later. Gvanek agreed. The redhead asked Gvanek in surprise what he had done. The man called his number again and gave him his phone number to call when he went outside, and left the room. The boys rushed to him, asking what had happened. Gvanek assured them that he hadn't done anything. He thought that the man probably wanted to offer him a job in his department. From the very beginning, he had a suspicious thought in his mind that this orientation was designed to help an immortal get basic knowledge and discover his talents, but he doubted it, and at the same time he thought that this orientation probably had another purpose. At this time, everyone in the room was talking animatedly, and the redhead was laughing and saying that thanks to Gwank, he had a great night's sleep. A girl with a purple bob offered to meet outside the orientation. Another boy shouted that they should definitely call each other, and the quiet girl added that they would see each other at the office. Everyone was talking loudly and planning for the future. At this time, Gvank returned from the store and was surprised to see so many people. He thought he could easily get the first place, but he didn't need it. He had more important plans. So this orientation was a success for him. The green-haired man grumbled that he must have met strangers because it took him so long to get there. "It's all my popularity," laughed Gvanek, and he began to hand out the treats he had bought. The fat man grumbled that he didn't like such chips, and the green-haired man was looking for mint chocolate. Suddenly everyone heard someone say, "May I have your attention?" and looked around. A young man in a business suit and glasses entered the room. Gvank looked at him in surprise and thought that for some reason none of the immortals had sensed the stranger, even though they were sitting there relaxed. This meant that the stranger had hidden his energy, and the stranger asked everyone to come to him, and added that he had heard that there were many worthy talents this time. And he apologized for not introducing himself and said his name was Woot Nan Meint Jin. "I am the director of Farim," he told the surprised applicants. "I am very pleased to meet you," he added. Hearing all this, everyone in the room stood up and saluted him in unison. This was Nam Myung Jin. Gwank had read about him. He was born in 1973. He had served in the emergency operations group for 8 years. He was one of the first generation of immortals and had seen the whole history from the hard times to the present day. He was one of the 10 immortals who were part of the Korean branch of the current old forces. He told everyone to sit down because he didn't come to scold anyone, and asked if they had fun at the training. The crowd shouted yes. The guest laughed and asked him not to lie. Some of the guys whispered that there was nothing fun, just pain, and that was it. Gwangik heard this and thought that Gui Tai-hyun would have too much hard office work. Nam Myung-jin laughed and said that he was glad that there were honest guys among them and advised everyone to try hard because it would save their lives one day, and he knew it. Then he said Jonggi Nam's name, and the boy stood up in surprise. He went to the director and he shook his hand and told him that he was a great guy. The guy thanked him in surprise. Then he called Umi Ho over and looked at her carefully. The principal told her that he had high hopes for her, and she thanked him as well. Gwang-yuk listened and couldn't understand why he was here. Was he just there to say hello to everyone or to see the winners? Maybe he really has nothing better to do, Gvank kept thinking. At that moment, the director called his name. Gvank was not expecting it and looked at him with round eyes. The principal repeated his name again. The guy came up to him and Nam Myung-jin asked him if he was really a half-breed. The principal said, "That's good," he said mysteriously. "Are you 20 years old?" the principal asked, and Gwang-yuk nodded. "And do you have a girlfriend?" The boy was surprised to hear that he did not. "Good. At your age, it's just the right time to work. See you in the office," said the director with a mysterious wink. "This is not good. I actually want a relationship," thought Gwank. "Well, I have to go. I left you all a gift. Just don't overdo it," said the director, and mysteriously looked at everyone and left. The green-haired man looked at Gvanek in surprise and asked him if he was the director's illegitimate son. Why did he speak to him so mysteriously and wink at him? To which Gvanek also explained in surprise that he was seeing him for the first time, and was he really in his preferences? Was he even married? "I heard he had a daughter," the green-haired man replied. "Where do you find this information? It's not even in the tablet," Gvanek exclaimed, and at that moment someone slid a large box into the room. It was Nuna who slipped the box in, saying that they were all lucky, but that they would leave the very violent ones here tomorrow morning and that they should know the limit. Gvanek happily exclaimed that it must be alcohol because he was already upset that the party would be non-alcoholic. The red-haired man approached Woomi Ho and hesitantly offered her a glass each. She was sitting there typing on her tablet, and without turning to him, she replied that alcohol was bad for her brain and she would do without it. Gwang-yuk and Johan Hyun looked at the upset redhead and told each other that he would not calm down and had already had 16 attempts and 16 defeats, all by knockout. Meanwhile, the fat man opened the box and looked at it in surprise. It wasn't booze, but iron cans called Blunt, a favourite cocktail of immortals. When consumed, the senses are dulled and the body becomes sluggish. This drink could even put an insomniac immortal to sleep. The redhead looked at the box carefully and said that there were exactly 10 pieces of this drink, one for each of them. Meanwhile, the green-haired man looked online and was surprised to find out that one can cost 3 million won. The carpenter happily twirled the can in his hands, saying that their director was not stingy with gifts. Suddenly, everyone heard one of the jars hit the floor. Everyone looked around and saw the prince sitting on the bed with his head down, an empty can of drink lying at his feet. He lifted his head heavily and looked at Gvanek with his eyes drained. Gvanek heard the word arsehole spoken in his direction, and wondered if he had said it to him. Yonggi Nam, who woke up at the slightest movement, just fell asleep with his arms outstretched. The guys looked at him in surprise and chattered among themselves. The redhead mocked Gwanki, laughingly accusing him of deliberately keeping the prince awake at night by shuffling his feet, to which Gwanki cheerfully replied that it was already a habit. Suddenly, Gwangik looked around. Woo Mi-ho was standing in front of him, staring at him intently. For some reason, she thanked him for his help. "You're welcome," Gwank said, surprised. "This is a thank you," the blonde said, and handed Gwangik a folded piece of paper. She asked him not to show the note to anyone. The redhead stood there numb in surprise. Red started screaming because he liked this girl. He shouted that it wasn't what he thought it was. The carpenter laughed and said he wouldn't give up because he thought he was popular. The green-haired man shouted at them all to calm down. The redhead shouted that his brain could not take it. Gvanek shouted back at him to look at himself in the mirror and left the room laughing. He wanted to read this blonde's note alone. He opened the note and read that it said that the director of the company had a habit of noticing a few applicants and continuing to observe them, that if you pass this test you can get the privileges, but if you don't meet expectations, there will be no sweet life in the company, so you have to be careful not to tell anyone about it. Gwynnick couldn't understand why the girl shared this information with him and how she knew about it. But based on the way she wrote, she knew much more. Gvank looked at the blonde girl who fell asleep on the bed with the can in her hand and thought it was strange that she didn't drink alcohol but didn't refuse a cocktail. A redhead approached him and demanded to see the note, and Gvankik refused, explaining that it was not what he was thinking. The green-haired man and the redhead also drank a can and fell asleep with pleasure. Gvanek also drank a blunt and passed out. Finally, their first day of work arrived. In the morning, Gvank stood in front of the tall building, anticipating the excitement. He went to the first floor and read the name External Security Team 3 on the sign and realized that he must be there. He saw a middle-aged man sitting at a desk and thought he must be the team leader. He thought he should probably say hello, so he confidently walked into the rather cozy office. The man smiled at him and answered the phone. Suddenly he started yelling into the phone, "Are you kidding me?" His face turned red. Then he shouted into the phone, asking why he was being sent interns. He asked several times to send him at least the first and second place winners. He was very angry and paced back and forth in his office. Finally, he ended his conversation and called a female employee and ordered her to take Gvanek to the hall where everyone was working. She sat Gvanek down at the desk next to her. The boy sat silently and did not understand what was happening. The woman got up and left. She went to the director and asked what they were going to do. He replied that he did not know anything. He was upset and angry at the same time and really didn't know what to do with Gvanek. "Well, then I will take over his education," the woman replied. The director didn't hear her and muttered under his breath that he thought someone had messed up the transfer of staff, and he was carefully reading Gvanek's application form. The woman approached Gvanek and promised to show him what he would do. She put a yellow folder in front of him with the title, List of High-Ranking Figures of Quarim, and told him to study everything by tomorrow. She added that he should only get out of his chair to go to the toilet or to lunch. Then she showed him 2 phones, one for special services and the other for ordinary ones, and explained that when answering a call on a special service you have to introduce yourself as it is written on the phone itself, but when the ordinary phone rings you must never talk about immortals, werewolves or the company's internal affairs. "No problem," Gwynnick answered her confidently. The woman got dressed and left the room. Gwynnick couldn't concentrate and get ready for work. One of the employees said that he was very lucky to have Mr. Lee as his boss and congratulated him. Another said he was glad to meet him. Still others offered to help. It was lunchtime and Gwangyik, along with the redhead and the green-haired man, went to a local eatery for lunch. They were sitting at a table covered with national dishes, and Gvank asked the guys to ask him one question. "Do they take your brains out at work?" he asked the boys. "Of course not," they answered him in one voice. "Then I don't understand what the reason is," Gvank muttered. At that moment, the green-haired man said that he had heard something. "They say that the director interfered with Gvanek's appointment," he said. Gvanek asked him if he had personally put him there. The boys told Gwangik that the company's director usually listens to the wishes of applicants regarding departments, so it was not the first time he had interfered in personnel management, but the problem was in Gwangik's department, which is the external security team, and their work is very difficult, and they are the elite of the elite. Yu Han-hyun added that their work is indeed very difficult and demanding. He explained that the third team has a bad reputation. Gwank asked if they were mocking the interns, but it was worse. They were killing them. The boys continued to tell him what they had learned, namely that Gwanek's department head was a very famous person. He was even called the Butcher because he twisted the brains of all the newcomers, and he must have a man in his department who looked like a panda. He acts as a control tower in the company. Johan Hyun continues to whisper around the table that he had heard that in some circles everyone knew about him because he received offers to hire employees from different places every year. Gvanek was very surprised to hear this. Indeed, he was not the only one who thought this man looked like a panda. The guy asked his friend what he knew about the third girl, Kim Jonah. The green-haired man told him that she was a superhuman who had been created with the help of a secret medicine. This medicine was once made by humans to contain special species. It came in the form of pills and injections, and it gave humans forbidden powers. That's what Gvank read in the tablet during orientation. The medicines were the result of the government's experiments in magic and alchemy, but he hadn't seen any information about how many experiments were conducted on people and how many inhumane cases there were. Sonbi was one of those people. "She is called a knife. She will cut you before your boss does," said the green-haired man. The guys were so engrossed in the conversation in the dining room that they did not notice Somba, who came into the room and heard their conversation. At that moment, Gwank was saying that the panda told him that he was the principal's Avenger. The girl stopped and smiled. "It's more like they're the Avengers, not me," Gwank said loudly. Sombi stood still. Suddenly, the red-haired man turned his head and noticed her, and he froze. The green-haired man also looked at her in surprise. Only Gwank, who was sitting with his back to the door, continued to drink his drink. "I think you were told to study the list of names, not to dig under us," the girl exclaimed, her blue eyes flashing. She was very angry at what she heard, and she proudly walked out of the dining room to the mute silence of the boys. Meanwhile, a waiter came to their table with an unusual plate on a tray. The waiter touched Gvanek's shoulder and smiled mysteriously, and said that it was on the house, and put down a black plate with roasted pine nuts. For some reason at that moment, Gvanek thought he was going to be screwed. At his workplace, Wanka decided to take a break. He remembered that on the internet they say that when you are tired you should use hypnosis, but for the guy, work was just a hobby. He started to meditate and imagine that he was a prince of an oil state who decided to try the life of a middle-class person. He was sitting next to Sombe when the phone rang. After speaking to someone, Gwangik told Xiongbae that the call was from Park Kwang-sung, the first team support assistant. Xiongbae irritably corrected him that it was not Sun but Su, and he was the head of the department, not the assistant. His department head was irritated and thought that Gwangyuk was stupid, but the boy meditated that he loved them all very much and was an oil prince. Every day, Gwanka learned the names and switched calls, but while his colleagues were away from the workplace, some office staff shared some information with Gwanka, and one day one of the guys came up to him and asked if he was really the powdered one. Thanks to this, Gwangik managed to recognize both sides of his team. The first one was Lee Chunbong. He was the leader and a purebred. This Chunbong was not endowed with the advantages of a purebred. He gave the impression of being primitive. He had only one thing going for him. He was the best in hand-to-hand combat in Hwarim, but he was still primitive in his behavior. He was the first among the fighters because of his 5th-class fighting skills. His vocabulary consisted mainly of swear words. The next was Lee Donghong, who was a half-breed assistant and a rather young guy. Donghong was not good at hand-to-hand combat and shooting. He was only good at his job as an assistant and was like a control tower in situations that arose. This assistant quickly recognized that he had no talent in combat, so he decided to devote himself to a job where only his brain was needed, but he kept saying irritably that he would one day leave this hated company. But Gwanik didn't understand why he was considered a genius, but he noticed that this guy loved anime. The next employee was Kim Jong, a simple employee who was a medically perfect person. She had outstanding abilities among the small number of civilians in Hwarim. She had served in the special forces, had A-class hand-to-hand combat skills, and B-class shooting skills. Judging her by human standards, she was the best, one of the diamonds that could be counted on one hand except for his team leader. Kim Jong worked fast, catching everything on the fly and didn't ask unnecessary questions and never showed her emotions. Gwank recalled what his friends had said, that only the elite get to work in his department, and he had the same opinion about his colleagues. A week passed as the guy worked in the company of his dreams. An unknown man wearing dark glasses walked into the room with surveillance screens hanging all over the wall. The operator looked at him in surprise, realizing that no one had the right to enter such a facility. At that moment, the head of the department came into the room with all the employees. The stranger asked if this was the 3rd security team. The department head confirmed that it was. For some reason, Gwangyuk thought it was Jonggi Nam's supervisor, and the stranger said his name. Everyone started looking at the screens together. The dispatcher spoke into the microphone. "Are you warmed up? Now I'm taking it up." And everyone began to watch someone carefully. The screen showed a guy who was affected by something and could not get up. Vaniak remembered that they said there would be some kind of test. He did not understand what was happening. The dispatcher loudly explained that this device controls gravity and was created on the basis of new technologies found outside the gate. The anime fan irritably told him that he didn't have to go on because everyone already knew that. Someone from the department reminded him that Gwank was an intern. He waved his hand and asked him to keep it short. The guy stood in the middle of the room, and the dispatcher explained that you can feel gravity when you enter the room and that the current record is 9G's acceleration. You just need to do a few simple exercises, such as running on the spot 10 times, doing push-ups 10 times, running in a circle with your hand pressed against the wall. Since our boss set a record, he skips his turn, said the dispatcher. The anime guy and Kim Jong unanimously said that they were also skipping because they had already taken the test. That left only the trainee Gwangik. The stranger looked at the test subject with satisfaction and muttered that Ginam could withstand 5Gs of gravity. The dispatcher increased the gravity to 5, and the test subject gritted his teeth and sprawled on the floor of the room. For some reason, Gwangyuk found it funny and had to hold back his laughter with all his might. Kim Jong noticed this and said angrily that Gwangyuk was having so much fun. She told him to shut up and be quiet. Gwangyuk kept silent forcibly. The test subject suddenly passed out. The anime guy laughed and said that it was Gwank's turn and it would be harder than giggling. Gwank was about to enter the test room when the head of the department looked thoughtfully at the screen and muttered that the guy in the room was supposed to be on their team. The hardware engineer was getting ready for the test. He didn't understand what was going to happen, and this ignorance, to be honest, scared him. He went into the test room and stood in the center. The observers in the control room were also visibly nervous, as this was the first time the trainee had taken this test, and one of them even said, "Aren't they going too far with Gvanik?" Another one told him that he should remember how many people had turned into cripples after real-life tasks. Kim Jong and the anime guy watched Gwangyuk with interest. She mysteriously said that she would rather have an obedient dog than a useless piece of junk, and the anime guy answered her that Gwanky didn't know anything and would hate them later. "So what, do they take us for fools when they bring in someone they don't know?" said the head of the department calmly. "So let's warm up," the dispatcher answered him and began to press buttons on the remote control. For some reason, the head of the department told everyone without fear that they should quickly throw Gvanik out. It would be best for everyone. "It would be better than this bastard getting himself an insensible sadism," said the manager, and continued that this is a special disease that manifests itself exclusively in immortals. It is similar to a mental illness in which you lose all sensations of the body, and when you see the pain of another, you remember what you no longer feel. Immortals who go crazy because of this disease are as dangerous as werewolves who go crazy because of a lack of water. The manager was silent and thought that he was sure that when Gvank left the room, he would be sent to the information department or the back office. Working with data was safe, which meant that it was just right for a half-breed and someone who hadn't shown any talent in orienteering. The manager sighed. He didn't understand what the director was thinking when he brought Gwanik to their department. The dispatcher increased the gravity in the test room to 4G. Kim Jong and the anime guy watched Gwang Yuk with interest. The girl noticed that the guy was holding up quite well and didn't faint, which means he almost passed the test, which is pretty good for a beginner. The nail technician was pushed to the floor by gravity, but did not fall. The supervisor watched and thought that this guy had become more capable, but their team needed more talented pros who could work with them right away, not those who needed more babysitting. "He has no change in his movements," the manager thought irritably. "What's the speed now?" someone asked the dispatcher. He answered that it was 2 Gs. "Increase it," ordered the manager, and the dispatcher began to increase it first to 5 GI, then to 7 GI, and finally to 8 GI. And something incredible happened. Gvanik got up from the floor and stood on his feet and began to perform the exercises that were announced for the test. Everyone in the control room was numb and staring at the screens in amazement. The dispatcher could not say a word either. "Should I raise it further to the level of 10 G? The dispatcher asked the head of the department, frightened. The latter stood there frowning, and at the same time impressed, silent. There was a noise from the door of the test room, and everyone in the control room looked at each other. It was Gvanik, who started running under the frantic gravity, testing his own capabilities. It was really hard for him, but not critically impossible. He just had to make an effort. As he ran, he remembered his squad leader whining about how the previous guy was so great and should have been on their team. Gwangyuk sincerely did not understand why he did not like him so much, and how he was worse than Jongnam. Then he remembered the giggling of the IT guy he called a panda, and his fists itched with hatred. Then he remembered Kim Jong, the ice princess with no emotions, whom Gwangyuk liked even less because she would at least sometimes explain things to him, but he was annoyed by her reclusiveness and really didn't understand the reasons. He continued to run, gaining momentum under the crazy gravity, and it didn't bother him to think at that moment that he still didn't know what his team was doing, and that annoyed him as well. The guy fell to the floor but managed to get up on his outstretched arms at that moment, wondering how many of those GIs were added to him. The strength was similar to the last level of werewolf training. Gvanik began to be pressed back to the floor. The guy kept his balance with all his might and thought at that moment that the poorly trained body of an immortal was very close to the body of an ordinary person, so such pressure felt like all the internal organs were being squeezed. No wonder his previous one had passed out. The pressure increased more and more. Vanek was holding on with his last strength, but he thought that his friends would hardly have survived it. The guy was holding on with his legs and arms outstretched and wondered how long this would last. He really wanted to rub everyone's noses in it and show them that he was better than their pet. Vanek decided to impress everyone with his skills to the fullest. At that moment, he heard the voice of intern Yu Kwangik over the speaker. How much is 8 times 9? He wondered if everyone thought that he didn't know the multiplication table and hadn't been asked this question by his predecessor. 72! The boy shouted loudly to the whole room. It's quite simple. This guy's talent seems to be quite high, as well as the results of the orientation. So try with 2-digit numbers, said the head of the department. The dispatcher asked Vanek, how much is 12 times 22? 264! Vanek exclaimed loudly. Everyone in the control room fell silent. Kim Jong asked everyone present if Gwangik was sure he wasn't in a trance. The anime guy answered that there are drug cocktails that improve mental and physical condition, but they are almost impossible to get. The head of the department listened to them and said that they would only know this after the test and drug analysis. And if the result is positive, what then? Kim Jong asked him again. I don't know, the head of the department abruptly cut her off. Training is over! Gwank heard the cherished words from the speaker. It was a good gravity workout, my body felt light right away, but I wanted to do it longer because I feel like my strength has increased, Gwank thought as he left the room. He decided that he could feel all this because of the good mixture of immortal and werewolf blood. The boy heard Kim Jong's voice saying that she would open the door for him and heard the click of the lock. The door opened and she looked at the boy closely and said that he did a good job and handed him a handkerchief to wipe his sweat. The handkerchief was surprised to take it, not knowing why he needed it, and went into the control room. The anime guy sneered in his direction. The head of the department barked in his direction, asking Gvankik to return to his workplace and not to stand there like a stranger. He ordered the dispatcher to look at the results of all the trainees, and the dispatcher looked at him in surprise. The head of the department was annoyed with Gwanik, namely that the head did not recognize that he was better than Jonggi Nam. The dispatcher called Gwanik over to him. He cheerfully introduced himself as being from the internal management team and responsible for technical equipment. The dispatcher was instantly interested in Gvanik. What did you want from me? He asked the dispatcher, thinking it would be cool to meet him in a one-on-one training session. At that moment, the manager barked at the dispatcher to open the test results as soon as possible. Gvanik was shoved out of the room. Gvanik was not upset that he was kicked out. He was pleased to think that the manager had shown great interest in his person, and his personal supervisor had stayed to check his results. In his mind, Gwangyuk was complaining to himself about how long he could be treated like garbage. At that moment, Kim Jong called out to him and added that Gwangyuk had a very happy face. I understand, I'll fix it, he laughed back at her. Kim Jong looked back at him and wished him good luck. Gwangyuk stared after her, wondering if she had really wished him good luck. The girl's voice seemed to be stuck in his head. Don't just stand there, get to work, the anime guy shouted at him. I'm coming, the boy cheerfully shouted to them. This meant that he was accepted as a full-fledged member of the team, and he began to believe that he would be entrusted with important tasks. Entering his office, Gvanik was surprised to see thick books on his desk. Someone had thrown them at him from his co-workers. He cursed mentally, because he had hoped for something else. What is this? He asked the anime man in displeasure. The first folder was about the numbering of aliens, the second about the types of potions, and the third about the rules for using the equipment and its structure. I don't need it, Gwynic thought. And to which page? You're learning everything, the anime guy replied with satisfaction. Well, in principle I can do it in 3 months of practice, he thought, when the anime guy added that he had to do it all in 4 days. He looked at him and thought in surprise that he must be out of his mind, asking how this information would help him. The head of the department overheard their conversation and asked him if their intern thought that everyone was treating him unfairly. He walked past the guys and told them that numbering is the basis. How will you fight the enemy if you don't know their characteristics? If you don't want to be in the stomach of a stranger and not turn into waste, then learn. The anime actor added that Gwanki has to know his body in order to use potions in the right proportions, because fighting without the right cocktail is equivalent to fighting without weapons on the battlefield. Kim Jong also chimed in and added that without knowledge of the structure, Gwangik would not be able to use things, because just knowing the rules of use and understanding the structure of a weapon are completely different things, so he has to do what he's told. But it's not possible to learn all this in 4 days, Gwankik was worried. The anime guy told him that he only needed 1 day to do it all. The head of the department added that he had done it in 2 days, and Kim Jong said that she had learned everything in 3 days. The guy fell silent in surprise. It's not that simple, the department head said to Gwangyuk angrily. In 4 days there will be a test on all this, the anime guy added. For one wrong answer, you'll spend an hour in the training room, he added, laughing. If it's so hard for you and it's impossible for you, you can get out of here, the department head barked at Gwanky. He was obviously in a bad mood today and the boy was visibly annoying him. Ganek sighed and loudly told everyone that he would look into it and picked up the yellow pack. He was not so excited about his work anymore. Kim Jong gave him a sideways glance without saying a word. The anime guy smiled evilly too without saying a word. The department head didn't react to his words at all. Meanwhile, in the control room, the employee was counting the test results, his fingers quickly typing something on the keyboard. He was silently staring at the screens and his face was getting more and more puzzled. The dispatcher said mysteriously. At that moment, the head of the department came in and asked him briefly which one. He answered him, "First place, and you've asked me 12 times already." "Are you satisfied with this answer?" asked the dispatcher, irritated. "No, I'm not. I don't understand how this fool could be so strong," the head of the department replied. The dispatcher tried to explain to him that this was an unusual case, and most likely the only thing that could explain it was innate talent. At the same time, he thought that it was very rare for an immortal to be born with such a phenomenal physical form. Even training has its limits if he has such a great talent. "If you want to kick this guy out, you'd better transfer him to my team," said the dispatcher, to which the manager sharply refused. "Is the supervisor or a Lee Junbong going to train this trainee?" thought the supervisor as he followed the department head out. The carpenter sat on a chair in the middle of the office and tried to answer questions without preparation. The first question he was asked was, why is the probationary period called that? The guy answered that during this time he was being trained in everything necessary for office work and at the same time checked whether the employee was a good fit or not. He went on to explain the meaning of the word trainee, that it is a person who is in the process of learning the job, and that was him. The next question was asked by Kim Jong, namely what material are bulletproof vests and vests for stab wounds made of? "Ballistic fabric and Kevlar," Gwank replied. The anime guy said quietly, "Wow." And the head of the department hissed that anyone would know. He was in a bad mood again. Only Kim Jong was looking at the guy in surprise. The gadget maker continued to answer that these materials are more durable than diamonds and can deflect bullets with blades, as well as protect against high and low temperatures. The next question was asked by the head of the department, and he briefly said number 64. The guy became agitated and asked again, who was number 64? At the same time, he thought he had to quickly recall the correct answer. "The wheeled knight," he replied, somewhat uncertainly. The manager noticed this and asked if he was sure of his answer. Vank said more firmly that he was. He thought to himself that he was not very sure about it, but repeated out loud that it was the exact answer. The head of the department hummed something. "Stop talking to me. If you're not sure, don't bet. Go away," the manager said more gently. Gvanek smiled and told him that he understood. 4 days later, the exam began. On average, there were 10 questions per day, and every time Gvank was wrong in 3 of them. What workout should I start with today? He thought every day. The Harvarim company spared no expense on its equipment, and thanks to this, it was possible to recognize different training zones in the building. The first zone was the fitness room, which was run by Nuna. She walked into the gym and greeted Gvanek. The guy also greeted her politely. Nuna cheerfully teased him that she thought he worked out here more than he ate. "I'm just trying to persevere," he replied, unable to tell Nuna that it was actually his endless failures on the test. Nuna cheerfully replied that she was very happy to see him in this room. The next room was the pain endurance room. It was run by a red-haired instructor whose main motto was "enjoy the pain." Gvankov also politely greeted him. The red-haired man, who was in meditation, muttered that he was surprised that Gwank was still alive. The guy thought irritably about his ill-mannered and incomprehensible attitude towards him. And there were other halls where Gvanek trained his visual acuity by running between iron logs to avoid getting caught on them. In the next room, he trained blindfolded to restrain his senses. Then Gvank fought with electronic holograms of aliens, honing his skills and so on. One of the instructors in the room, unable to stand his assertiveness, said irritably, "Have you come again?" To which Gvanek explained that his body had become like stone. The instructor explained that it was enough to do pain tolerance training once a week. The guy noticed that all the instructors were looking at him as if he were crazy and insane. After finishing his training, Gwanky went to his office, and on his desk was an unfamiliar folder, and he asked the anime guy what it was. He was silent and fidgeted mysteriously. His smile grew bigger and bigger, and Gwank tensed up at the sight. He took the folder and sat down to read it. The anime guy loudly told Gwank that if it was too hard for him, he knew where to go, and that Yoongi Nam and Woomi Ho had already studied everything. To which the head of the department replied that he had found someone to compare with and threw an angry look at the boy. The next day, Gwank came home to find his mother waiting for him, who had prepared a delicious dinner. The table was covered with plates of the boy's favourite food, but upset, Gvanek asked her where his father was. The woman replied that he'd gone on another business trip. The boy ate in Seshnitz and thought he hadn't seen his father for a month and he really needed to ask him about his work. And at that moment he remembered that he would not be able to share secret information with him. Gwanki sighed and asked his mother about his work. He told the surprised woman that he was being mistreated in the company. She asked him, frightened, if he was beaten there. Vanek laughed and explained that he felt that he was being overworked more than necessary. The mother smiled and only replied that it seems that her son is getting recognized. But it's very difficult, the son told her sadly. The woman suggested that he quit in that case, but Gvanek liked the coolness of his company. Gvank replied sharply though, thinking, why is he complaining? You don't want to leave her because of the money? She asked again. Money was a big reason for him too. I just don't want to, he muttered. This is the path I chose, and I think it will lead me to the goal I've invented the fastest, Gvank continued to think. Finally, everything fell into place in his head, and he was determined not to quit his job in Kavarim just yet. The next day at the office, the anime guy slyly asked him for his number 65, and Gwank confidently answered him, Wheeled Knight. He sat down at the desk and was given a sample report, and the boy began to study it carefully. Then, as usual, he had endurance and distance training on the treadmill. Then he studied one of the volumes with the yellow cover again. He answered the phone non-stop, his head was spinning. 2 weeks had passed since his employment began. Gvank was sitting at his desk, leaning back in his chair, thinking that he had fulfilled all his duties for the day, that he had more or less learned what he needed to learn. Opening the manual again, he carefully examined the structure of the Varim company. Varim had 4 headquarters, including internal security and external security. The external security team had only 3 tasks. The first was to help in the designated areas if there were any disasters or a black hole appeared. The second task was to stop terrorist attacks by special kinds of monsters, but that was usually the responsibility of the second security team. He'd even heard that the police had people in their special immortal unit. And the third task was to support the other teams. Unlike the other groups, which were mostly purebloods, Gwanek's team had a pureblood leader, a half-breed assistant, Sungbeo, a medically enhanced human, and he was a trainee mix of an immortal and a werewolf. Therefore, the main goal of the third team was still support. It dawned on Gvanek at that moment that it must be normal for his colleagues to be so free. The guy sighed and decided to go for a workout. When he left the office, he found his supervisor and Yumiho in the corridor, talking to each other in a half-hearted manner. The supervisor asked the girl, "Is that what you thought, everyone? And you weren't deceived?" Yumiho replied, "I think so too." Their conversation seemed strange to the boy. Suddenly the manager noticed Gwanek and turned around. "Intern!" he shouted in the boy's direction. He calmly replied, "Yes, trainee Yu Kwangik," and gritted his teeth. "Are you going to have fun training?" It was obvious that the manager did not know what to say to Gwangyuk, who suddenly appeared. Gwangyuk confirmed that he was going to practice, but the teacher asked him a strange question again. Was he a bully in school? "No, I wasn't," Gvank replied, surprised. "You didn't beat anyone up?" "According to the stories of others, it seems to me that he did." The headmaster picked on him. "There were no bullies in my school," Gvank sharply replied, who was also annoyed by the headmaster. "Why is that?" The man kept up with him. "I said I wasn't involved in bullying others or anything like that," Gvank raised his voice. "And that everyone listened to you directly? Have young people gone completely stupid now?" The manager kept up, provoking Gvanek. "Well, they listened to me anyway," Gvanek shouted at him. The whole office watched them in surprise. Gvanek couldn't understand what the man wanted from him and why he was buckling down. He was swearing through every word and the manager was already yelling at the guy. "It looks like our trainee is not as simple as everyone thinks," the supervisor shouted at him. And at that moment, he stretched out his fists with the question, "Do you know how to box?" Gvanek was surprised to hear that he could. "Then how about a duel?" the boss shouted, standing in a stance. Wumiho watched in amazement. The other team members were also tense, as they had never seen anything like this before. The carpenter stood there and remained silent. The office was completely silent. "Fine, have it your way," he shouted, hatred shining in his eyes. "How does that suit you?" The head of the department kept up with Gvanek. Then he turned to the entire department and asked who wanted to watch the show after lunch. Everyone looked at him in shock and remained silent. Yumiho also watched this strange argument and thought only one thing: idiot. The manager turned to Gwanek again and pointed to his chest and exclaimed that if that's the case, they would meet in the gym, but now he should go and rest and remember to eat, but not too much so that he doesn't get sick. "Miho, you're the backup," the manager threw at the girl. "I think this is a waste of time," she thought and grimaced. "Do you know that I evaluate your performance as well?" the boss barked at her, noticing her expression. "I understood. I'll cover you," she replied quietly. But just in case, he announced that he was going to replace me with Yongwoo, in case something happened. "If you refuse, there will be no turning back," he growled at Gwangyuk. "Don't worry, that won't happen," Gwangyuk proudly replied. It was already 5:30 and Gwangyik and Umiho stood at attention looking at the leader. The girl quietly asked Gwangyik why he had done that and provoked the manager. Gwangyik cheerfully replied that office work is very simple. Do what you're told and what you're not told and bring the boss whatever he needs. "Are you saying that it was the boss's personal wish?" she asked in surprise. Well, to be more precise, he had been itching for a long time, the guy answered. Umiho looked at him and asked if he was offended by her. Not at all, Gwangyuk replied cheerfully. You sound very convincing, but I can see that you're still pouting, the girl continued. I'm not pouting, I just didn't want to miss this chance, Gvanek tried to convince her. It was a chance to test the best C-ranked fighter, the leader Lee Junbong. Can I skip the warm-up? Gwank asked the leader. But I've already warmed up, the leader replied. Kim Jong quietly told Lee Junbong not to make a cripple out of Gwang Yik. Don't brag, just try to hold out as long as you can, Wu Mi-ho whispered to Gwang Yik. Are you ready? Attack! The leader shouted to Gwanek as he stood in front of him in the hall and spread his arms. Hatred and anger flashed through Gwangyuk's mind, and all his muscles instantly tensed, his forehead sweating. Clenching his fists, he rushed to attack the leader, who stood calmly and did not even move. Gvank decided to attack him lightly at first. The manager calmly dodged Gwanek's fists. The guy used a jab combination on his opponent, but the latter confidently dodged every attack. The guy attacked again and again, but never once did his fist reach the manager's body. You think you're going to hit me? The manager shouted at him with a satisfied face. How clever are you? The guy thought irritably, not understanding how he could hit him. Okay, I think one punch will be enough, thought Gwank, building at least some strategy. I'll show then boss that I'm open, he decided, and spread his arms to reveal his body. But the manager also decided to attack at that moment and finally took a step towards his opponent. And they both clashed with their fists. It seemed that even everyone heard the crack of this simultaneous double punch. In Miho, Kim Jong-ta and the rest of the office staff seemed to be numb with horror and unable to make a sound. The manager's fist still hit Gwanek's face, and the boy began to fall helplessly to the floor. What? Ran through his head. His hand was shaking and his head was ringing. He lost his balance and was shaking. He looked at his supervisor and his eyes were tripling. This feeling was painfully familiar, and he tried to remember when he had experienced something like this before. That's right! He finally remembered the moment when he felt it. It was the very day his mum brought him to the gym. They were both boxing in the ring, and the mother didn't spare her son so much that people around her shouted at her, "Is it possible to treat your own son like that?" The mother beat him so hard that the boy was shaking. It's okay, we're not raising our son to be a weakling, and besides, if he made a mistake, he has to take responsibility for it, she exclaimed. At the time, Vanek was only 15, and his mother demanded that he fight as if he were 25. He got angry with his mother over something trivial. She scolded him for something, and she took him to the gym instead of school to train him. This is the first time anyone has ever hit me like my mother, Gvanek thought. Well, are you awake? The supervisor shouted at him, who came up to him and looked at him intently. Are you going to continue? He asked Vanek. Gvanek sat on the floor and tried to recall step by step what had happened to him. He remembered how they had simultaneously made their fists. Then the boss reached out and grabbed his forearm, and at that moment he felt very painful. And at that moment he felt that the manager had broken the bones of his shoulder. The pain was insane. Then, with uncertainty, he recalled that the leader had hit him on the head, and the pain was incredible. It was very fast and clear. I will be able to fight back if my arm recovers, Gvanek thought chaotically. What? Are you mad because you got hit despite being a regular? Who do these young people take adults for? His supervisor asked. Gwynic was silent, and only in his head was a monologue going on, namely that he told himself that he wanted to test the skills of his supervisor, but in reality it was a duel between a werewolf and an immortal. Gwynic was really confident of an easy victory. He admitted that he was too overconfident. He got to his feet and stood in a stance, clenching his fists resolutely. No more slacking off now, he thought, and said out loud, "One more time," as he prepared to fight. The boss smiled evilly, some fierce anger flashed in his eyes, and it was clear that he was happy to continue. And a fierce battle began. They struck each other and twisted and turned with a special hatred for each other. Wu Mi-ho watched them calmly and somehow without much emotion. Kim Jong watched with more interest than her neighbour. The guys from the department were watching all the movements of the fighters with frantic eyes, as if reading each one and trying to learn and memorize something new, because the opponents were very worthy. One of them, watching Gvanek's movements, said out loud, "The newcomer is not so bad." To which the other replied that the manager was probably still giving in. It was as if Gvanek had a second wind, and he attacked his boss again and again with a special zeal. The latter barely had time to dodge the guy's blows, realizing that he had a worthy opponent. The manager was really surprised by Gvanek's skills and abilities, and it was evident on his face. The guy looked into his eyes as if into his soul, thinking that he had to calm down. The psychological struggle was also a struggle. Suddenly, the supervisor, dodging another blow, asked him, "Why are you here?" Gvanki was surprised to hear what he meant, but continued to attack. "Probably because of the money," the manager shouted at him. The guy kept his concentration by telling himself to ignore what he was being told. He had to concentrate and strain all his senses and anticipate all his movements, Gwanki thought. Meanwhile, the supervisor shouted at him, "Crooked! The guy stood up again and made a punch with clenched fists, then again and again. "It's a hiding of energy!" Gvanki thought frantically, trying to concentrate all his strength and skills. "I can't get lost, I have to narrow my range of perception." The thought suddenly came to him. And at that moment the leader made a frantic swing of his leg so that the boy felt the energy around him with his whole body. "Maybe it's the strange heroic energy." The manager continued to ask his strange questions. Gvank looked at him in surprise, not understanding what he was talking about, and gritted his teeth in furious anger because he could do nothing to him and did not understand anything anymore. The manager swung his long legs over and over again, his energy throwing the guy around the room like a pear. His movements were too fast, it was impossible to find a moment to counterattack. Gwank was nervous and irritated, thinking, why is Li Junbong faster than him? He should be faster than the leader because he had the strength of a werewolf. But he soberly looked at everything that was happening, and somewhere deep down he realized that everything was not at all as he had imagined. According to his teacher, he still learned the basics, remembering his trainer in the gym. He remembered the trainer's girlfriend at the gym who trained him and wanted to tell him more about the in-depth points, but there was no time. Gvanek's situation was further complicated by the fact that his boss was a thoroughbred with vast experience. I admit my boss is a C-ranked hand-to-hand fighter, but that doesn't mean I'm going to lose to him, Gwanek thought frantically as he attacked him again and again. If not the first reason and not the second, then what? The boss kept up with his strange questions. And he grabbed the guy's arm with all his might, stopping another punch. The force was so strong that he stopped feeling unbearable pain. The manager looked Gvanek straight in the eye and hissed, maybe you really want to hear the screams of girls' adoration, huh? So go sing on stage, he yelled. Gvanki was torn with rage, and he was getting out of control. And they clashed again in a furious battle built on anger and hatred. Striking each other over and over again, Gwank was sure that this was the shortest way. The way that would help him do everything he wanted to do. So the guy honestly focused on the techniques he had learned so diligently in all his training. He really wanted to become exactly what he imagined himself to be, so he tried his best and was confident of his victory. His strength was already at its limit. His breath was short, but he boxed like a robot, wet as if he had been caught in the rain. Suddenly, a terrible thing happened. At the apogee of the fight, when the guy was getting physically tired, his supervisor hit him in the eye so hard that blood spurted in all directions. The blow to the eye knocked Gvanek out of the fight and the supervisor began to attack. The guy lost his balance and began to fall frantically. In order to somehow stay on his feet, Gvank grabbed the manager's body with all his strength as if to hug him. But even so, he squeezed him with all his remaining strength. "What are you here for?" he shouted at the manager. "Don't you understand?" The manager, who was also hurt by the hug, shouted back. "Out of a sense of duty," he yelled, and at that moment Gvank grabbed his hand and squeezed it with all his might. "It hurts me," the leader suddenly shouted. "I'm stronger than you," the guy shouted back. At that moment, the boy decided to break him into pieces, and suddenly everyone heard a strange crack. The carpenter was numb from the pain that pierced his entire body, and he never realized what happened at that moment. All the office workers were also numb from what they saw. There was only fear in their eyes, and here they just looked at each other. The manager was standing with his hands in his pockets, and Gvanek's body was lying motionless near his desk. The room was absolutely zoned. "Ugh!" The manager screamed loudly so that everyone could hear him. Finally, one of the employees dared to ask him if he had used such a thing on an intern. The manager angrily replied that he would have died in his place. This time, the killing of the intern exceeded all expectations, said one of the employees. The guy standing next to him asked in surprise if this had happened before. Killing trainees is a tradition of the 3rd External Security Team. It's a way to humble a newcomer and show them another side of the job, the guy explained, looking at Gwanek's motionless body and the calm face of the supervisor. Kim Jong quietly approached the manager and called out to him. Without turning around, he replied that his arm was broken and his rib was probably cracked. To tell you the truth, he was not happy about this either. "Take the pet guy to the medical center and let him lie there for a couple of hours," he ordered John. Umiho said she would take him there herself. The supervisor looked at her in surprise and said she could do as she pleased. "What's Gwanek's grade?" John asked the supervisor, and he was silent and thoughtful. He remembered how this boy had skillfully dodged an attack that hid his energy and used a trick to strike back. Then he remembered Gvanek's strong hug at the end of the fight, which spoke of hidden potential, a strong will with a fighting spirit. With such a talent in so many ways, the manager continued to think, analysing everything he saw in the fight. It seems that he had a lot of hits in his childhood, and that's why I think he knows how to fight back properly. But the most important thing was that I was going to use only one of my secret techniques, sensory disturbance. But it worked. "The leader?" Kim Jong asked him again, stopping his thoughts. All the employees of the department stood silently and listened to their dialogue, all wondering how the supervisor would evaluate Gwanek, because the fight was extremely fierce. There was silence, and the manager continued to analyze everything at that moment. Suddenly, he said loudly, "This guy is completely mad at the thought of hurting his boss," and walked past Vanek's body to the silence of all the shocked employees. "Get back to work quickly," he said without turning around, and without the explanation everyone was waiting for, he left the room. As he walked away, the manager recalled that someone had told him that Jong-gi Nam, who was unable to even touch the clothes of the enemy in battle due to a sensory impairment, was an assistant from his team, and he had to use as many as 3 secret techniques against this half-breed in the battle with the Gwangik. And he still thought that Jong-gi Nam was better, the manager thought irritably, because the best talent is in the audience right now. And he's lying behind my back. Finally, the teacher recognized Gwanek's uniqueness and smiled so that no one would see and went to his office satisfied. The next day, in the intern training room, all the interns were sitting at their tables and bored. The red-haired man sat next to Johan Hyun and wailed that there was so much work, so much practice, that he could die from it all. He asked the green-haired man, "Is there an assistant from your department coming this time?" He was very tired and mumbled something to Johan. Kim Johan. "It seems that someone will soon be carried forward upside down," the redhead thought, looking at him. At that moment, Gwangyuk entered the room. The redhead exclaimed loudly, "Here comes our Kwangik! I thought you wouldn't come. You came to your senses so quickly." Gwank was silent and did not pay attention to him. He sat down in silence, and everyone watched him with interest and remained silent as well. The redhead looked at his friend, who was also silently looking at him in surprise, and shrugged. Wumiho was also looking at Gwanek with curiosity, but she didn't show it. Everyone else also looked at him, but no one dared to say a word. Gwanek sat silently looking at the table, and no one could guess what was on his mind. Only he knew how anger was tearing him up inside. He was constantly replaying the memories of his last fight. The guy could not stand it and walked into his boss's office and asked only one question. What was it? What was it about? The boss answered him with curiosity in his eyes. At that moment, he was doing something very important. He was folding origami out of paper. "I mean the blow that made me lose consciousness. Did you have a stick hidden somewhere?" Gvanek kept up with him. "What are you talking about?" Lee Junbong smiled at him maliciously. "Do you really want to know?" The boss intended to finish off the boy's eagerness to the end. "No, I'm just asking. I see you're very happy to have defeated me," Gwankiek answered him. "Oh, I always have a thirst for victory," the manager scolded him, twisting the origami in his hands. "I understood, I'll leave." Gvank turned around and was about to leave, mentally cursing. Suddenly, the supervisor called out to him, "Hey trainee, is this a school or what? Did you think I was going to tell you everything just like that because I felt sorry for you or what?" The supervisor threw his origami away and sat back in his chair. The boy turned to him and heard him. "You figure it out for yourself and bring me a report," the manager ordered him, taking advantage of his position. The manager stood up and added, "You figure out what you passed out from and bring me a written report and write it with your own hands." The guy stood there extremely surprised by what he heard. If you think you can get information from someone else, don't even think about it, and you can go to hell with such thoughts. I don't care about the order of the general director. If you want, you can go to another department. He turned his back on the guy and added that Gvanek shouldn't delay his decision. He was annoyed and angry again. One of the employees overheard their conversation and came up to the puzzled Gwynic and explained that the analysis department does different work. They track dangerous people and analyze unproven theories and predictions, and looked him in the eye. Gvanek returned to his desk and sat down, trying to recall the fight step by step. That day the manager had been dealt with in one blow. An immortal defeated a half-werewolf, a half-immortal. When he grabbed the manager with both hands, it seemed that he was holding a rock, not a person. Is it possible when you have a lot of experience? And did he hit me or not? Did he hit me with his head? No, maybe with his foot. No, maybe he was hiding some kind of weapon. But no, he wouldn't have bothered to do that. Vaniak could not remember all the details of the battle. At that moment, he remembered his supervisor's advice to move to another department, and he sighed in frustration. The guy who was explaining to him about the analytical department went to the screen and started his lecture. He said that there was a project called Oracle, but it is currently closed. Its purpose was to create a system that would predict the future, and the result of this project was the analytical department. Yumiho raised her hand and added that she knew such psychics existed. "That's right, but they are not the kind of people you can meet in fantasy," the lecturer replied. "If you tell a prediction, it can become a lie, but if a few people know about it and no one says anything about it, then such a prediction can come true?" The girl was restless. "All psychics say that the future is changing because it is constantly changing because of the opening of the time period." And then the lecturer interrupted her, saying that yes, such a theory existed, and that it was the basis of the Oracle project. Rudy sat and listened to her enthusiastically, thinking that she was incredible, and that's why he loved her so much. Then Umiho asked the lecturer what was the reason for the failure. "It's very simple. The reason was in the human brain," the lecturer answered her with a finger in his head. In other words, we looked into the brains of psychics and found out that the thoughts in their heads do not always tell the truth, the lecturer said enthusiastically. Many people were deceived by what was plausible, which in fact turned out to be a lie, and that is why the project suffered catastrophic losses. You believe that something is true, but if you look at it from an objective point of view, there are many absurdities inside this truth, the lecturer said, looking directly at Gvanek. That's the reason why delusion arises, Gwynek thought as he listened to the lecturer. And then it hit him. He remembered his trainer in the hut who had told him that hiding one's energy is a confusion in perception. Thanks to the outstanding senses, immortals have the ability to block the information perceived by the enemy. It turns out that the basics of hiding energy, and if you turn it around, and if you put this technique into practice, it must be difficult to block information, Gwynek thought chaotically. Is it possible to make it a lie, he thought, remembering the moment when he had squeezed both hands of the manager. No, although I thought so, he exclaimed in his head, recalling the smallest details of that delight. That's all for today. Next time a person from the R&D department will come out to see you, the lecturer told everyone. And at that moment he looked at Gvanek, but there was an empty chair where he was sitting. The guy had run away somewhere. Gvanek ran into his office, and it finally dawned on him that his boss had used the hiding of his energy, and the answer was in his right hand. He quickly sat down at his computer and began to type the report. He was tormented by one question. How did the boss choose the moment? Did he need to know that Gvanek was going to pounce on him to deceive him? Is it that easy to deceive perception? I don't think so, because then the immortals killed all the monsters a long time ago. I think the boss was prepared in advance. He was looking for the very moment when I could be eliminated, Gwank decided, and looked at the boss. He noticed his look and asked the anime guy why Gwank was looking at him like that. The anime guy replied laughing that he must have fallen in love after the blow. But how? The boy's intuition was as close to prediction as it could be. Gwank knew that only true masters who'd been through a lot of battles and survived could have such abilities. I can't rely on my intuition to predict the enemy's every move, can I? Gwanky kept thinking. At that moment, the commander thought that Vanek was probably cursing him in his mind. If only intuition could be supplemented by the subtle feeling of an immortal, he thought. The realization of something new and the thought that Gwank could do the same made his heart beat fast and his head spin. Meanwhile, the anime guy kept laughing and reassuring the boss, saying that Gwanky wasn't mentally scolding him. Hey, Gwanky, are you scolding your boss? The anime guy shouted at the guy, and suddenly he started running all over the office. But Gwynek had already opened the door to his boss with his foot, and the latter just called him an idiot in surprise and looked at Gwynek in amazement. Are you completely out of your mind? The boss shouted at the top of his lungs. Documents were flying all over the office from the whirlwind that Gvanek had created, but he stood there silently, telling himself to be as calm as possible. The manager sat frightened in his chair and looked at Gvanek, who meanwhile stood in the middle of the office and concentrated, ordering himself to strain his senses as much as possible, block out unnecessary sounds and place only his opponent in the visual zone of perception. And they started fighting. The guy could almost feel that the next punch of the boss would be delivered from the left. The guys fought seriously and with particular cruelty. The boss was laughing with satisfaction, but Gvanek was not laughing. He was torn to pieces by the sight of him. Look at him, the manager exclaimed, laughing, but Gvank was in a serious mood. He could smell the hatred from a mile away, and he was too angry, but he noticed that the energy of the manager was felt everywhere. The two of them were back in battle, hitting each other without mercy. Papers and documents were flying all over the office. The guys hit the ceilings and turned them around while attacking each other, and the office dwellers were shocked and afraid to get up. The anime guy couldn't understand what was going on and what was the reason for the conflict. Kim Jong was swearing out loud because they really scared the girl with their behavior. What are you doing? Gwanek's supervisor finally shouted and stopped. I'm giving you a report. I'm answering your homework, Gwank replied and also stopped. The manager could not understand what he meant. What homework? He asked Gvanek again, whose face was a little torn and his jaw was sore. Gvanek finally caught his breath and replied that he thought that would be the most accurate answer. The majority of the office thought, looking at the crazy guy and crawling out from under the desks where they were sitting as if in hiding. And all the employees started shouting at him to see if he was okay, and that he should immediately go to a psychotherapist for an appointment. But my answer is still correct, the guy was thinking in his mind. Who's going to clean up this mess? The manager suddenly shouted at Gvanek, pointing to the chaos of the office. What? The guy asked him in surprise. What are you looking at me for? Put your feet up and go clean up this mess. The manager, who was as angry as a panther, shouted without stopping. Don Hun, are you very busy right now? The manager asked one of the workers. No, I was going to leave today at the end of the day, the employee answered, frightened. Kim Jong, what are you going to do? He began to poke at the girl. I'm going to leave too, she replied in surprise. Then let's go, it's time to go, the manager ordered everyone. And you, Gvanek, will also go home only after you put things in order here, he personally ordered Gvanek. By the way, I have a very good memory, so keep everything in its place because tomorrow I'll check you. Lee Junbong continued to command. Okay, the boy said, disappointed. Everyone started to get ready to go home. For some reason, the anime guy decided to find out what Gwank did and asked the supervisor about it. What do you mean? He asked him again. Kim Jong also came over and asked him that she thought Gwangik had hidden his energy. The anime guy interrupted her and asked if maybe Gwangik was being trained in secret. The leader stood with his back to them and asked if he looked like such a person. No, the embarrassed anime man replied. Are you going to take his bold attack as a report? The employees were furious. But it was enchanting, laughed the manager. Kim Jong, what's his physical condition? He asked the girl. Looking at his mountain of muscles, we can count many like him in our company, the girl answered him confidently. We're all wondering where he learned all this, the anime guy added. He could not have learned such savagery. If he were a properly trained thoroughbred, he would not have shown such sloppiness. Gwanky most likely understood everything and immediately wanted to test it in practice, the manager thought at that moment. He thought of it and immediately applied it, and even on me, the manager smiled wildly. At that moment, Gvanek was dutifully cleaning the office, and he didn't like it at all because he didn't scatter some things. The next day, the manager called Kim Jong in, and she came in surprised. He announced that they were both going on a mission. Kim Jong was surprised. It was too much even for an intern. The supervisor explained to her that there were not enough hands to go around, and not enough people, so she had to take Gwanek with her and go. Kim Jong meekly agreed. She got out and went to look for the boy, and when she approached Gwanek, she told him to follow her without explanation. They both entered the elevator and began to go down to the lower floors in silence. The elevator doors finally opened, and Gwanek saw a basement filled with various weapons. Kim Jong briefly ordered him to take the equipment. They silently went to the closet and began to put on their special protective uniforms. Kim Jong went to the women's room and did the same. In addition to their clothes, they put on special gloves with metal inserts made of bulletproof fabric. They also wore bulletproof vests and helmets, and special shoes with metal knee pads. Meanwhile, outside an alarm signal was sounding through loudspeakers and spreading throughout the neighborhood. Outside the city, in the middle of a field, a small black hole began to appear. Gwangyuk and Kim Jong quickly got into the car and drove to the coordinates in the navigator. 30 seconds later, they were both at their destination, and Kim Jong reported over the radio that Units 1 and 2 had arrived at the scene. Gwangik activated the contactless alarm hotline in his helmet where the word 1 meant alien number 1, and Yuk meant the arrival of other aliens. There was also the word hot, which meant the opening of a black hole, and the word line, which meant the appearance of aliens one by one. The exploding loudspeakers were also a part of the security system's contactless alarm system. Gvanek had read about it in the instruction books. He stared at the growing black hole right before his eyes and remembered an incident 9 years ago when the Great Gate opened. It was when he was a little boy that there was a hole in front of him. Between fear and horror, he felt calm for the first time, and it was then that he decided that one day he would destroy all the monsters crawling out of the black hole and gave himself a word. And today would be the beginning of this journey for Gvanek. He was fully equipped and determined, though the hole he saw as a child was several times bigger, and it seemed very strange. "Somber, why am I so nervous?" he asked the girl, and he felt even hotter at this point. "Don't worry, the gun is tested," replied. At least she played along, Gvanek thought irritably. Gvanek was holding a Glock 17 pistol, which meant that the magazines had 17 rounds each. Suddenly, Gwinnett called out to the girl, but she didn't hear him right away because she was looking out into the field. He asked her if she noticed that the black hole was getting bigger and bigger. It was indeed growing right before her eyes. Unit 1 anomaly detected, requesting immediate assistance. Kim Jong quickly reported into the radio. She also saw the anomalous hole. "Send us the video," they heard over the radio. Each of the helmets was equipped with a camera that transmitted real-time video in contactless mode, and the operator who received the video was screaming in shock. "Get out of there immediately! A closure team will be sent to the site," the office operator frantically yelled into the radio, also not understanding why the hole was growing. Then they heard a brief description of the hole on the radio, namely that it had a wave structure and a SSS-rank, which meant a hotline and danger. Gvank heard all this and thought that the wave structure meant that aliens would climb in a whole bunch. "We're in trouble," said the guy. "Yeah," said Kim Jong. "Can we just go back?" he asked the girl who was looking at the hole. "Sunbae," he called out to her again, but she didn't answer. As she looked and continued to be silent, Gwangyuk suddenly remembered that he had studied the satellite map before leaving, and he remembered that there were people's houses 4 or 5 kilometers away, and he told Xiongbai about it. There were civilians there, which meant that there could be casualties, he told the girl. Suddenly, the radio started talking again. "Hey, get out there, both of you!" The girl remained silent, assessing the situation. "When will the reinforcements arrive?" Gvanek asked her. In at least 15 minutes, Kim Jong finally answered him. "Unit 2! Shut your mouth and obey the order," the walkie-talkie screamed, but Xiongbai fell silent again and didn't respond to it. Suddenly, the wormhole gate opened and they saw alien number 1, a very scary monster with a modified head and huge teeth. "Units 1 and 2, get in the car now and drive away," the radio screamed. The operator was already blue in the face, but both of them were silent and did not respond to it, and Gvank thought, should we just leave? "If you pull, you'll become their target," the operator shouted into the radio. It's obvious, Gvank thought and smiled. Gwynnick knew that less than 1,000 people had died in last year's car accident, but thanks to the development of artificial intelligence and scientific technologies found in white holes, the death toll had been reduced by a third. However, 5,000 to 10,000 people die every year due to alien attacks. Humans have managed to reduce the number of deaths in car accidents and diseases, but nothing has changed with regard to alien attack. Immortals are very valuable personnel, so the company won't sacrifice them for a few civilians, the boy thought. "Zombie?" he called again to the girl who was standing right next to the black hole, silent and doing nothing. "What are you two doing there?" Their department head had already started shouting into the radio. But when they heard him, they also fell silent. Suddenly, at that moment, the blind dog broke out of the black hole and stood upright in all its great height. It was very nasty, and it was really scary to look at it. And Gwank heard the shots and saw the bullets hit the dog's head, and it started to bleed like crazy. It was Kim Jong who pulled out her gun and pulled the trigger. Gwangyuk was shocked by what he saw. He had never seen a girl shoot so skillfully with such a weapon. Although he understood that no one would risk their lives for the sake of civilians, hadn't he started doing this work because he hated ordinary things? He called Kim Jong again, and she answered and holstered her gun. "Can I fall in love with you?" Gwank shouted to her cheerfully, and pulled out his gun and began to shoot at the dog as well. "What idiots you are!" their department head shouted into the radio. He was furiously angry with them both and very worried about their lives. Suddenly, the connection began to lose and only hisses were heard on the air. All the operators were terrified to change the settings and improve. Gwank and Zombie continued to fire their pistols non-stop. Periodically changing magazines one by one, the sound of the bullets deafened them both, and only echoes were heard in the quiet field. The blind dog's body was already like a sieve, but it still stood on its high paws and growled. "You take the ones on the right, and I'll take the ones on the left," Gwanku Sombe shouted, and the boy shouted that he understood because they could hardly hear anything from the shooting. "I think there's no turning back," Gwank thought nervously, realizing that the time for their safe return had already passed. They expected about 10 monsters to emerge from that black hole, so they took only 2 pistols and a few rounds of ammunition. If this hole has taken on a wave-like shape, then at least 100 monsters will come out of it, Gwank thought, and a feeling of fear began to consume him. He had no idea what to do now. So Gwank began to shoot the monsters with excitement, and they started to come out of the hole in a crowd. He skillfully hit 2 monsters, who screamed in painful convulsions and began to fight. Zombie also kept up the pace and shot with enviable skill, as it was not her first time out. She also hit 2 monsters right in the head, and the screaming around her was incredible. Both of them stood at the same distance and shot the monsters as if in a shooting range, not letting any of them get within a dangerous distance. "I'm down to my last magazine, and Sonbei is down to his last," Gwanka thought nervously. "There are too many of them, probably because the hole is wavy," he shouted to Sonbei, realizing that their strength was unequal, and they were running out of ammunition very quickly. "Sonbei, do you have a backup plan?" he shouted loudly to the girl. "Of course I do," she shouted back slyly. "I will kill the aliens while they are eating you," she added loudly. "Are you sure I didn't hear that?" Gwank looked at her in surprise, but Zombie continued to aim her guns closely, making sure that every shot was not in vain. She had already run out of ammunition and reached for the last of her stock while Gwanka fired in her place. The aliens were different. Some of them had some strange bandages that wrapped around their heads completely and covered their eyes. Their ears glowed green, and their front legs had laser-like joints. Gwank took one bandaged alien in his sights. He really wanted to hit it the first time. The alien was really scary and unusual. Its claws and size were bigger than ordinary aliens, and its roar was much louder. The monster stood up on its hind legs and became taller than Gwynnick himself. It spread its front paws and began to scream at the top of its lungs. For a moment the boy froze. Fear flashed through him, and it could have been fatal for him, but suddenly Sombe behind him quickly shot the monster, which made the boy flinch in surprise. The mega monster fell down with a whimper because the girl had really hit it with one shot. The dog began to radiate a strange bright glow after falling down, and Gwynnick sat down to examine it more closely. He quickly got to his feet and said that it was really hot, and there were many more monsters. There were more and more unusual monsters, climbing in front of each other in anger and aggressively rushing towards them. Unfortunately, Gwannick and Sombe ran out of ammunition, so they rushed to the monsters to fight hand-to-hand and began to kick and punch them, throwing them back. But for some reason, Sombe was better at hand-to-hand combat, because she had more practice and therefore had better skills. "That's tough!" Gwanka exclaimed out loud in amazement. "Being an immortal, I can feel the changes in Sombe's body thanks to my senses. I don't know how exactly people are created with drugs, but Sombi's strength is much higher than the standard for an ordinary person. Suddenly Sombi started running, leaving Gvanik on the field. She ran into the thick of things and monsters. The guy was stunned. My ammo is at 0. It seems like Sombi is using me as bait for the monsters, but I'm still half immortal and half werewolf, Gwinnett thought at that moment. Now the main thing is not to burn my second nature, but I have a reputation for irregularity, so now we will dance, the guy firmly decided. And he hid his empty pistol and went at the monster hand to hand. Gvanko hit the dog's head with his fist so hard that it began to lose its balance. Then he managed to grab its paw, putting all his strength into this squeeze. The dog couldn't recover enough to pull its paw away, and Gvanik took full advantage of this. He took the paw with both hands and began to spin it with all his might, hitting the other monsters with it. Meanwhile, Somb went into the thick of the monsters and successfully continued to fight them, with the corpses of dogs already lying around her. Gwangik threw his dog to the ground and strangled it thoroughly, and at that moment he pulled out his dagger, and with a cold-blooded swing he drove the blade into the dog's body. The dog screamed in pain with a loud roar that seemed to burst everyone's eardrums. At this point, Somb used her jumping skills to continue jumping over the corpses. The dog Gwanika squealed quietly for the last time and died. The guy who had done it for the first time was incredibly pleased with his fight. He quickly stood up and looked towards the girl and thought that Sonbei was incredibly fast at dodging the monster's attacks. She somehow calculated their location and continued to maintain her advantageous position. No wonder she had A-rank melee skills. While Gvanik was standing there thinking, he let his guard down, and the dog sneakily attacked him, jumping and biting his hand painfully. The boy shuddered in fright. He quickly grabbed the handle of the dagger and took it out of its sheath, and with all his strength, in a state of shock, Gvanik stabbed it into the dog's head. The force of the blow was so strong that the dog's barks broke out and blood spurted out. Gvank quickly got to his feet and, in a state of rage, began to kick the dog. "Pull yourself together, you idiot! Think only about what you have to do," Gvank said to himself and regrouped. Somb at that moment loudly exclaimed that she was killing the aliens while they were eating you. It was like some kind of crazy person's delirium. "I have no other options." Gwanki breathed in and out. He gathered all his senses and began to release his energy, remembering the rules of survival in the wild that his teacher had taught him. He stood confidently and looked without fear at the faces of the angry dogs that began to surround him in a circle. Sombi looked at him in surprise, not afraid for him, but very curious. The dogs immediately rushed to the boy, who did not even move. He only managed to shout that she shouldn't praise him, but rather help him. Gvank held his huge dagger with both hands and waited for the monster to attack. And they joined in the battle. Each of them had the intention to win. The dog was very aggressive and tried to bite Gvanik as much as possible. Suddenly, the dog bit Gvanik's knee, but the guy's suit had titanium plates sewn into the area. The force of its bite was fierce, so the crunching of its teeth was not quiet either. For a moment, the guy was frightened. He broke out entirely in a cold sweat from such an unexpected attack, but he remembered the features of his suit and let go. But the dog was seriously angry, and its broken teeth did not stop it. It began to attack Gvanik, attacking different parts of his body. Jumping up, the dog bit the guy's shoulder, and a sharp pain pierced his body that Gvanik's teeth gritted. It was incredibly painful. He cursed loudly and grabbed the dog's head and began to push it away with all his might. The guy was attacked from all sides. There were 7 dogs around him, barking and growling and about to attack. He was in great pain at that moment, but he decided to block the pain and stand to the end and be cool, and use his body as he was taught, because if he missed any of the monsters, civilians would die. Suddenly, he heard machine gun fire and saw the bullets start to mow down the monsters, and the guy ducked down from the shots. It was the reinforcements that had finally arrived. Somba called the boy over to her. She asked if they had missed anyone. The carpenter stood in front of her bloody, in a torn uniform, with the head of a monster hanging on his shoulder, its teeth driven into his shoulder, and the picture was the same on his arm. "So the problem is solved?" asked the head of the reinforcement unit. The soldier replied that it was most likely, and they both looked toward the corpses of the monsters. Around them lay about 200 corpses of blind dogs. The soldiers were surprised to realize that all this was destroyed by a simple hand-to-hand fight. Everyone understood that it was possible for an immortal with good fighting skills, but the results stunned them. The team leader finally said after a moment of silence that there was only an immortal trainee and a medically enhanced human. How was it possible for only 2 to do this? He asked Songbei. 2? No, Somb answered him, also shocked. He did it all by himself, and pointed to Gwanik, who was lying on the ground covered in blood because it was less painful for him. The next day, Somb and Gwanyika were summoned by the head of the department, who was extremely angry with their behaviour on the field. He shouted at them why they hadn't followed his order and left. "The connection was abruptly cut off," Gvanik replied. "Oh, so that's the reason why dear Gvankik didn't hear my order?" The supervisor shouted to him directly in his face. Yes, that's right, the guy calmly answered him. I wish my brain would hiss like yours and shut down, so I could paint your face and forget about it, the supervisor yelled at the boy in anger. His eyes grew round and he started to get hysterical. Seonbae replied that it was her fault and she took full responsibility. Remind me again, Kim Jong, what is your position? Her boss asked her caustically. I'm a first-rate employee, she calmly replied. And how will you take responsibility? Will you quit? The manager started shouting again, but the girl thought about it and kept silent. A disciplinary committee will be convened in this case. You can go home, Somba, and tomorrow morning you are going to the inspection department. I think you understand that you will not get off with the protocol alone, the manager said, turning his back on them. And now you're Gvankik, he barked at the boy. Do you think you did the right thing? He asked the guy, who stood there and looked him calmly in the eye. No, Gvanik answered. Why are you lying to me? The manager started to lose his temper again. At this point, the manager got really mad, turned around and started to walk away, and threw over his shoulder that he would now write an explanatory note at the beginning of every working day. Gvanik asked him if he didn't have to be present at the disciplinary committee. But you seem to want to, don't you? You will most likely be called as a witness once and then you'll be off, the supervisor barked over his shoulder and left. Well, you're done explaining, Zombie smiled at him. When they both went into their office, the work chat was read with messages from employees about what had happened. The rumour spread quite quickly, and only the green-haired one wrote that Gvanik could only be fired as an intern. Gwanik thought that in a situation like this, Kim Jong-un, a first-rate employee, would be fired, and by Seonbae, he remembered the girl and how she looked on the battlefield, would have to take the responsibility on his shoulders. He sat down in his chair and leaned back and continued to reason that although Hwarim was under the government, it was still a commercial organisation that only needed revenue, so the company must be doing the right thing because order had been broken. Gvaniak recalled how he had studied the map exactly before leaving, and it showed that there were residential buildings 4 or 5 kilometres away. He then recalled Sonbi bravely rushing into the thick of the monsters, and how he fought back with his last strength. He recalled his pain from the terrible bites of blind dogs, but they still saved people. Was I right to act? Of course I did, the guy mentally asked himself. I made the right decision, no doubt about it. Gvanik was pleased with his first trip and very proud of himself. He knew for sure that this was the way it should be, but he still felt very tired. He went outside and stood breathing the fresh air when someone touched his shoulder. He looked back and it was Kim Jong. He asked her in surprise why she hadn't left yet. She caught up with him and remained silent, leaving her hand on his shoulder. Good job, Seonbae finally said. Her voice was full of pride and respect for the boy. Gwanik stood silently and also looked into the distance, knowing that everything had turned out as it should have, fairly. You're a great guy, Kim Jong turned to him and smiled sincerely. Gwangyuk knew it was true, but only after these 2 short phrases did he realise that they had done everything right today and thanked her. He came home and his mother sat him down to dinner and asked if he had a picture. Of whom? Asked her son. Of the senior employee you were just praising so much, the mother sarcastically asked. No, there is no photo, not even in the messenger. Why? Her son asked in surprise. I was just wondering if she might become my daughter-in-law, the mother answered him seriously. We're just colleagues, Gvanik exclaimed to her, blushing at her questions. He thought to himself, what if Sonbi can smoothly move into the category of bunny, and then into my beloved, and daydreamed while sipping his favourite juice. Then he remembered about the committee tomorrow, and started to get nervous about whether it would go well. The next day the disciplinary committee met, and Nuna was there with the other committee members and started the meeting. The head of the department, Gwanika, was also present. Nuna continued to say that the meeting was being held in relation to Kim Jong-ja, a first-rank employee from the 3rd External Security Team. Everyone was silent and listened attentively. One of the committee members turned to Seonbae and said that yesterday afternoon Kim Jong deliberately disobeyed the order of her superior Lee Jin-bong and continued to perform her assignment. Kim Jong, who was sitting in the chair across from them as an orphan, replied quietly that this was true. But in her heart she was very calm and not nervous. Who doesn't? Bond said out loud for some reason, to which another member of the committee shut him up and told him to bite his tongue. What did I say wrong? Bond snapped. He was not used to being shut up and it annoyed him. The committee members then invited Gvanik to come into the room, who was waiting in the hallway with other employees. In turn, Gwangyik, we only have one question for you. Did Kim Jong force you to stay at the location? Someone from the committee asked the boy. No, he confidently answered the committee members, because he was also as calm as an elephant. Do you know what will happen if the intern causes a problem? And an unfamiliar woman scolded him. I believe that in that situation it was the best solution, Gvank replied firmly. And then a man with glasses exploded and shouted, What do you know about it? Gvanik's answers irritated all the committee members. In fact, this guy had been trained for several months, and the head of the committee, Bon, could not stand it any longer and interjected himself into the conversation. and at that moment Gvanek loudly told everyone that they were able to save civilians. Inside, the guy began to boil with injustice. All the members of the committee immediately fell silent and looked at the guy in surprise. And to Gvanek's surprise, Chief Bon added that they had done the right thing because they had saved civilians, and anything can happen on the job, but the main thing is people, and there is nothing more important. Suddenly one of the committee members lost his patience and yelled at Bon to get out of the room. The manager began to shout that in fact his employee was being reprimanded and he, as a manager, had to be present. Bon was very determined. "Then shut your mouth!" the committee member shouted. Gvanek was listening to the argument in amazement and thought it was strange that just when you open your mouth they shut it and are ready to tear it open. The supervisors did not even get up and continued to say that this can happen to anyone and anything happens in the service. They are ready to reduce Kim Jong's salary for several months. The committee member was not far behind. She said that she did not understand how the girl could be pitied. The woman was extremely annoyed and exhaled loudly. A colleague approached Gvanek and quietly suggested that he leave, and the boy understood and silently left the room. As the meeting continued, Bone was determined to defend Sonba, and shouted that no one was afraid of any reprimand, and that all committee members needed to have a more flexible mindset. Gvanek and his colleague were walking down the corridor when he told him that he didn't even know what to comment on the situation. Gvanek didn't understand what the guy meant and asked him what was going on. The colleague continued that it is very good when a manager stands up for his subordinates, but there is a limit to everything, because such actions affect the evaluation of all staff. The cleaner listened to him and thought, does it mean that if you stand up for your team, you push back your position? They both reached the elevator, but his companion refused to go any further, because he had some things to do. Gvanek got into the elevator, but suddenly his colleague changed his mind and, holding the door, got into the elevator as well, and Gvanek was surprised. They rode to their office in silence all the way, each thinking about his own thoughts. When Gvanek got to his office, another colleague asked him how it was going. "The boss is toasting us," he answered. "And there is no other news?" the employee asked him again. Gvanek could not understand what he wanted from him and what he meant. Suddenly, the guy from the elevator reappeared in the office doorway and called Gvanek over, with a mysterious face. He quietly asked Gvanek if he wanted to join the inspection team. The boy looked at him in surprise and silence. Without answering, he turned around and sat down at his desk, staring at one point. Some time later, after he returned, the manager, Bon, and Sonbi came in. Bong walked into the office visibly angry, saying, "I'm going to leave this company to the devil." Sonbi remained modestly silent. The anime guy turned to them curiously and asked what decision the committee had made. "I'm not allowed to go out for surgery for 30 days, Sonb answered. "Assistant Lee, this topic is closed for you," the manager barked at him and sat down at his desk. "They're shameless. It was a blow below the belt," thought the irritated Bon. Gwanki watched them closely and thought that the punishment itself was nothing special, but judging by the circumstances, something had happened, although it was clear that the manager was not going to tell him. Boss Bong turned on his computer and abruptly ordered everyone to work, and the office was filled with ringing silence. The next morning, Gwank sat down and began to write an explanatory note. He carefully wrote out that all sorts of situations happen during work, and he promised to try very hard and not to let this happen next time. After adding something else, he handed it to his supervisor, Bon, who skimmed the text and asked if he was crazy. Gwank explained to him that this was the first time he had ever written anything like this, so he didn't know how. And Seongbei began to train him even harder in hand-to-hand combat, every day, constantly repeating that one should only rely on the keen sense of immortals. She explained to the boy that there are no special habits in the attacks of a leader, even if it seems that there are. It is a lie. To which Gwanka thought that using habits as an illusion was also a good idea. From time to time, Sonbi also shared the secrets of the battle against the boss, and Gwank was very happy about it. The guy continued to write explanatory notes every morning, writing some trash every time. His supervisor kept yelling at him, and occasionally throwing his fists and starting a fight. In these fights, Gwank was constantly adjusting to his boss. In each fight, he carefully studied Bon's movements, how he attacks and how he fights back, what techniques he uses in battle. Gwanki clearly remembered Som's instructions and repeated them every time, saying that there were no special habits in the leader's attacks, and even if there were, it was an absolute lie. He repeated it like a mantra. Every day after Gvanek submitted his explanatory note, they had a fight, which even all the office workers had become accustomed to. From the outside, it seemed that these two were enjoying their fists. The anime guy was recording the duration of each fight on his phone, and the last one lasted 6 minutes and 1 second, setting a new record. That morning, Gwanek finally managed to knock the manager to the floor. Bon was lying there thinking how much his back hurt, but he noticed that Gwank was fighting well. This was the atmosphere every day in the 3rd External Security Team. The next morning, Commander Bone called Vanek to his office. He asked nervously what Shim Wien had told him. Gwanek did not understand him at first, but asked again. Bone explained that Shin Ma-en was an assistant from the second external inspection team, and then Gwank told him that a few days ago this guy in the elevator had offered to join him on the inspection team. And then Min laughed for some reason and said it was a joke, the guy added. Gwank recounted this strange dialogue with Shin Min and his bad joke, thinking that how did this conversation reach the ears of his boss? "So, it turns out you got an invitation to another team," the manager exclaimed with anger and cursed aloud. Gwank looked at him with horror and thought, what's wrong with him? He felt uncomfortable. And at that moment Shin Min himself came into their office and greeted Gwangik cheerfully, as if they were old friends. When Bong saw his enemy, he rushed across the room to him, jumping over chairs and cursing as he went, and when he reached him, he punched Mian so hard that he fell to the floor. Gwank mentally cursed in shock. He did not expect such a reaction from Bon. Bon stood over Shin Mian and shouted that how dare he take his trainee to his inspection team. The boy was numb and could not say a word. When he recovered, he asked Bon what was wrong. "I was just kidding," Min almost cried. "You were joking, really?" Bon shouted at him. Suddenly Bon heard someone behind him shout out to him, "Leader Lee Chun-bon." It was some other leader Gwangyuk didn't know. Bong looked around and was surprised to see him here. "What are you doing here?" he shouted at Bong. It was Park Pillow, the head of the external inspection team and Mian's immediate supervisor. "I'm just playing around. Why are you overreacting? I only broke his arm," Bon answered him somewhat uncertainly, recognizing his colleague. Pillow raised his eyebrows in surprise, and Mian finally got to his feet and hid behind him. "Is it okay to make a big deal out of some tall tale?" Pillow began to attack Bon. "A tale? You seem to know everything," Bon shouted at him. "Did you do this?" Bon continued to shout. Pillow pretended not to understand. "Did you order the poaching of our intern?" Bon's supervisor was already attacking Pillow. "What's wrong with that? You're the one they call the butcher for constantly cutting up your trainees' brains," Pillow sharply replied. Pillow then shouted that he gave the order because he wanted to test him, that he would rather take Gvanik away than let him continue to suffer with Bon. "Neas!" The Bon leader shouted at the top of his lungs and turned red as a sheet. The conflict gained incredible momentum. "He's mine, even if I make him into fresh juice or a floor cloth because he belongs to me," he shouted, standing upright. "Don't touch him, and I'm warning the other teams too. I'm aware that there are a lot of people who have their eyes on my trainee after the gravity training and the recent incident," Bon shouted to the entire floor, which could be heard in all the offices. "Just try to touch him. Everyone knows who I am." Bon was irrepressible. Gvank was listening to this argument in amazement and wondered why he had become Bon's property. "Do you have a communist party here? Personal freedom is much more important." Pillow lost his temper. And at that moment, Pillow turned to the shocked Gvanik and said that he could speak calmly. The guy looked at him in surprise because he was not going to interfere. Bon, Pillow and Mihan stood in front of the boy and looked at him intently, while Gwanik was confused and turned. He scratched his head and thought about it because he didn't think anyone from the other departments would want to take him on. But there was nothing to think about. He did have a psychotic boss, Lee Bong, who was unbalanced and hysterical, Panda the assistant, who was always unhappy with something, and Sonbei, who at first glance seemed like cold ice, but could actually support and recognize her junior colleague. There was nothing good about his team, but he loudly said he was staying in his department. Pillow looked at him in surprise over his stylish glasses and remained silent. A 30-year-old elite immortal, nicknamed the Royal Lord, who had risen to the position of head of the inspection team. He looked at Gvanik carefully and asked if it was his boss. "No," the boy firmly replied. At that moment, Gwanik realized that Park Pillow was no match for Lee Chung-bong, who, although he had obvious socialization problems, was the best in terms of fighting skills. Bong couldn't resist sticking his tongue out at Pill like a little kid, shouting that Gwangyuk was staying with him. The guy rolled his eyes and thought that his superior's behavior was beyond comment. Pilou asked Vanik the reason for his refusal, and he replied that he had not yet learned everything in his department. Under an idiot who makes you write explanatory notes and picks fights? Pillow couldn't help but sarcastically ask. Bond's face twisted at his words. The guest stood and silently stared at Gvanik along with Mihan. He really did not understand the boy's decision. Then he turned around and said, "Let's go, assistant." Mihan left. Bond yelled after him. Why was he leaving so quickly? The anime guy realized that he was getting hot again and grabbed his hands and began to pull him away, whispering that Bon should calm down because this would not lead to anything good. Gvank looked at Bon in silence. The latter snapped back that he shouldn't look at him like that. Then Bon smiled charmingly and said with satisfaction that Gwank was staying. He was pleased with himself and his antics at that moment. The manager turned around with a shout of "Get back to work" and left. One of the workers whispered to Gwank that Bon was very proud of him, but he didn't believe it. At that moment, Bon passed by Gvanik's computer and looked at him in surprise. He asked the boy what it was. He replied that it was an explanatory note, but he hadn't finished it yet. The manager turned sharply to Gvanik and snapped at him, as if he had already made up his mind. "Now we have two psychos on the team," Gwinnett growled. The anime guy was surprised to see the new fight between Gwinnett and the manager, who who started fighting, but only to let off steam. Suddenly he shouted out to Bon that they had a new case. The latter stopped abruptly and walked over to the anime guy and asked him what it was. The anime man began to read the message carefully. And who are we going to send? What do you mean, whom? There's no one else but the intern because Johnny can't go yet, Bon answered him with satisfaction, looking at Gwanek. A new task, the boy thought with satisfaction and asked where he was going. To the airport, you'll be a human detective, slyly answered his boss Bon. Because we need to catch someone, namely a shapeshifter, he added, showing a photo from the video cameras of a girl with red hair. He went on to explain that the screen showed her real face, and that she had most likely turned into someone else. Gvanek recalled that shapeshifters have a skill that allows them to take on the appearance of anyone they remember. The anime guy explained to him that this lady was a type of mercenary working under contract. She was passing information and documents. A special police unit with superpowers has asked for their help, and Esquirati will also send a werewolf, he added. The guy asked the anime guy what he understood about finding this girl by smell, because she could change her appearance. The anime man confirmed that this was true, and that werewolves were the best at this. Suddenly, Bong's supervisor asked if other teams would participate. The anime guy read the message carefully again and said that they would add Jinnam and Woomi-ho. So we'll have to send a half-breed to the elite, Gwangyuk thought disappointedly, and asked if there was any point in going there at all. The anime guy explained to him that they were told to provide at least 3 immortals and asked for someone like Jonggi-nam, but they didn't have anyone like him, and decided to put together a team of 3 rookies, but sending 3 rookies alone is very dangerous. In essence, you go on a mission as an immortal, but in fact as a bodyguard for the rookies, the anime guy added. Gwynek thought his skills were finally being recognized. Hey, protect our Jinnamichi properly! The supervisor couldn't help but scold Gwank. Gwank smiled and thought that maybe tomorrow Bon would have a new explanatory note for him. At that moment, a guy came into the office and said hello. It was Kang Himo's assistant, and he was sent to this operation from the analytical department. He stood in front of everyone and said that he was going to announce the strategy, but before he did, he stumbled. He looked at Gwanek's bruised face and asked what was wrong with his face. It's the result of a combative conversation with the leader Lee Chung-bong, Gwangyek answered. Of course you're from the 3rd security team, the assistant smiled, and continued to talk about strategy. He announced to everyone that the location of the operation was Icheon Airport, which was located outside the city and was an international airport. In order not to arouse suspicion, everyone should dress in normal clothes, and the meeting time was set for 10 in the morning. At this airport, they would be joined by the representatives of another Pwat company. The next morning, a girl came up to the assistant and introduced herself. It was the head of strategy, Lee Ji-hae. She asked the assistant if everyone was familiar with the details of the operation, and everyone nodded silently in response. Then let's go to our places, Lee Ji-hae added. But she began to voice the layout of the employees anyway. Assistant Kang should be on the bus, Pwatu's supervisor and she will be in the airport situation room for communication and monitoring. Gwangyuk and Mi-ho will patrol the 5th entrance. Jinam will sit in the tourist tent and look for the target. Gwank was getting used to his new role and establishing communication on the radio. Suddenly, they spotted 2 strange men walking right at them, looking very suspicious, but Pwat had requested backup from Realguard, a security company that was subordinate to Escracion, and these strangers were their employees. Gvanek looked at them curiously and felt their steel muscles under their clothes against his skin. These 2 were a little late and were werewolves and really worked for Realguard and joined their operation. Suddenly, Gwynek decided to ask his assistant a question and raised his hand politely. Why is Jinnamuchik sitting in the tourist tent? Gvank asked in a childish manner. Jinnamchik? The assistant asked, surprised by the name. What's wrong? Gwank was surprised. Ginam became indignant and started shouting why he was being called that and demanded that everyone address him formally. The assistant intelligently explained that only the trainee Jonggi Nam would go to the tent because they had invited an immortal with an outstanding sense. The assistant was considered a sissy by the gentleman. Woomi-ho entered the dialogue, saying that sending 4 immortals to such a case was a waste of personnel. Someone added that it was more accurate to send 1 immortal and 3 dummies. The assistant explained that once they had the target, the airport security would help with controlling the situation. The briefing was over. The head of the operation stood up and said he was leaving. But Woomi-ho reprimanded him for some reason, saying that since he was the head of the operation, he should behave more composedly, which would increase efficiency, and left as well. The assistant said goodbye to everyone correctly and politely until tomorrow. Left alone with the assistant, Gwangyuk approached him and quietly told him that he thought Junggi Nam was a fool, and that Woomi-ho was no better, and that he was ashamed of them. The assistant replied that he couldn't do anything because he had very little half-blood from an immortal in him, and he was embarrassed. The assistant added that here, the priority was given to the capable. Gvanek listened to him and thought to himself that it was a strange company, a delicate assistant and 2 disabled people. The next day in the airport lounge, Yumi-ho was being courted by a guy from the unit, begging for her phone number. She sharply told him that she was married, but he did not believe her. Suddenly, the stranger heard someone say, "Honey, is something wrong?" It was Gvank who approached them and decided to save the girl from the situation. The stranger quickly disappeared, and Wumi-ho just said, "Too much." Gwangik laughed and said that he was doing his best everywhere, and he was having fun. He was in the right mood. Gwank looked carefully at the people walking around the airport. He saw absolutely no one suspicious in the crowd. People were walking around with suitcases, checking the time and looking at the flight schedule. Some were peacefully drinking coffee. Some were chatting, and some were running, already late for their flight. Gwank looked at the crowd once again and said into the radio, "Beta 1, we need an urgent check." Yumi-ho looked at him in surprise. A dark blue shirt, light jeans, a man in his 30s, Gwynnick continued to report. Gwangik's words were passed on to the Situation Room and asked to be verified. Employees of the Situation Room rushed to check the information. The guy who aroused Gvanik's suspicion was moving around the waiting room. He looked like an ordinary young man with a backpack over his shoulders, going about his business. He was carefully looking at the object and did not understand why the stranger was different from the others. Suddenly, Wumi-ho asked Gwanik if he knew why Jung-gi-nam was treated so specially. He said that he was a little confused. She explained that it was the difference between half-breeds and full-bloods. His peculiarity is his acute insight, she added. He reacts to different stimuli and his ability to feel is completely different, and water is different for Jung-gi-nam, stones are different. He feels the difference in everything. Gwangik heard through his earpiece that Realguard had crossed paths with the person in question. The probability of a match was 80%, what would eliminate the target, and they should just watch. Suddenly Gwynnick remembered what his father had once told him, that an immortal's power is determined by the level of his senses. Usually such people have very bad character. It's good that you're not like that, his father had said. At that moment, his father looked calm, but he was upset about something. The difference between purebloods and half-breeds was already apparent during the orientation. It was a huge difference in speed and skills. But Gvanik also had great speed, and even at that moment he believed that everything would work out by itself. Gvanik decided to give it a try. "1 second," he shouted back to the stranger in the hall. Armed men in uniform ran into the airport hall and started shouting that everyone should stand aside. There was an emergency, and everyone was asked to cooperate. People looked at the armed men in surprise and whispered to each other in fright, "Do they have real weapons? Who are they? Are they making a movie?" Vanek tried to concentrate and disconnect from the outside noise. He tried to tune his senses. The guy was in a meditative state, turning off the external noise and looking at the stranger. "Beta 3, are you sure there's only one target left?" Gvanek's assistant asked nervously over the radio. Wumi-ho and Ginam were also looking at the stranger carefully. The assistant repeated his question at length, and Wumi-ho and Ginam continued to watch, and neither of them noticed another man wearing a black cap and dark glasses walking close to the stranger. Suddenly a terrible thing happened. The stranger instantly pulled out a pistol with a silencer. He ran toward him, cursing, and Ginam finally noticed him in the crowd. But the stranger had already pulled the trigger and fired at all the members of the operation who were standing nearby, and also rushed to him. He hit them all. One by one they fell to the floor, and chaos ensued. The head of the operation rushed at the stranger from behind and punched him in the head to knock him down. He succeeded for a moment, but the stranger got to his feet and ran away. "Oh, damn it!" Gwangyuk shouted and ran after him with Wumi-ho. But at that moment, something strange happened. Another masked stranger with a dagger attacked Wumi-ho from behind. He stabbed the girl with a knife and said, "Unfortunate half-breed," and started trying to run away from her. But Wumi-ho did not lose her balance and dodged the stab. She swung and kicked him. The stranger fell on his back from surprise and pain and lost his focus. The girl quickly reported that all the attackers were telepaths. Gvanik ran to her and also heard her message. He thought that this meant that there were several opponents from the very beginning. He began to mentally count the number of telepaths he encountered on the way. Counting 3, he nervously began to think, how many are running around? I need to take them all down. They've already scattered in all directions, Gwank continued to think. Gwank was as angry as a demon and was running as fast as he could, but he could not think of what to do in this situation. 2 days before the operation, the assistant was making lists of newcomers, carefully studying their questionnaires. He picked up Jonggi Nam's questionnaire and read his profile with interest and came to the conclusion that the guy, regardless of his orientation scores, was a good cadre, a purebred descendant of the direct line, and the same could be said of Wumi-ho. The questionnaire said that she was a half-breed, but despite this, the girl was reserved and very intelligent. Then the assistant studied Gwanek's profile, which stated that he was the best, and remembered that lately this guy had been fighting with his boss every morning. It looked like Gwanek was trying to discover the secret of his boss's fight, who probably understood it and played along. After reading Gwanek's questionnaire, The assistant got the impression that he was quite sociable and strong and had excellent fighting skills, just as Director Nam liked. A red-haired instructor came up behind him and asked what was in the newcomer's documents. The redhead read Gvanek's name on the questionnaire and said that this guy looked like an assistant. The other guy ran his eyes over the questionnaire again, looked at the photo carefully, and agreed that Gvanek looked a little like him. And at that moment, the earpiece began to transmit a hysterical signal to him. The assistant immediately realized that something had happened at the surgery. He didn't understand what was happening and shouted to everyone that he was running to the airport hall. While he was running, he thought that he should entrust the report on the situation to Yu Mei-ho, and that he should also check on Jonggi Nam, who had been thrown under fire. The assistant was running like a madman, and frightened and screaming people were running toward him. Suddenly he saw a strange stranger in a cap rushing past him. He understood that it was one of the criminals, but he couldn't decide whether to run after him or stay to stabilize the situation, which was extremely important because everything had gone wrong. The assistant recalled Gvanek's characteristics and made a decision in a flash. In his earpiece, he was already transmitting an order to Beta 3, run to the left gate number 8. "I authorize you to engage, but do not allow your own life to be threatened," he shouted to Gvanek. "Beta 1, report to me the extent of the damage," he shouted to Ginam and Beta 2. "Report on the situation." He passed on to Wu Mi-ho. All three of them heard the orders clearly. Gwank heard his assistant's order to him in his earpiece, and that he was joining the action because of the situation. Suddenly, he saw one of the criminals start to attack the worker with glasses, jumping into the air and lunging at him with his fists. But the worker made a magnetic field and stopped the criminal's attack. The worker gathered all his strength and hit the attacker again. It was as if an electric shock hit the offender's body, and he gritted his teeth in pain and could not say anything from the painful shock. While the bespectacled man was restraining the attack with his strength, the bloodied Gye-nam behind him began to shout, "Beta 1! One of the perpetrators, wearing a cap and dark glasses, was lying on the floor with a wound on his arm, writhing in hard pain. 2 PWAT agents and 2 security guards were also wounded, but there were no other injuries. Yu Mi-ho was reporting to Beta 2. "The enemy has started an attack. All the criminals who had fled have started attacking again. Most likely they want to intercept the shapeshifter," she reported. At that moment, a bald mercenary was sneaking behind the girl, but he was knocked down by a PWAT employee with a kick. The girl went on to report that there were 7 attackers in total, and their main goal was to get the shapeshifter by any means necessary. The assistant then gave orders to Beta 0, Beta 1 to move to the rear and observe the situation and prepare for an enemy attack. A red-haired guy whose call sign was Beta 1 answered the assistant on the radio that if he retreated, the situation would get worse. He was armed with an air rifle and shouted at the criminals that they were all dead. But he was extremely careless and did not notice how a criminal sneaked up behind him and put his hands to his neck. But Beta 1 was much more cunning and trained and turned around and was already behind the criminal and grabbed him by the throat and began to strangle him. At that moment, the assistant also managed to run over, and he took his gun out of his jacket. He shot at the criminal, hitting him right in the heart. He fell on his back and bled to death. "I neutralize criminals!" the furious assistant shouted loudly to the whole room. Meanwhile, Vaniak was already in the underground parking lot, following another criminal who was nearby, and the criminal noticed him, and Vaniak shouted to him that he would not run any further. The criminal looked back at him in fright, not expecting anyone to find him, and stopped. "Are you an immortal type?" he asked Vanek loudly. "Can't you tell by my appearance?" the guy scolded him. For some reason, the stranger was silent and looked at Gvanek carefully. "I don't know," he said. This answer angered Gvanek because he did not understand his doubts. "Why are you alone?" the criminal suddenly asked. "There are 500 people running after me," Gvanek boldly shouted to him. "Don't you think it was a mistake to follow me alone?" the criminal asked slyly. Gvanek did not understand what he was up to. And then the unthinkable happened alone. The criminal laughed so hard that his shirt flew off and he was left in just his pants. At that moment, he shouted that he had super strength capabilities. His body was incredibly pumped up. "You say you're not dying, right? Then I'll smash your head in," the criminal shouted at him in an ominous voice. There was no limit to Gvanek's surprise and shock. He had read about such things, but never seen them in person. "Let's see what you're going to do now. There are no people around and help will be here in 10 minutes, the monster shouted at the entire parking lot. "And that will be enough for me." Gwank smiled slyly at him, already having a plan of action. Meanwhile, in the airport lounge, Ginam was lying motionless, wounded but conscious. His assistant stood by his side and gave orders to move all the wounded and set up the situation. The operation staff quickly began to fulfill his orders. "Unfortunately, there's no shapeshifter here," the assistant thought bitterly and thought. Just like Wu Mi-ho said, these guys were just stalling for time, probably so that someone would have time to escape. In the parking lot, the monster giant was shouting at Gwanek. Was he ready? He flexed his muscles in front of the guy who was like a child against him. They say immortals are impossible to kill, so let's find out, he shouted at Guanku. I think you'll definitely die if I smash your head in, the criminal shouted and swung his fist. He struck his first blow with a huge hand that was as big as half of Gvanek's body. But the boy did not lose his vigilance and immediately intercepted his hand with his own. The monster laughed out loud because the size of Gvanek did not inspire any fear in him. But his mood instantly disappeared when he could not even move it. His face showed only bewilderment. Why? He said as if he were a howling criminal to the entire parking lot. You want to ask me why nothing works for you? Gvank asked him, slyly, looking him straight in the eye. The monster screamed with frantic squeezing and pain throughout the room. He didn't understand how it was possible that a guy 3 times his size could inflict so much pain. Vaniak let go of his arm, and there was a huge bloody bruise. The criminal lost his footing and fell to the floor with his whole body. Vaniak seized the opportunity and started running toward him, aiming to strike him again. But the criminal also had his own intentions and quickly got to his feet and intended to attack Gvanek as well. The guy stopped immediately as an attack would not help. Gvanek remembered his fights with the leader Bone, namely that in any situation there is a direction of movement, and by breaking it, he could stop the enemy's attack. He decided to apply this knowledge in battle and clenched his fists in rage. With all his strength, he punched the monster right in the jaw and the monster's eyes went dark. Gvank noticed this and confidently struck again and again, and with the last blow he managed to tear the monster's legs off the ground and it hung in the air for a moment. But with a roar and blood it fell at his feet, losing consciousness.
How many times have I fallen for this shit?
The guy shouted loudly as he stood near the unconscious monster's body. Gvanek looked at his watch, and it hadn't even been 3 minutes since the fight started. Out loud he said that there was still time before the reinforcements arrived. His eyes fell on his backpack, which was lying not far from the monster's body. What to do with it? He said aloud to himself. Are we going to lie here for a long time? He said something to the backpack that looked rather strange. The guy sat down next to the backpack and continued to talk to the backpack, saying that as far as he knew, shapeshifters could take on the appearance of what they saw. Of course they don't become steel, but they can also imitate it, Gvank muttered as he pulled out a lighter. He lit the lighter and held it close to his backpack and smiled. I surrender! The backpack suddenly screamed at the entire parking lot. Get the lighter away from me, the backpack screamed. I'll do it. I'm getting a little curious here, Gvank replied. Besides, don't expect me to tell you anything, my career depends on it. But we can make a deal, the backpack offered. I'm not interested, Gvanek cut him off. By the way, do you know that you can get smaller? Asked Gvank, laughing. Like turn into a cigarette. The guy bent even lower over him. Come on, become a human again, come on. Gvank was very close to setting himself on fire. The situation was annoying him. Okay, just give me your outerwear, he finally beeped at his backpack. At that moment, other members of the operation, led by an assistant, ran up to Gvanek, who asked him, frightened, what happened here? It hasn't even been a year yet, Gvanek shouted to them, with a girl in his jacket standing behind him with her bare legs and the body of the criminal lying at their feet. Who is this? His assistant asked in surprise, looking at the strangers, and Gvank began to tell. The man I knocked out after he attacked me when he tried to escape, and the backpack hanging on his back is this red-haired girl who is the shapeshifter, Gvank explained to everyone. The assistant praised him in surprise. Oh, Jinamichi! The boyfriend of Gi Namu, who was standing in his bloody clothes with his eyes staring at the floor, called out cheerfully. He stood there silently, upset and did not even look up. The operation was over. Wumi Ho rushed to the lying criminal and then began to tie his hands as he began to regain consciousness. Gwanek approached Gi Nam and began to sympathize with him in a picture-like manner, to which he snapped back. Did you catch him? The girl from the operation asked the guy. Yes, I was very lucky, Gwank proudly answered her, not hiding his satisfaction. That's because I didn't jump for joy when I found one man and missed the most important thing, Gwank added, hinting at Gi Nam. Everyone looked at him in surprise, thinking that his behavior was very infantile for a member of the Immortals. You are an interesting person, the red-haired instructor told him. I'm a modest person by nature, Gwank replied, not realizing that everyone was laughing at him. Beta 3, do you know who you've caught? Asked the assistant. Gwank replied that he didn't know at all. At this point, the Shaper girl asked him in surprise if he really didn't know. Her surprise was beyond belief. The girl from the squad explained that this half-naked monster's name was Nardu Pal, nicknamed Rhino, and he was on the 3rd degree of wanted list, and a high reward had been announced for his capture. Gvanek quickly thought that if he was on the 3rd degree wanted list, it meant that he was connected to a terrorist group or had killed someone. His thoughts were interrupted by the head of the operation saying that this guy was not an easy one, and that he had done a good job. Gwanky thanked him happily. Great, I knew you were the one to send, the assistant told him. Then the assistant turned to the girl from the team and offered to pay her. She asked in surprise what he meant. "We caught the target, and this is not in line with the terms of the contract," the assistant replied. "In addition, our team did not use any equipment," the assistant continued. "And this is not surprising because you are, after all, immortal," she replied sharply. "But that doesn't change the point," the assistant pestered her. "Okay, I agree, but I want to ask you one question," the girl replied. And pointing her finger at Gwanik, she asked what position this young man had. "I'm an intern, you Gwangik!" Gwangik loudly and proudly introduced himself. The next day, Gwang Yuk came to work, and when he entered his office, he saw that the head of the department, Bong, was already waiting for him. Approaching his desk, Bon asked him why he was telling everyone his name. Did he want to be popular? Gwanik was embarrassed and apologized, explaining that it was his habit. "I thought you were suffering from star sickness," Bon cut him off in his usual manner. And Mr. P and Mr. Bon began to tell the details of the case. It turned out that Nadu Pal was a third-category criminal who had been detained by Gwank, and he was a member of the Prometheus terrorist group. "So this shapeshifter's girl was hired by the Prometheus group?" Gwank asked him in surprise. Bon confirmed. What this girl was carrying was a secret of the psionic organization and a secret of the highest importance, Bon added. Gvankik squared his shoulders and listened in amazement. "Do you feel cool now?" Bon laughed at him. "Yes, I do," smiled the guy, who was incredibly proud of himself deep down. Prometheus. This name was now spinning in his head, and he went to his workplace. "I need you to write a report," Bon shouted loudly after him. This was a terrorist organization made up of mad scientists named after the god Prometheus, who once brought fire to the earth. The organization promised to give extraordinary power to anyone on this earth. How many unbalanced psychos there are in this world, Gwanky thought as he clicked his computer mouse. Suddenly, he heard someone calling his name. It was the head of another department wearing glasses, and he asked Gwynic to follow him. The guy looked at him in surprise, but silently got up and followed, curious. He led him to the company's CEO, who was sitting in his huge office. "Sit down since you're here," the CEO said to him menacingly. "Intern Yu Kwang-ik sits down," Gwangik said out loud for some reason. "Is that how you introduced yourself to the police and the werewolf guys?" the director asked him. "It must have been my mistake," Gwangik said, embarrassed. "I understand, it's okay, people will lose their humanity if they are absolutely perfect," the director finally laughed. "I heard you caught a terrorist. Do you want any reward?" he asked Vanek, who was loudly sipping the tea he had been served. "A promotion to assistant?" The guy answered him slyly. "I see you're a good one." The director laughed again. "The absurd promotion doesn't count. The situation is incredible because you're just an intern," he added. "Then why did you call me in?" asked Vanek, finally putting his cup down on the table. "I'm very proud of you," the director replied, smiling sincerely. "That's why I wanted to ask you what you wanted," he added. Vanek was silent and finally said briefly, "Money." The boy was given a rather large bonus, and he gave part of it to his mother, who prepared a gorgeous holiday table with the food that was rarely bought in their family. Gvanek was pleased to pamper his parents. After the incident at the airport, the company received several more assignments. Zombie was constantly travelling for these assignments. In 3 months of work, Gwanky caught 5 special class criminals, and he honed his skills together with Sonbe. He also managed to take part in the closure of 10 black holes while enjoying these tasks. In the course of his work, he came to the conclusion that the head of the Bearn hated such trips. He was more of an office work. He was also mad at the guy's reports because when he read them, he would constantly yell at him that everything was wrong about him, to which Gvanek would reply that he was writing the absolute truth and could not lie in the documents. But one thing did not change. Every morning the two would start their short fight, which had already become a tradition for all the office workers. Both men fought with their fists, constantly striking each other, and with each fight Gvanek dodged them better and better. At the same time, he was learning more and more new techniques, and these fights were his favourite morning activity. As a result, Vanek learned not to fall back after a couple of punches and kicks. After each fight, the boy would pester his supervisor, shouting that he was doing a good job. Bond's supervisor himself allotted no more than 10 minutes for these fights. From all these short fights, the guy finally realised something important, that so far he had not learned the secret of his supervisor Bon. 4 months after the incident at the airport, all the office employees gathered for a corporate party. Zombie, having had a lot to drink, started muttering that she would kill everyone. Everyone was sitting at a beautifully laid table, eating and drinking at the expense of the corporation. Gwanek looked at the girl and asked his colleagues, "Is Zombie always like this when she drinks?" They explained to him that she blacks out after drinking and starts talking nonsense, so they should leave her alone. She will wake up when everyone is leaving. The anime guy was already pretty drunk and started asking Bon, who was sitting next to him, if he would meet a girl next year, to which Bon irritatedly replied that he was not a fortune teller. The anime guy was completely unglued and whining all the time. Gwanky, who was very fond of eating, stuffed everything in his mouth and washed it down with alcohol. The boss, Bone, looked at him and said that if he pissed anything away, he would kill him. The guy explained to him that he didn't get drunk because of the werewolf blood. He looked at the whole team laughing and having fun, and for some reason he thought that the corporate party would be different, but in fact it was just a regular work party held in their office diner. But with each passing hour it was getting louder and louder from the alcohol everyone had drunk. Poor Zombie continued to drink along with everyone else, and it was getting worse. Gwangik had already had a little too much to drink. He summoned up the courage to go up to the boss, Bong, and tell him that he was interested in something. The latter was also drinking heavily, and looked up at him and told him that he shouldn't look at him like that. But Gwanik could not be stopped, and he blurted out his question, "How much have I changed since our first fight?" The leader of the Bon looked at him in surprise, and Gwanik added, "Don't you want to fight me seriously and for real? Without any ranks or titles," he added. The anime guy also looked at the guy in surprise, and Zombie started to grumble. "Are you drunk?" barked the head of the Bong at him. "No, I'm not." Gwank looked him in the eye with confidence. Bong smiled slyly and said that they would meet him in 10 minutes in the gym and left the dining room. 10 minutes later, they were both standing opposite each other in the training room. "Should we turn on the light?" asked Bon. "No need," Gwynnick answered him slyly. "I guess the last fight was too boring for you?" asked the manager. "Then go ahead and attack," he said snap, his eyes glittering ominously. Meanwhile, an anime guy followed them in the tent, although he was quite drunk. He was eager to see the mega fight. And the guys savagely threw themselves at each other with their fists joining into one. In a minute, the leader of Bon threw Gvanik away from him with all his might. "I've clearly broken his arm. Now I just need to fix his stance," the guy thought with satisfaction. And then Bone, shouting "Don't relax," rushed to the guy, trying to deliver a furious blow. He succeeded and hit Gvanik in the jaw so hard that stars shone in his eyes. Then Bone swung his other fist and hit him again on the head. "What the hell?" Gvanik thought in a split second. "This arm should be broken." The force of the blow was as if lightning had passed through the guy's head and he fell to the floor. The anime guy looked on in awe, whispering quietly, "What a bugger." Bon approached him and asked him if he had used that particular move. "No," the manager mysteriously replied. "But your arm is broken," the anime man pointed at the manager's blue arm. "For the first time since you," Bon mysteriously answered him. "I had a different case," Bon replied businesslike. The other case was Gvanik, who was lying unconscious on the floor. Meanwhile, in the office, the management was studying the materials of all the new employees of the company, and Gvanik's documents were on the list. "Is this the employee the director is so interested in?" said one of the department heads. "Yes," the secretary replied to the manager, who was clicking on his tablet. "Open his profile for me," he asked. The tablet opened Gvanik's data, which indicated that he had B-rank shooting skills and B-rank melee skills. "Are his immortal stats weak compared to combat stats, or can he be considered talented?" he asked the secretary. The secretary replied that they say this guy slept the best at orientation. He had a C-level service achievement, so he was lucky to be in the 3rd external security team with such results, to which the secretary replied that trainee Yu Kwang-ik had received the maximum score from Assistant Kang Hemo for the last mission. Efficiency B, Responsibility D, Teamwork D, Work Behavior F, Diligence A, and he has Cs in most of his classes, the supervisor summarized. "So, what we have here is a psycho with good fighting skills, poor self-discipline, and the small senses of an immortal," the manager muttered. "Looks like we'll probably have to fire him," the manager added thoughtfully. Meanwhile, Gwank was carefully studying his results in the computer. At that moment, the anime guy came up to him and Gwank asked him what the immortal's skills were based on. "On how you've shown yourself from the orientation stage to the present day," the anime man answered. "And why is your discretion so low?" he asked his colleagues. The anime guy again explained that although Gwanik was not forced to stand in front of the disciplinary committee, he was there anyway, so there was no choice. "But I'm not satisfied with the grades for responsibility and teamwork either," he replied to the anime guy, to which the latter explained that the disciplinary committee influences a lot of things. "What's wrong with my behaviour?" Gwank asked, everyone offended. "You fought with your boss at the workplace a bunch of times," one of the employees replied. "Imagine if you had to listen to dogs barking every morning for 2 months. Would you like that? At least my diligence is high," thought Gwank. "Why is there a note about alcohol in my data?" the guy asked in surprise. "It was our boss's idea. He said we should at least highlight some positive things," said the anime man. The guy looked at the screen again and asked what the red number 1 opposite his name meant. "It means that the person responsible for the evaluation will be watching him closely," one of the employees explained to him. Vanek exhaled and said that he had already thought he was on the list for dismissal, but thank God it was nothing serious. "What? If you don't do well on the test that's coming up, you'll be the first to be thrown out of the company," the anime guy said. Vanek sat in shock from what he heard, not understanding how it happened, but realizing what could happen very soon. At that moment, the loudspeaker started talking and all the trainees were asked to gather in the training room to compare test results and evaluate the staff, and the management team would determine who would continue to work at Quarim in the future. Gvanik's old friends from orienteering, a green-haired and a red-headed man, ran out to the meeting, growling, "Look who's here, almost unemployed number 1. Gvanik sat under the wall and was sad. Aren't the results confidential? He asked the boys in surprise. Nothing is impossible, the green-haired one laughed back. Do you mean I can turn you in right now for leaking classified information? Asked the surprised Gvank. They saw how upset Gvank was about the results and sat down next to him. Don't be so down, maybe another job will turn up, the green-haired man told him. We'll treat you sometimes, the redhead kept up. Actually, I haven't been fired yet, Jvankik snapped back at them. The lecturer came out to all the trainees and announced that the test was about to begin and invited them to follow him. Vanek stood up and wandered around asking the guys if they had seen the movie The Sixth Sense. For some reason they hadn't. He asked them if they wanted to know why it was interesting. Is there a ghost in the movie? Asked the redhead. No, it's interesting because of its plot twist. Gvanki laughed slyly. Meanwhile, all the heads of the departments in which the interns worked gathered in the control room to watch the test. Suddenly, the CEO came in with his assistant. One of the managers asked him in surprise what he was doing here. Nothing serious. I was just wondering how I could miss such a show, the CEO answered and smiled. Our star Jonggi Nam will be fighting today, he added, and began to look at the screen intently. The lecturer came into the training room and announced that the trainee Jonggi Nam had chosen Yu Kwang-ik as his opponent and told them to start when they were ready. Oh, our Guangnim missed me, I see, said Guangnim, surprised but pleased with his opponent. Don't act like my friend and shut your mouth, Jinam snapped back nervously. They looked into each other's eyes as if they were destroying each other, as if their fight had already begun, and in a second each of them jumped up and attacked with his fists. At that moment, Gvanek remembered something that was also very annoying. When he took another test before this one, where the lecturer showed playing cards and asked how they differed from each other, and Gvanek quickly answered that the first one had a different left corner, the second one had a pattern on top, the fifth one had a dot in the middle, and the sixth one was thicker. The lecturer, who was keeping time, was surprised to record 48 seconds, and this result exceeded the C rank. The lecturer's words then stuck in Gvanek's head, and for some reason he remembered them in this particular battle, and he decided to try to hide his energy when repelling an attack, as his leader bonded. Then Gwynnick remembered standing in the bar in the gravity room and how he felt when he countered it. At that time, during this test, the controllers were looking at the screens, tablets and sensors in fright, asking each other if their equipment was working properly. Someone then asked the chief dispatcher whether to continue the test. He replied that he had 12J, 3 times more than the average trainee. With these memories in mind, Gwanka threw the first punch, which was terribly powerful, right into Jinamu's jaw. For a moment, he lost his orientation, and Gwynnick quickly came up behind him. He concentrated all his energy inside him, which seemed to tear his body apart, and clenched his fists. The instructors stood next to him and assessed the body condition and skills of each of them, marking all the indicators in the questionnaires. The first was cardiovascular endurance. The next indicator was muscle strength, where Gvanek showed excellent results by easily lifting a barbell with one hand. Then came the assessment of reflexes and his reaction speed. Next was the guy's flexibility, where he bent like a wire in all directions. The instructor who filled out Gvanek's questionnaire could not believe his eyes, because by all indicators he was above average, and in this case he should have been awarded a C. Meanwhile, Jinam, in shock from Gwanaka's fight, could barely dodge him and his blows. He was falling and getting up and could not attack him properly, but he noticed that Gwanek was hiding his energy. Gwank had to hide some of his abilities so that no one would know about his werewolf blood, and he was sure that if he wanted to, he could easily outdo any immortal in the company of Farim. It was too arrogant of him. From that moment on, he would no longer hide and clamp down on his strength and use it at every opportunity. He would give it his all. That's what Gwanek was thinking as he delivered one furious blow after another to Jinamu. Gwanek's case most likely belonged to a non-standard emergency rank. The test was over, and already in the office, Gwangyik was approached by the head of the Bong, who was angry for some reason. He irritably began to list that Gwanek had knocked out all of Jinamu's front teeth and that Wumi Ho had broken the molar bags on his face. Are you having fun? Bon asked him. Gwank turned to him and added that Gui Tae Hyun had also fainted. Why wasn't he mentioned? The red-headed friend started yelling at Gwank that if he wanted to fight Wumi Ho again, he should fight him first. He was still in love with her. Are you an orthodontist? Bong's supervisor couldn't calm down. No, I'm Yu Kwangik's third-ranked intern, Kwangik mocked his supervisor. Maybe I should smash your face in right now, Bong threatened. But Gwanek was in too good of a mood for that, so he said goodbye and quickly walked outside. A black car stopped in front of the front entrance of the corporation where Gwanek was standing. The window rolled down and a man he didn't know introduced himself. It was Kim Dong-chul. He offered to give the boy a ride. The boy got into the car where the stranger smoked and said that he was promoting a business and had a vacant position. The boy was interested. I would like you to take this position, he said mysteriously. I don't even know what to say to you, Gvankik answered him honestly. You will work as you do now, but after my project starts, you will help me, Kim Dong-chul told him. Okay, Gwank said to the stranger. The stranger nodded with satisfaction and suddenly asked him if he liked meat. He gave Gwank a piece of elite meat and they said goodbye in a friendly manner. Kim Dong-chul dialed someone on his cell phone and reported that they had already spoken to the boy. He went on to say that the boy was very smart, and he was sure that he understood the meaning of his words and gift. Meanwhile, Gvanek came home and gave the meat to his surprised mother. She asked him why the gift was so strange. Gvanek replied that he did not know exactly, but most likely the man wanted to praise him for his good work. Gvanek's internship period ended and he officially became a third-rank trainee. The amount of documentation increased, and his salary rose accordingly. He moved out of his parents' house and into an office space that was a 5-minute walk from his company. There was less and less work in the office that would be interesting for Gvanek, only the paperwork was growing rapidly. Mr. Bon went from one meeting to another and kept coming up with new tasks for his employees. On one of these uninteresting days, Gwanek approached Xiongbae, who was boxing in the gym, and asked why they had no achievements. Because we weren't doing anything that looked like an achievement, she snapped back, also bored without a real job. What about participating in operations to close the black hole and catching the criminal? The guy asked. We were just auxiliary, it's hard to count that as an achievement, she answered sadly. I can't understand why we don't do anything to earn these achievements. Gwank was restless. And Sombi explained that the top management didn't like their leader, so they didn't give them work. Is there any way to support the team without achievements? Gwanka pestered the girl. Sonbai replied that yes, other teams use their assistants to do small jobs. Gwanki approached the anime guy and asked how he could help him. He still didn't like the guy and said that he felt sorry for wasting paper on such an employee. The anime guy wasn't even offended. The guy persistently asked him if it was okay for their team to continue not working at full capacity. We are working, the anime guy cut him off. You see, our manager Bond sometimes brings in big cases, the anime guy added. In the chat room of their department, a new corporate party at Do-hoon's house was brewing. Gwang Yuk, the anime guy, and the head of the department Bong were going to attend. They took the elevator down and entered a room. Gwank asked curiously if this was really Do-hoon's house. Bon laughed and explained that it was an outside conference room, and its code name was Don Huang's house. There was a projector and chairs with computers in the room. Mr. Bon put an image on the screen and ordered everyone to gather. It was a photo of a new ore that was found in a white hole and named Axon. This stone can hold an aura, Bone added. At this point, Gwynnick remembered that an aura is a type of energy released by a superhuman that is not related to his abilities. The anime artist explained that the super energy contained in such an aura can be modified at will. Bone added that the analytical team thinks that Axon will become an energetic source that will open the door to a new era. As I understand it, each stone has a different energy content, the executive said. Among the Axons found, the highest rank of AA has been officially established. With the help of the D-rank Axon, an airplane can fly from Incheon Airport to New York. The capabilities of this stone increase approximately twice with each rank increase. Bon kept talking and talking. As well as the AA rank Axon, for example, to actually kill one Class C werewolf. The anime guy asked how many C-rank Axons had been found. Somewhere around 50, Bon answered. That's a lot. Oh, the anime man whispered quietly. Bon didn't stop talking, and continued to tell him that the first to find the Axons were psionics, and at first they wanted to take everything for themselves, but one of their employees blabbed, and because of this leakage of information, it became problematic to keep the Axons, and then psionics asked for help from Old Force, and then the protection of these stones was entrusted to a special squad of immortals called the Hwarem. Obtaining parts of the stones in exchange for protection is already a problem of negotiation and diplomacy, so the introductory part of this strategy is over. Bon finally finished, and then he moved on to the third securities team's strategy, capture the Axons, and he brought up an image on the screen. According to it, the teams of the Hwarem members included the second analytical company, the Nyoka research team, the Nyoka security team, and Lee Chun-bong's third external security team. The anime guy Gwangik and Songbei listened intently. Bong asked the anime man if it was possible to include Gwangik and Songbei in the plan. He replied that some things needed to be thought out, but if the scenario for protecting the Axons was properly designed. The anime guy said and started to sweat noticeably. Gvank waited for a pause and finally asked what they were all doing here. Working, Bon looked at him in surprise. Work, Gvank repeated in his mind and smiled. What are you smiling about? Bon asked him. Nothing, I was just surprised, the guy answered him sarcastically. I forbid you to smile, it makes me nervous, Bon snapped at him. And by the way, he was sure that they would get the Axons. 2 days later, a group of Bond's rivals was standing guard near the White Hole. One of the soldiers heard the rustling of trees and a shout of "Halt!" He looked around and replied, "Halt!" Looking at the tree, he saw a man sitting on a branch, a blue-haired criminal. "Hey, this is a closed area," the soldier shouted, but the criminal had other plans for today. Then the soldier heard shouts of "Make way!" An immortal special forces unit is in action! With these shouts, uniformed and helmeted Gwankensombi ran, followed by the criminal. He ran toward the white hole, realizing that the two had already reached it. "Where did he go?" asked Gwanek to Sonbei. "I don't know, I think he went in here," the guy answered. "Hey, stop!" two soldiers shouted after them. Gwanek and Sonbei stood at the entrance of the white hole and shouted at it that they could not go in. The terrible monster was watching them all telepathically. He was ugly and scary like a demon, bald with troll ears and a strange light on his forehead. Meanwhile, armed men in uniforms entered the mine where the stones were stored, checking that everything was clear. They reported that there were no traces of the enemy. There were trolleys filled with asken in front of them. The asken stone target had been found and they would start transporting it, the group leader reported on the radio. He stood there, thinking that the drones for the transportation were ready and everything was going quite smoothly. Meanwhile, Gwank and Sombi were chasing the criminal. The guy was running and thinking that Do-hun's plan needed some work. Then he remembered the anime guy at the meeting who said that a special species suspected of stealing had escaped a kilometre from the White Hole, and they should organise a surveillance and then accidentally wander into the White Hole. Special forces are allowed to enter restricted areas in emergencies, so it doesn't matter if the guard tries to stop you or not. All you have to do is just enter, the anime guy said, as he explained his part of the plan. Gwangik and Sonbei entered the dark tunnel of the hole, his head spinning as if someone was spinning him around, and he felt like there was a piece of metal on his shoulders, and he was constantly vomiting, but he tried to pull himself together. Suddenly he saw a tall red-headed guy wearing a respirator. Gvanek called out to him in surprise. "Hey, who are you?" the guy shouted. In front of him, besides the redhead, there was another guy in a respirator wearing a white sweatshirt sitting in front of a fire. The strangers were silent, but it was clear that they were a special kind, but it was not known whether they worked for Psionic. "Sonba, are you okay? What do we do now?" Gwank asked the girl quietly. "Sonba!" he called out louder, but for some reason the girl was silent. "Sonba!" he called out to the girl for the third time. Instead of answering, he continued to mumble something under his breath. "Who are you?" the redhead suddenly shouted at him. There! Gvank decided to take the situation into his own hands and took a few steps and said that they were immortals, a special forces unit, according to their data. A criminal was spotted here, and they had to go here. "A criminal? You two are the only ones who came here," the redhead replied. "Are you covering for him because you're a special kind of person?" Gwynnick asked slyly, thinking that of course he was lying to them. "From this moment on, the immortals of the special forces are acting as commanders to catch the criminal," Gwank added. "What are you talking about? You think you came here and you're going to be in charge?" The masked stranger burst into flames. "If you don't get out of here while I'm counting to 3, you'll be nothing but a wet spot," the stranger began to shout furiously. Then we proceed to the plan of suppression for refusal to cooperate, and Gvankik threw the flask of gas under the stranger's feet. The stranger jumped up in horror when he saw it and recoiled as an unknown gas came out of it. At that moment, Zombie fainted and fell down. The stranger called Gvanik a devil and burst into flames. Meanwhile, Gwanik grabbed Xiongbai and shielded himself, while the strangers ran around in the smoky cave, not knowing what was happening and suffocating. Meanwhile, Li Chunbong's squad was moving the stone carts out together. Li Chunbong cursed Gotich loudly and explained that there was too much dust from it. Then, at the meeting, Bong explained to everyone that he was going to be the only one to go to the rescue. The main force would be with him to keep Axon's transportation safe, and if anything happened, Songbei and Gwank would carry a few boxes of Axon stones. He also told them that the suits would have magic charms on them, and that he would use them to send a signal to a similar talisman at a certain distance, and if it glowed it would mean that the two had managed to get through the white hole. "It's cool," thought Gwank, "to be able to keep in touch with each other without special devices outside our world, but if this talisman gets wet it won't work." Suddenly, the whole squad felt an abnormal signal in their area, which was transmitted by sensors. A hideous monster grew up in front of them, looking like a beast with glowing eyes. "Number 12, these are orcs, and there are more than 12 of them. I authorize the use of firearms," the squad leader commanded as the crowd of monsters began to run directly at them. The guys from the squad stood in a stance and started firing their weapons. Suddenly, a huge lizard with a mouthful of teeth appeared in front of them, and it was not its own voice. It was number 22, the shark worm, and the soldiers rushed to it with daggers. The worm, seeing a potential dinner in front of him, became furious and rushed to attack. The warrior Gwankik also did not hesitate and boldly attacked. He moved along the clumsy worm and cut its body with his dagger, so that it could not do anything to him. Thus, jumping between the worms, Gvanek reached its tail, which was covered with sharp metal spikes. Waiting for a second, the guy stabbed the tail with his dagger and blood poured out all around. The monster screamed in a voice that was not his own, so that Gvanek went deaf for a moment. The worm swung its severed tail right and left, screaming and wriggling. He fell completely down with his whole body in front of Gwanki and wriggled helplessly, and the boy moved away from him to a safe distance. It took Sonba 45 minutes to learn how to stand, walk, hear, and feel properly when he first stepped outside his world. Even an immortal needs to move dozens of times from one world to another to stop feeling the headache that appears in the first 5 minutes. But even after all that, it would take at least half an hour to come to your senses and start fighting. Sonbi thought that if they could deal with Sonic's mercenaries in 2 days it would be a good job, but Gwanka managed to deal with everything with just a smoke bomb. And now this guy is testing the skills he's learned against the criminal worm that got in his way. How long will I be surprised by this guy, Sonbi thought as she looked at Gwanik. Right before her eyes, the worm was bravely chopped into equal parts by Gwanik as if in a butcher shop. The guy walked up to Somb. They silently packed their things and set off, and a minute later he asked her how many immortals it would take to catch monster number 22. Too many to give an exact number, she answered quietly and smiled. You're as usual, the boy smiled back at her. Well, I can wait until this plan succeeds so that I can be praised later. Let's keep going, he replied cheerfully to Somb, and they continued their journey.